When reality itself stops making sense, the Demon King falls into complete denial as blood pours from his mouth. The throne room is covered in bodies while countless heroes stand before him like an unstoppable army. And for the first time ever, the Demon King realizes he had been completely blind to reality. His legendary black flames, powers feared across the realm, are utterly useless against the heroes. A hero's blade pierces through his scales and drives directly into his heart. Even while coughing blood, the Demon King still can't understand what happened. How? Back at the Demon King Military Academy, he stood unrivaled from the very beginning and graduated as the Academy's valedictorian. The first Demon Emperor created the Demon King Code to guide the entire demon realm, and no one studied its teachings more thoroughly than he did. Following those teachings exactly as written, he built a massive tower and filled it with kidnapped princesses. He locked the princesses inside cages high above the tower and personally trained the heroes who came to rescue them. To a Demon King, nothing was more satisfying than watching a hero drown in rage and despair, so killing them too early would have ruined the entire feast. The Demon King Code demanded that heroes be allowed to mature before consumption, because the stronger the hero became, the sweeter their suffering tasted. As he followed the code more faithfully than anyone else, he became convinced that conquering the world was only a matter of time. He devoured the sorrow and fury of countless heroes and rose into the most powerful Demon King the realm had ever seen. Now slumped against the ruined throne with a blade through his chest, he can only ask one question. How did I end up defeated? Blood drips from his mouth as he stares ahead in confusion. How? The hero grins down at him and laughs. You really don't know. You Demon King losers are all the same. The hero stares at the Demon King in disbelief. I don't understand. Why do you Demon Kings always look so shocked after orchestrating your own downfall? Sweat runs down his face as he snaps back in anger. What nonsense. The hero laughs right in front of the ruined throne and points at the absurdity of it all. Every Demon King kidnaps famous princesses like they're openly begging heroes to come stop them. Grabbing the Demon King by the hair, the hero grins and says the smarter move would have been kidnapping the king instead, because the kingdom would have collapsed into chaos on its own. For the first time, the Demon King actually considers it. If the king had been kidnapped, the people fighting over the throne would have turned against each other, instead of uniting against him. The realization hits even harder as he remembers the Demon King Code. Without the hero's hatred focused on him, they never would have grown stronger in the first place. The hero laughs again and reveals the cruelest part of all. Whenever the villagers ignored the tower, the Demon King conveniently sent just enough monsters to force them into fighting back. Thanks for the free training. Far from denying it, the hero calls the entire tower a gift as the surviving party marches toward the massive fortress under the crimson sky. And once we arrive there, things get even better. The hero explains that the tower's first floor is packed with weak monsters, making it the perfect place for beginners to train and level up. Even now, the Demon King desperately clings to the teachings of the Demon King Code, insisting that heroes must never die too early if their energy is meant to mature properly. The cursed book that guided his entire life hangs silently before him, as if mocking everything he believed. Before the Demon King can argue back, the hero kicks his body and sends blood flying through the throne room. Pain twists across the Demon King's face as another brutal strike crashes into him. The hero casually explains the cycle like it's common sense. After killing the Demon King, the heroes enjoy the rewards, go home, and eventually another Demon King appears with another tower. Laughing wildly, he calls the entire system a giant hunting ground built for heroes instead of Demon Kings. The other heroes burst into laughter in front of him and openly thank the Demon King for helping them grow stronger. To them, he was never a terrifying ruler at all. He was just their sponsor. The heroes surround the broken Demon King with mocking smiles and thank him again for creating the perfect hunting ground. Lying in his own blood, the Demon King can barely process the humiliation. To the heroes, his entire tower was nothing more than a place to farm strength. One of the heroes grins proudly and admits the Demon King was stronger than most. Killing so many heroes only made his own fame explode even further. Still smiling, the hero raises his sword above the Demon King and casually says goodbye. Veins bulge across the Demon King's face as rage completely overwhelms the shock. A lowly hero humiliating him like this is something he cannot accept. His fist clenches hard enough to crack the stone floor as he demands to know what the Demon King Code was even for. Blood drips from his mouth while demonic energy crackles around his body. Even at death's door, he refuses to die this pathetically. A savage grin spreads across his face as his eyes ignite with fury. No matter what the heroes believe, he is still the Demon King. Dark energy surges around the Demon King as the hero swings his sword and cuts his head off. A brutal slash sends his head flying through the air as blood explodes around it. From the Demon King's fading view, the laughing heroes blur past. Blood fills the air as the ceiling comes into view above him. Several heroes' feet come into view as his severed head drops onto the ground. His severed head lies in a pool of blood as he swears they will pay dearly for this. The reflection of the hero standing above him burns inside his widened eye as the rage only grows stronger. The hero stands victoriously above the fallen body. One of the heroes steps forward and claims the Demon King's horns for himself like a trophy. Purple energy suddenly crackles across the Demon King's body, forcing the hero to stop in confusion. The Demon King stares at the hero's reflection in his eye and decides he'll sacrifice even his final breath if he has to. The hero's expression stiffens as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Violent demonic energy erupts across the throne room. A blinding light suddenly engulfs the hero's face as he roars for everybody to run. A massive wave of purple energy explodes outward from the Demon King's body and floods the throne room. And inside that storm of demonic power, countless heroes are swept away like ashes. The Demon King finally realizes the truth. The so-called code was wrong from the very beginning, even while purple flames consume his body. He admits that if he had known the heroes would turn Demon Kings into complete jokes. His eye trembles with rage as he swears he never would have followed those rules if he had known the truth. One final thought fills his fading mind. If he ever gets another chance, he'll reduce that ridiculous code to nothing but orc fodder. A massive explosion erupts above the tower in blinding purple light. Through the darkness, a faint voice calls out the name, Burge. His eyes snap wide open in shock. Instead of a ruined battlefield, he finds himself standing inside a crowded hall. The confused Burge stands frozen while the people around him stare in silence. His eyes shake with confusion as the impossible reality sinks in. Wait, I'm alive. The ceremony hall falls silent around him while his name is called from the stage.
Burgedeus!
Come forth at once. Burge walks toward the stage in silence while the crowd watches from every side. His expression stiffens as the name repeats in his head once again. Burgedeus. Standing face to face with the headmaster, Burge hears the old man calmly ask why such a brilliant student looks troubled on graduation day. His eyes lock onto the scarlet badge pinned to his uniform, the ultimate symbol granted to graduates of the Demon King Military Academy. A bead of sweat slides down his face as a realization settles in. Under the moonlit sky, the massive academy stands exactly as he remembers it. Burge realizes he's back at his graduation ceremony from 15 years ago. Rows of graduates rise toward the stage while one thought stays fixed in his mind. He has no idea how he returned to the past, but he refuses to waste this chance. The ceremony hall falls silent as Burge Diaz stands before the graduates, chosen to recite the oath as class valedictorian. A massive copy of the Demon King code towers over the stage while Burge stands alone beneath it. His eyes stay fixed ahead as the words echo through him once again. The Demon King Coda. Those rules are burned into his memory, laws he memorized endlessly and devoted his entire life to obeying. A dark figure looms over him in the memory of his downfall while one bitter truth remains. Those same rules turned him into nothing more than the hero's plaything. The other students watch from the crowd while Burge prepares to read the oath one more time. A calm smile rests on the student's face as Burge silently vows again to follow the code for the rest of his life. The academy leaders sit proudly among the crowd. Burge's face twists with rage as a low growl escapes through clenched teeth. The announcer stares at him nervously and asks him to recite the inviolable Demon King code. His teeth grind so hard the sound echoes through the chamber. Standing alone before the entire academy, Burge gives a cold answer. I refuse. The graduates can only stare at him in complete shock. Burge screams his rejection across the hall. Following the Demon King code is nothing but brainless stupidity. His eye trembles with fury as the words leave his mouth. Burge roars across the academy. The Demon King Kodu is nothing but useless orc fodder. As the entire hall falls silent around him, shock spreads through the graduates, and some can only stare at him with their mouths hanging open. Even the professors freeze in disbelief as Burge's furious scream echoes through the chamber. The entire academy trembles under a wave of stunned confusion. And just like that, the greatest student in the academy's history becomes its most notorious delinquent. A fist slams against the platform hard enough to shake the room. Archduke Alkane Blemif erupts in rage and bellows Burge's name. Insulting the Demon King code is a crime worthy of death on the spot. Despite his fury, Alkane decides to give Burge one final chance out of respect for his unmatched talent and years of exemplary conduct. The entire hall listens in silence as Burge is ordered to retract his reckless words and apologize to the demon realm. Otherwise, he will be stationed in Arene. The name alone sends waves of panic through the audience. Arene is infamous as the dimension where countless demon kings have died. Whispers spread through the chamber as nobles and graduates question why he is being spared at all. To them, insulting the Demon King code deserves nothing less than execution. Alkane stares down at him coldly and reminds him exactly what kind of cursed place Arene really is. But Burge doesn't hesitate for even a second. Go ahead, send me there. The academy freezes in disbelief as he calmly declares that he will expose the Demon King code for the worthless doctrine it truly is. Red magic circles flare across the chamber while Alkane finally delivers the punishment. Burge Diaz is officially assigned to Arene, effective immediately. Even after being named valedictorian, Burge is stripped of every privilege the academy could have offered him. The punishment only grows harsher as Alkane declares that no demon will accompany him to Arene, and until his conquest is complete, Burge is forbidden from ever returning to the demon realm. A portal tears open in the sky as he falls from it toward the ground. Falling through the air, Burji can only give a bitter smile as the chaos he caused leaves this outcome unsurprising to him. But even now, one thought echoes through his mind. He's back in Arene, the land of the heroes who killed him. The glowing handcuffs crack apart as he remembers how he once volunteered to be stationed there himself, convinced that only the highest difficulty was worthy of someone with his talent. Flapping his wings, he admits the truth. That arrogance is exactly what got him killed. And even worse, countless heroes are abusing the Demon King code for their own gain. Burja crashes into the frozen mountains of the northern continent as his massive wings spread across the snow-covered ground. Cold air escapes from his mouth while he stares ahead with absolute certainty. This time he refuses to be fooled twice. Now it's his turn to exploit the Demon King code for himself. A razor slides across a face. Moments later, someone tightens the collar of a fresh white uniform. A satisfied smile crosses his face as Gordon Derrick, valedictorian of the Demon Training Academy, stands completely transformed. The Demon King Military Academy exists to raise future Demon Kings, while the Demon Training Academy raises the demons destined to serve them. And under Demon Realm law, the valedictorian of the Training Academy must personally serve the Demon King valedictorian. Back at the academy, Gordon's classmates can only laugh and envy the position waiting for him beside Burj Dais. One demon clenches the railing in frustration, furious that he narrowly missed the chance to become Burji's personal aide himself. Gordon casually reassures the other graduates that the demon kins they will serve are all extraordinary talents themselves. But the moment Lord Diaz comes up, his entire expression turns fanatical as he insists nobody else can even compare to Lord Diaz. Burji stands silently while Gordon praises Diaz as an unmatched prodigy from the legendary Demon Dragon clan, destined to enter Demon Realm history forever. In Gordon's imagination, he proudly stands beside Diaz as the legendary Demon King's trusted vice, commander conquering dimension after dimension. A crazed grin spreads across his face as he vows to carve his own name into Demon Realm history right beside Lord Diaz. Then a cold voice cuts through the entire hall with only two words: "I refuse." Gordon's smile instantly cracks apart. Burja glares forward and roars that the Demon King code is nothing more than useless orc fodder. Gordon's face completely breaks apart as the reality of Burji's words finally hits him. Far beneath the Erzist mountain range, Gordon arrives at the frozen northern continent still haunted by the Demon Realm rule forcing the valedictorian to serve the Demon King valedictorian. He can only stare blankly ahead and ask himself how any of this happened and why. But the moment he notices Burji behind him, Burji says the Demon Realm at least sent someone to accompany him into exile. The thought leaves Gordon frozen in disbelief. Then Burja calmly steps forward and introduces himself to Gordon. Gordon stares at him in confusion and desperately asks why he would do such a thing. And Burja only tilts his head and asks what exactly he is referring to. Gordon completely loses control as he screams that insulting the Demon King code in the middle of Arene is practically a death sentence for both of them. Burja casually tells him to calm down because too much stress leads to hair loss, and Gordon nearly explodes on the spot. Even while watching Gordon panic in the snow, Burja quietly realizes this is nothing like the fearless companion he remembers from his previous life. Meanwhile, Gordon suddenly straightens himself and forces out a dramatic declaration that no matter how difficult the path ahead becomes, the two of them can accomplish anything together. But Burja immediately realizes the situation has changed too much for him to explain the truth about returning to the past without sounding insane. Gordon drops to the snow, breathing heavily as the stress completely drains him. A moment later, he fixes his ruined hair, apologizes for the outburst, and reluctantly accepts that he will carry out his duties after all. The Demon King Code declares that every Demon King must build a tower in their assigned world, and the tower cannot be hidden in some unreachable death trap because heroes must still be capable of reaching it. After studying the frozen mountains around them, Gordon points out that this region is far too dangerous and isolated for humans to ever find easily, especially with monsters roaming everywhere, so the location completely violates the code. Ignoring every warning, Burja plants the tower seed directly into the frozen ground and declares that his tower will rise right here in Arene. The crimson seed sinks into the snow as the ancient rule activates. Once it drinks the blood of a demon king, a tower will begin to sprout. Gordon nearly loses his mind as he screams that this is a direct violation of the Demon King Code, but Burji coldly reminds him that he never swore loyalty to those rules in the first place. Even while hearing Gordon's outrage, Burja understands exactly where that blind devotion comes from because he once believed in the code just as strongly himself. Looking down at the snow, he quietly realizes that only death was enough to break him free from that faith. Without hesitation, Burji clenches his own hand until blood bursts from his fist. Blood drips onto the tower seat as Burji declares that the Demon King Code is nothing more than useless orc fodder, especially in a place like Arene. The ground suddenly trembles beneath Gordon's feet as the seed reacts to the Demon King's blood. A massive roar shakes the entire mountain range. The tower seed glows with terrifying force. The tower seed suddenly shoots forward from his foot. A gigantic circle spreads across the mountains in front of Burji. Burji stares into the raging storm of energy and calmly explains that Arene is overflowing with heroes, an infuriating number of them in fact. The faces of countless heroes flash through his mind like a reminder of everything he despises. At the center of the magic circle, the tower immediately recognizes its master, Deus, Flame Demon Dragon. Identification completes as the frozen earth erupts and an enormous demon tower rises from beneath the mountains. That's exactly why demon kings keep dying in Arene. The heroes destroyed tower after tower until they completely figured out the rules behind their creation and started using the Demon King Code against them instead. Burji coldly declares that the Demon King Code means nothing in this world anymore. At this point, calling it the Hero's Code would be far more accurate. Gordon can only stare at him in confusion, completely unable to understand what he means by that. The massive tower stands in the middle of the frozen mountains like a fortress, waiting for challengers to arrive. Even Gordon looks stunned as he realizes Burja really built a tower in a place this dangerous. Without hesitation, Burja heads straight toward the entrance and calmly tells Gordon to follow him inside. The first floor opens into a massive empty hall, Tower of Burji. First floor, Gordon immediately notices something feels wrong. Most towers are filled with monsters or complicated structures, but this one is completely empty. And suddenly, the Archduke's warning about losing all privileges starts making sense. Even the fifth floor, the Demon King's lair itself, stands completely abandoned. Every single floor in the tower is empty. Gordon tries to stay composed and tells himself the tower's location can't be changed anymore. But at the very least, they still need to follow the rest of the Demon King Code. The second rule immediately comes to mind. Every Demon King must kidnap a prince or princess close to the royal line, because only then can they gain greater demonic energy. Gordon respectfully offers his advice as Burji silently listens from the center of the empty throne room. Since the Arzest Mountains are closest to the kingdom of Corzin, Gordon recommends targeting the kingdom's highest-ranking princess. According to him, feeding on the kingdom's rage and anguish would allow Burja's power to grow exponentially. He even assumes Burja is about to reject the idea completely, but Burji calmly says he already chose a princess. Gordon instantly panics and offers to assist him at once, only for Burja to order him to stay behind and guard the tower instead. The Demon King's dwelling cannot remain empty. The moment Burja leaves, Gordon practically melts with relief. To him, this finally sounds like the valedictorian Demon King he admired all along, and maybe there's still time to fix everything after all. Right before leaving, Gordon nervously asks the one question still bothering him. Which princess is Burji planning to kidnap? Burji pauses for a moment and finally gives his answer. He plans to travel all the way to the southernmost nation on the continent, the Kingdom of Hildern. Far away from the frozen mountains, moonlight quietly pours into a peaceful royal bedroom. A blonde princess sits alone near the window as Burja appears outside in the night sky with his wings spread, and instead of targeting an important royal figure, Burja calmly reveals he chose the least famous princess in the entire kingdom, the 13th princess. Hovering outside her window, the Demon King simply announces that he came to take her away. Back inside the tower, Gordon completely loses his mind as he realizes Burji picked the exact opposite of everything he recommended. The princess quietly stares at the strange man hovering outside her window while Burja looks back at her in silence. Still confused, she softly asks who he is. With the full moon glowing behind him, Burji introduces himself without hesitation. He says he is a demon king, and he came there to kidnap her. But instead of panicking, the princess suddenly lets out a small laugh. Then, with a completely calm expression, she asks whether he is even capable of handling her. Burji freezes for a second, completely caught off guard by her reaction. In his head, he starts wondering if demon kings are some kind of joke to her. Trying to sound intimidating again, he reminds her that he truly is a demon king. But the princess suddenly leans forward with sparkling eyes and happily tells him that he can take her away. That answer shocks Burji even more. As he stares at her suspiciously, he asks why someone being kidnapped is acting so calm. He even wonders if this is some kind of trick. But the princess simply smiles and says that she always believed a day like this would eventually come for her. Burji narrows his eyes and warns the princess not to think she can lower his guard with cheap tricks. He says he did not make this decision lightly, and he refuses to fall for petty schemes. But the princess immediately points out how ridiculous that sounds. She asks if he seriously believes she somehow predicted a demon king would appear tonight and prepared a trap in advance. Hearing that, Burj quietly admits she has a point. Still, for some reason, an uneasy feeling continues bothering him. The princess then smiles warmly and casually asks if they should leave now. Soon after, the two of them arrive back at the frozen tower of Burji deep within the snowy mountain range. Burj walks through the tower carrying the princess in his arms, while his subordinate greets him upon his return. Without much emotion, Burji orders Gordon to keep the princess somewhere on the 4th floor and away from the dungeon. His subordinate looks completely shocked by that order. Meanwhile, the princess happily introduces herself as if she is visiting someone's home, instead of being kidnapped. Burji then explains that since she offered no resistance, he decided to show her some mercy. After hearing that, Gordon quietly accepts accepts the order. But a moment later, he suddenly says there is something important he needs to tell Burji. The massive fourth floor of the Tower of Burji leaves the princess completely alone in an empty hall. She immediately drops onto the freezing floor and complains about how cold and hard it feels, while finally realizing she has truly been kidnapped. The princess quietly remembers the comfort of her old room and how empty everything feels without pillows, blankets, or maids around her. Her thoughts drift back toward the peaceful gardens of Hilderin, and she realizes this strange tower is nothing like her home kingdom. But instead of looking afraid, the princess suddenly blushes and smiles to herself as she admits this situation somehow is not that bad. Meanwhile, Burji hears about an invitation coming from the Tower of Beasts. Gordon explains that the other demon kings are preparing a welcome banquet for the new demon king, but Burji immediately dismisses it as nothing more than outdated customs meant to test and humiliate him. At the same time, the truth about the demon kings finally becomes clear. Their pride normally makes alliances impossible, yet the threat of the Arene dimension forced every demon king to unite together. Even while remembering how he once looked down on the other demon kings as weaklings, Burji decides this time he should at least hear them out. That decision soon brings him to the massive Tower of Beasts, rising deep within a wild jungle. Inside the tower, the demon king of beasts finally reveals himself. Draxen towers over Burja like a monstrous predator and proudly declares that he has ruled this domain for 70 years. The beast king bursts into laughter as he mocks Burji for being the reckless new demon king who dared to insult the code, while openly claiming the newcomer does not look impressive at all. Burji immediately loses patience and coldly asks whether this entire invitation was only meant to provoke him. Draxen leans closer and angrily reveals that Archduke Blamif personally told him to size Burja up the moment he arrived. The moment Burji casually calls Blamif nothing more than a noisy old vampire, the atmosphere instantly turns dangerous. Draxen explodes in rage and roars that Burji's disrespect toward Archduke Blamif has gone far beyond simple insolence. Draxen slams the giant piece of meat onto the ground like he is feeding an animal instead of welcoming a guest. The Beast King shoves his massive face right beside Burja and mockingly orders him to lick it if he wants forgiveness for his disrespect. Burji calmly looks down at the mess and realizes Draxen still has no idea why he was truly sent to Arene in the first place. But Draxen only scoffs and insists Burja was exiled for insulting the Demon King Code. A cold smile slowly spreads across Burja's face as he quietly reminds Draxen that the very same code forbids demon kings from killing each other. Then his foot crashes into the ground hard enough to shake the entire area. A violent shockwave explodes outward as Burji stands, completely still in the center of the destruction. With that terrifying pressure pouring out around him, Burji stares straight at Draxen and asks if he really believes he would obey rules like that. For the first time since the meeting began, Draxen's confidence visibly cracks. Even while sweating under that overwhelming pressure, Draxen hurriedly explains that Archduke Blamif ordered him to monitor whether Burj kidnapped a princess, warning that his authority would be stripped away if he failed to report back within a month. But Burja only turns away with a cold snort, casually revealing that he already captured a princess long before anyone questioned him. That answer leaves the Beast King completely stunned as Burja calmly admits he simply chose one he liked. Far above the frozen mountains, the Tower of Burji stands silently beneath the falling snow. Back inside the tower, Gordon praises Burja for completely crushing Draxen's arrogance with pure authority alone. But Burja dismisses it like it was nothing and quietly admits there is still far more trouble waiting ahead. Even so, he orders Gordon to check on the princess because he still needs to figure out how she might be useful to him. Gordon bows his head and immediately leaves the room. Left alone in the silent chamber, Burja rubs his forehead and realizes that if the other demon kings behave like Draxen, this entire situation is going to become incredibly troublesome. Burja quietly reflects on how insulting the Demon King Code brought far harsher consequences than he originally expected. Even so, there is still not a single ounce of regret in his eyes. Rather than lowering his head before worthless trash like them, he would rather die. After making up his mind, Burji decides he will never repeat the same mistake again and starts planning to build his strength from the very beginning. Since he kidnapped the lowest ranking princess, he expected to gain only a few hundred demonic energy points, believing it was the safest way to avoid attention. But the moment the status window appears before him, the number instantly leaves him stunned. 13,000 points. Even Burji cannot understand why he gained such an absurd amount from a single princess. Before he can process it further, another notification suddenly appears. The fourth floor of the Tower of Burja has started undergoing naturalization. Then Draxen's image suddenly appears through the communication screen, congratulating Burja on becoming a new demon king. This time, the Beast King speaks with complete respect, admitting that pulling off something so reckless inside Arene is not easy at all. He even praises Burji's courage and asks whether insulting the code in front of everyone was actually part of some elaborate plan from the beginning. That confidence disappears the moment Burji realizes something has gone terribly wrong. A servant rushes toward him in panic and begs him to come to the fourth floor immediately. But the second he arrives there, the entire place leaves him speechless. The fourth floor no longer looks like part of a Demon King tower at all. A peaceful forest spreads across the area as butterflies drift through the air and clear water flows through the valley. Even Berger can only stare at the scenery in disbelief. The tower of Berger's fourth floor is actively undergoing naturalization, but somehow, it transformed into a place overflowing with life instead of demonic energy. And the real shock is waiting at the center of it all. A young blonde girl casually plays with slimes and elemental spirits, like she belongs there completely. That's when Berger finally understands how absurd this situation really is. Only someone capable of controlling all four elements could create an environment like this inside a Demon King tower. But that realization makes even less sense to him, because he specifically targeted the weakest princess he could find, not a spirit mage powerful enough to reshape an entire floor. Berger immediately questions her identity, because there should only be one spirit mage on the entire continent capable of controlling all four elements at once. But the girl casually smiles and asks if he mistook her for the 13th princess instead. That single answer makes Berger's expression completely freeze, because there is only one person she could possibly be. The girl happily introduces herself as Ernan Hildurin, the first princess of the Hildurin kingdom, and the moment that name spreads across the kingdom, absolute chaos erupts. The king explodes with rage after learning that the crown princess has been kidnapped by a demon king. He immediately orders every available soldier and the kingdom's strongest heroes to march out at once and bring her back alive. Meanwhile, Ernan looks completely amused by Berger's reaction. She even reminds him that she already warned him to think carefully about whether he could actually handle her. Berger still cannot understand how he failed to notice her overwhelming mana. A spirit mage of her level should have been impossible to hide in the first place. Ernan casually reveals the secret behind everything. The ring she wears is a royal heirloom capable of completely concealing her mana. Then she looks at Berger with a playful smile and asks the obvious question. Is he finally planning to send her back before things spiral any further out of control? But Berger immediately rejects the idea. Returning the crown princess now would make him look incompetent in front of the entire world. Heroes would stop fearing him, and gathering demonic energy points would become far more difficult. So despite realizing exactly how dangerous this situation has become, Berger decides he has no choice but to keep going. That decision instantly triggers another reaction from the system. The hatred directed toward Demon King Berger Diaz spikes even higher, pushing his demonic energy points all the way to 19,521. Berger finally realizes the kingdom already knows his identity. But even with the entire Hildurin kingdom preparing to hunt him down, his answer remains the same. The princess stays calm as Berger reminds her that she is still his prisoner, far away in the kingdom of Hildurin. The entire nation falls into unrest over the princess's disappearance. Inside the royal court, the king orders his men to kill the insolent demon king and bring his daughter back immediately. But the nobles can only lower their heads and admit they still haven't identified which demon king is responsible. That answer only makes the king even more furious as he roars at them to stop wasting time and find the culprit at once. One advisor finally steps forward and warns that something about this situation doesn't add up. He reminds the king that the demon king of lust kidnapped a foreign crown prince not long ago, and that reckless act ended with the heroes killing him. Now another demon king has suddenly abducted Hildurin's crown princess, and the advisor openly questions whether that coincidence is really believable. The nobles can only stare at him in stunned silence as the implication finally sinks in. At that moment, a trembling hand tightens around the throne, while the entire room grows tense. The king's expression darkens completely as he finally reaches a terrifying conclusion. The culprit is the new demon king. A messenger crashes into the royal court with urgent news. The teleportation circle has finally been traced, and the path leads north toward the Regressed mountain range. The moment the king hears the destination, his expression freezes in shock. Deep within the frozen Regressed mountains, the tower of Berger stands alone in the middle of endless snow. Back at the tower, Gordon warns that Hildurin's forces are already approaching, but even he doubts whether their inexperienced ruler can handle what's coming. The demon king only turns his head with a quiet grin. Instead of panicking, he calmly tells them there's nothing to fear because the kingdom cannot mobilize its royal army against him. A strategy meeting quickly breaks out as the kingdom realizes the Regressed mountains lie at the far northern edge of the continent, while Hildurin sits all the way in the south. Any army marching there would need permission to cross multiple nations, and that's exactly why the demon king remains so confident. Most kingdoms will refuse military passage, forcing Hildurin to rely on the Heroes Guild instead. Realizing the kingdom has no other option, the king finally orders a message to be sent directly to the Heroes Guild, far away in the snowy north. The massive headquarters of the Heroes Guild stands tall against the mountains. News of the kidnapped crown princess spreads through the guild almost instantly, and the adventurers can hardly believe a demon king would dare pull off something this reckless. But the moment they hear the destination is the Regressed mountain range, the mood completely changes. Veteran adventurers immediately start backing away from the mission, calling the mountains a death sentence and mocking the king for even considering it. Meanwhile, Berger calmly explains that greed controls the Heroes Guild, and no hero would willingly walk into a place where survival is nearly impossible. That's exactly why he built his tower there. Even his own subordinate is left stunned. The Demon King completely ignores the traditional code of demon rulers, yet somehow understands the continent better than anyone else. Leaning back in his chair with a confident smirk, the Demon King gives off the unsettling feeling that he's already lived through all of this before. Back in Hilderin, the king explodes in fury after learning that not a single hero is willing to accept the mission, declaring that none of them deserve to be called heroes anymore. The Demon King reflects on how the Heroes Guild has changed over time. There are now so many heroes in Arene that the guild resembles a crowded marketplace more than an organization of noble warriors. Modern heroes carefully calculate risks and rewards before accepting any mission, which means it will take the king a long time to gather a proper strike force, especially for a suicidal expedition to the Regressed Mountains. Using the extra time, the Demon King opens his tower system interface and reviews his limited demonic energy reserves. Even with the points he currently possesses, he knows he cannot withstand a full-scale assault by elite heroes forever. A dark flashback crosses his mind as terrifying heroes overwhelm the demon realm with sheer force, something he experienced firsthand. Because of that experience, he immediately starts preparing for the future. He orders Gordon to contact someone named Draxon and arrange the sale of demonic energy in exchange for human currency. After hearing this, Gordon becomes horrified. To demons, demonic energy is priceless. It enhances abilities, unlocks tower functions, and can even summon monsters from the demon realm. Trading such a resource for ordinary money sounds completely insane to him. But the Demon King calmly explains that his demonic energy alone cannot stop the heroes forever. While human currency gives him flexibility and more options, far beyond the mountains, a fortified city called Houghton Walk stands as the last major stronghold near the Regressed Mountains. A cloaked figure quietly steps through the city gates. Disguised beneath a black cloak, the Demon King quietly enters the city as the soldiers marvel that someone crossed the Regressed Mountains alone and survived. Instead of arguing, he casually bribes them with gold coins. While the soldiers greedily whisper among themselves, the Demon King silently studies the city around him. One thing becomes painfully clear: navigating this place alone would be impossible. So instead of wandering blindly, he heads straight for the Crimson Hawk Mercenary Guild. Inside the guild hall, the mercenaries are completely relaxed while talking like men who struck gold. According to them, the city soldiers fight the monsters every single day, while the mercenaries simply collect the rewards afterward. The mercenaries laugh off the rumors completely, insisting no real Demon King would ever hide a tower deep inside the deadly Regressed Mountains. One of them even claims the Demon King kidnapped Hilderin's crown princess, only to get mocked for believing such ridiculous stories. But another mercenary points out something strange. The Heroes Guild already knows where the tower is, yet they still refused an enormous reward to attack it. To them, the answer is obvious. The heroes are dragging things out so they can bleed the desperate king for even more money. The entire table bursts into laughter, while mocking the greed of heroes. That's when a cold voice suddenly cuts through the room from directly behind them. The drunk mercenary nearly jumps out of his skin as armed men instantly surround the mysterious stranger. Burji calmly smiles at the terrified mercenaries, admitting they know more than enough to become useful guides. That confidence instantly enrages the guild members as several armed men rush him from every direction, screaming that he'll never leave alive. But the moment they get close, bodies explode backward across the tavern before anyone even understands what happened. In a single blur of movement, Burji tears through the entire group and sends mercenaries crashing across the floor. Even more attackers charge him in pure rage, swinging their weapons down while calling him filthy scum. One mercenary slams his weapon down with everything he has. A vicious grin spreads across Burji's face while his claws grind into the wooden club hard enough to crack it apart. The mercenary's eyes widen in pure panic as he finally realizes something is horribly wrong. Crossbowmen immediately rush onto the upper railing and take aim from above, but before they can fire a shot, Burji sends one of the mercenaries crashing straight into them. The surviving mercenary grabs his head in terror and screams that Burj is a monster. And judging from the smile on Burji's face, he doesn't even bother denying it. Outside the guild hall, the entire building shakes as violent impacts echo through the city. People outside barely even react anymore, casually commenting that the guild is fighting again while the entire building keeps shaking. Inside, the tavern looks like a battlefield as unconscious mercenaries cover the floor around Burja. Standing over the terrified survivor, Burji calmly promises to spare him if he answers a few questions. The mercenary instantly agrees the moment Burji asks where the slave market is. Before long, the two arrive at the massive estate grounds. The trembling mercenary leads Burji through the property toward the slave market. Inside the cages, terrified humans stare out as Burji asks if they only have human slaves, and the mercenary asks if they are not to his liking. Burja barely even looks at them before asking if they have anything rarer. The mercenary nearly jumps out of his skin as a pouch full of gold lands in his hands. The mercenary's greedy smile returns immediately as he eagerly leads Burja deeper into the estate. Watching him act completely unfazed after seeing his own men get destroyed, Burj quietly realizes humans chasing money and demons chasing demonic energy really are not that different. Without another word, he follows the broker underground. The man nervously opens the next chamber and tells Burja this is where the real merchandise is kept. At the same time, Gordon's voice echoes through Burge's mind, reminding him exactly why human money matters in the first place. If humans can capture otherworldly races as slaves, then he can buy them for himself. Behind the bars, a battered elf glares out with exhausted eyes while Burge calmly decides an elf known for integrity would make the perfect spy. He immediately settles on using the elf to spread chaos among the heroes. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace of Hilderin, the kingdom finally welcomes the arrival of hero Hillen Cargill. Kneeling before the throne, Hillen swears that he will rescue the princess and bring back the demon king's head in the name of justice. Meanwhile, Burge continues studying the imprisoned elf while calculating how easily someone from a race known for innocence could deceive the heroes. The broker arrives asking what kind of slave he wants. Burge immediately points at the elf and says he's buying that one. Then he casually throws the entire payment onto the terrified mercenary who brought him there. A wave of killing intent instantly floods the room as Burge coldly asks if anyone objects. The brokers panic and hurriedly insist they would never refuse someone willing to pay. Burge calmly orders everyone to leave so he can confirm something himself, even while they nervously warn him the elf could go berserk. But the terrified mercenary immediately backs down after Burge reminds him that if anything goes wrong, he'll be the one paying for it. After everyone leaves, Burge slowly approaches the iron cage where the battered elf sits chained. With a wave of demonic energy, he unlocks the restraints sealing the elf's mouth shut and quietly mocks the sight of such a proud race being reduced to slaves. The elf immediately senses the dark energy surrounding him and asks if Burge is a demon, unable to understand why someone from the demon realm would come here for an elf. But instead of threatening him, Burge calmly says he wants to offer him a chance to take revenge on the humans who humiliated him. The elf admits the offer is tempting, yet says demons are no more trustworthy than humans. Burge answers without hesitation. He says he is different. If the elf remains loyal to him for 50 years, Burge promises him safety, freedom, and protection from ever being treated like this again. Then he calmly adds that 50 years is nothing for elves compared to a lifetime of slavery and humiliation. But the elf's expression hardens as memories of the sacred world tree fill his mind. To him, demons are still the enemies trying to destroy both the world tree and the entire world sustained by it. The elf stares at him and asks how an elf is supposed to trust a demon, even chained to the floor. The elf points out how absurd it is for a demon to seek help from someone his race should consider an enemy, and Burge realizes the question strikes directly at his biggest weakness. Instead of backing away, Burge quietly accepts the challenge and decides to prove his sincerity another way. With his hand over his chest, he swears on the Demon King's standards that he will honor every promise he made and never harm the world tree. That vow immediately catches the elf off guard because, to demons, the Demon King's standards carry the same sacred weight the world tree holds for elves. So Burge offers his own condition and says that if the elf truly wants his loyalty for the next 50 years, then the oath must be made properly. For the first time since their conversation began, a faint smile finally appears across the elf's face as he admits Burge is far stranger than any demon he expected. Standing tall despite the chains binding him, the elf introduces himself as Granada of the Maple Tribe and declares he will only swear loyalty after meeting the Demon King responsible for this deal. And with a calm smile on his face, Burge finally reveals the truth. He is the Demon King. Granada's expression freezes completely as he tries to process the impossible claim standing right in front of him. A second later, the elf bursts into laughter and refuses to believe any demon king would leave their tower just to buy a slave, especially when their power weakens the farther they travel from home. Still laughing like the whole thing is ridiculous, Granada boldly declares that if Burge really is a demon king, then he'll double the deal and serve him for an entire 100 years instead. Inside Burge's tower on the 5th floor, the elf finally comes face to face with the truth he thought was impossible. Sitting calmly on his throne, Burge reminds him that the 100-year contract was entirely Granada's own idea. The realization hits instantly, and Granada completely loses his mind as he screams that the whole thing feels like a scam because the tower is practically empty. Staring across the massive vacant floor, the elf can't believe there's literally nothing guarding the tower up to the 3rd floor. And after seeing the 4th floor filled with nothing but peaceful nature, Granada can only wonder what kind of Demon King tower doesn't even have a single monster inside it. Granada completely snaps, warning that a tower this empty won't survive even a single year before the heroes tear it apart. But the moment he tries to walk away, overwhelming demonic power floods the entire room as Burge calmly reminds him that their contract is already sealed. Cold sweat runs down the elf's face as the pressure crushing his body finally proves the terrifying truth. The man before him really is a demon king. Remembering the disaster-level monsters that ignored them in the Regressed Mountains, Granada suddenly realizes those creatures weren't avoiding him at all. They were avoiding the Demon King beside him. That realization changes everything, and the elf kneels down to swear his loyalty to Burge for the next 100 years under the name of the World Tree itself. As he lowers his head, Granada convinces himself that a Demon King powerful enough to personally recruit him must have some massive evil plan underway, and that helping with it might finally earn him his revenge. Meanwhile, Burji casually smiles from his throne and gives his terrifying new subordinate his very first order: prepare a meal. The command hits Granada so hard that his brain practically stops working on the spot. Granada chops vegetables in complete silence, realizing his grand revenge scheme somehow turned into kitchen duty instead. Even while he cooks, the princess around him cheerfully talks about helping with the meal, leaving the elf even more confused about what kind of Demon King tower this actually is. Inside Burji's 5th floor dining hall, the Demon King calmly sits down for dinner with the others. The moment Granada notices the princess's face, his expression stiffens as he carefully asks if she's from the Hilderan kingdom. Burji casually confirms that the girl beside him is Ernan Hilderan herself. That answer nearly sends Granada into a panic as he jumps from his seat and screams that kidnapping the crown princess is complete madness when the tower barely has anything defending it. But Burji simply takes a bite of food and reminds Granada that protecting the tower is exactly why he bought him in the first place. The response leaves Granada completely speechless as the Demon King casually tells him to stop worrying and eat. Meanwhile, Burji praises the cooking while Ern happily takes credit for helping too, and the exhausted elf can only sit there wondering what kind of absurd situation he just got dragged into. On the tower's 4th floor, Granada quietly asks if this is where he's supposed to fight the heroes, but Burji immediately shuts the idea down, calmly explaining that if the heroes ever make it this far, the battle is already over. Instead, the Demon King reveals Granada's real job: disrupting the human world in his place. The elf stares at him in disbelief as the realization hits that he's being turned into a spy. But before sending him anywhere, Burji decides to test his abilities first and casually tells him to attack. That single sentence leaves Granada speechless because defeating a Demon King in his own tower seems impossible. So Burj offers him a handicap, promising to use only one hand without a trace of demonic energy, and if Granada somehow wins, their 100-year contract will be shortened by 50 years. The offer reignites Granada's fighting spirit as mana erupts around his body and he charges forward, nearly screaming that he'll crush Burja's head. In the next instant, Granada bursts forward as the field tears apart behind him. Granada's assault tears through the ground itself as he throws everything he has directly at the Demon King. But even while blocking every strike with one hand, Burji calmly analyzes the elf's movements and realizes he enhanced his body using the 4th floor's mana instead of ordinary magic, quietly admitting that the style suits an elf perfectly. Granada roars that an average elf could never pull this off and warns Burja to blame himself for choosing the wrong opponent in the wrong place. But the moment roots burst out around Burja's feet, the Demon King instantly notices the trap. Granada lunges forward with a grin, his fist glowing with intense green energy as he shouts that Burj is wide open and declares that he's taking those 50 years back. A grin slowly spreads across Burja's face instead. Dark pressure explodes around the Demon King as massive wings spread behind him, and he calmly reminds Granada exactly who he's fighting. Even with those terrifying eyes staring right at him, Burji casually assures the elf that he isn't even trying to use demonic energy and promises to control his strength so Granada survives the fight. For the first time since the duel began, Granada's confidence completely disappears, and the impact shakes the entire tower. Back at the Red Hawk mercenary headquarters in Houghton Walk, the captain immediately welcomes Burji like an honored guest the second he walks through the door. Burji calmly tells him he wants to hire the mercenaries for an entire year, and the man instantly switches into full business mode, while the others awkwardly watch their captain suck up to the same guy who beat them half to death. But the atmosphere changes completely when Burji drops a massive pile of gold right in front of them as a deposit. The mercenaries immediately start swearing lifelong loyalty to their captain instead. Without wasting time, Burj orders the captain to place one particular man on the team and explains that he'll be relaying orders from now on. The entire room falls silent when the bruised elf finally steps forward and introduces himself as Granada. And judging from everyone's expressions, nobody expected this to happen at all. The mercenaries can only stare in confusion as Granada instantly gets dragged into the group like he's been part of the squad for years. But Burja already made up his mind. Even if they look mediocre, he knows these are seasoned mercenaries who survive the brutal conditions around Regressed, and fighters like that are hard to find anywhere else. At the same time, Burja quietly reveals the real reason he formed the team in the first place. The only hero capable of answering Hilderan's request this season is Hillen Cargill, the man famous for defeating the Demon King of Lust, and the Red Hawk mercenaries' very first mission is to investigate that hero. Burj orders them to investigate Hillen Cargill, the hero directly employed by Hilderan. After handing the hero problem over to Granada, Burj returns to his tower and finally shifts his focus toward himself instead, because while everyone else moves according to his plans, the Demon King has already decided it's time for him to grow stronger too. Demonic energy points could be used either to strengthen the tower itself, or to directly enhance the Demon King. But after selling off all his points earlier, Burj only has one option left if he wants to grow stronger now. The answer is the Spirit Blossom, a rare crystal formed by absorbing the mana of nature for countless years, and once consumed, it grants an enormous boost in strength. Deep within the Regressed Mountains, where violent mana storms and terrifying monsters keep humans away, nature has remained almost untouched for ages. Because of that, Spirit blossoms there have continued absorbing pure natural mana for years, refining their energy far beyond normal levels. Even if they aren't as effective for demons as demonic energy itself, Burji decides it's still better than nothing and immediately announces that he's going to search for some spirit blossoms himself. But Gordon quickly warns him that rushing out unprepared is dangerous. Finding spirit blossoms in those mountains is practically impossible, and the monsters roaming around will attack the moment they sense weakness. Burji calmly admits that handling monsters won't be a problem for him, but locating the blossoms really would be difficult. And just as Gordon mentions needing an excellent mana detector, someone suddenly knocks on the door. The door slowly opens as Ernan cheerfully peeks inside and asks if they're busy. The moment Burji sees who's standing there, even he freezes for a moment. Then, with sparkling excitement, she rushes in saying she's been unbelievably bored lately and reminds Burj about his promise to let her decorate the 4th floor however she wants. Burj immediately agrees as long as she can help him find the spirit blossoms. But the second he says that, he realizes something horrifying. She's already decorating the tower to her own taste, and somehow, that thought alone feels completely insane. Meanwhile, Ernan happily admits she never expected she'd actually get to leave the tower, and says it's a good thing she came to check on him. Then Burji suddenly places a hand on her shoulder. Before she can even react, Burji tells her to hold on tight while his massive wings spread across the balcony. An explosion of wind erupts beneath them as the Demon King launches straight into the sky at terrifying speed. The violent acceleration instantly forces the girl to shut her eyes from the pressure, but the moment she slowly opens them again, the sheer size of the world leaves her completely stunned. For the first time in her life, endless mountains and skies stretch far beyond the tower she spent years trapped inside. Back in the kingdom, her entire life had been nothing but endless studying, magic training, and repeating the same routine every single day. Now, while flying across the Arzest Mountains beside the Demon King, she happily realizes she might be the first person to ever cross these mountains through the sky. Burji barely reacts to the claim and calmly tells the princess to focus on her task instead. But before she can continue talking, Ernan suddenly insists that he stop calling her princess, and excitedly tells him to call her Ernan instead, since they'll be spending plenty of time together from now on, leaving the Demon King completely speechless. Even Burji realizes he might have spoiled her a little too much as he coldly reminds Ernan to remember her place, and threatens to throw her into the underground prison if she keeps pushing her luck. The girl instantly apologizes while he orders her to use the spirits to track down the spirit blossoms. The tiny spirits scatter through the skies at incredible speed while Ernan nervously tells them to come back safely. Watching them disappear into the distance, Burj quietly admits they'll probably find the blossoms far faster than either he or Gordon could. Only moments later, Ernan suddenly shouts that they found one. A glowing blue spirit blossom reveals itself in the middle of the snowy wasteland, but the moment they approach it, a massive group of monsters is already surrounding the flower before either of them can reach it. Standing with his wings spread wide, the Demon King commands the monsters below to obey the Demon King's order, telling them to leave the spirit blossom alone and simply leave this place. The monsters immediately reject his command and openly declare that they no longer recognize the words of demons, and that they simply want him dead. Burji suddenly bursts into laughter as he admits Gordon was completely right about these creatures all along. Purple flames erupt around the Demon King while he mocks himself for expecting beasts to think rationally and calmly decides to burn every last one of them to ashes. The monsters immediately roar back with killing intent as they charge forward, screaming for his death and swearing to protect what belongs to them. Without even flinching, Burji compresses a massive amount of purple magic into a single point at his fingertips. An enormous wave of purple destruction tears through the battlefield and instantly swallows the monsters whole. The purple flames blast straight through the charging beasts as their screams echo across the wasteland. But in the middle of the chaos, several monsters suddenly break through the attack and rush directly toward the defenseless princess instead. Burji instantly swings another sphere of dark flames into position before the monsters can reach her. Burji's second wave of dark magic erupts across the battlefield and completely overwhelms the monsters trying to break through his defenses. The princess stares in shock as countless pure orcs get erased before they can even come close to reaching them. She suddenly realizes that creatures powerful enough to hunt ogres in groups can't even approach the Demon King for a single second. Meanwhile, Burji calmly gathers an even denser mass of purple energy between his hands. The sky itself seems to split apart as gigantic purple beasts made of pure destruction crash through the battlefield and wipe out everything in their path. Within moments, the entire frozen wasteland falls completely silent. The princess quickly runs toward the spirit blossom and excitedly announces that the flower's mana purity is unbelievably high. It turns out to be a hyacinth spirit blossom with both water and ice attributes. Seeing her excitement, Burji casually tells her that if they manage to find more blossoms, she can keep one for herself. The princess instantly lights up with joy and promises she'll search as hard as she can, while Burja quietly wonders if humans really become this motivated whenever they're rewarded. Unfortunately, Even after searching until total exhaustion, Ernan never manages to find a second field of spirit blossoms anywhere in the area. After returning to Burji's tower deep within the frozen mountains, Burji quietly stares at the hyphen spirit blossom and reflects on Crown Princess Ernan Hilderin once again. At first, he believed bringing her here had been nothing more than a troublesome mistake. Meanwhile, exhausted from the endless searching, Ernan falls asleep wrapped in Burji's fur cloak as tiny spirits drift around her while Burji realizes her connection with the spirits may make her far more useful than he expected. Gordon suddenly reports that Granada has already made contact, and even Burji looks surprised by how quickly everything is moving. At the same time, hero Hillen Cargill leaves Hilderin's capital alongside 32 other heroes, but their group isn't heading toward Erzist at all. Instead, the heroes calmly follow the traditional path by forming a party, helping villages, and growing stronger throughout their journey. Watching their route unfold, Gordon presents several plans to interfere with the hero party and urges Burj to review them carefully. But the moment Burj looks through the proposals, he immediately dismisses every single one, leaving Gordon stunned. A grin spreads across Burj's face as he declares that this time there will be no monsters or interruptions standing in the hero's way. According to him, pointless interference only makes heroes stronger. So Granada's real mission is to travel alongside the hero party with the mercenaries and earn their trust instead. Even Gordon can't hide his confusion anymore as he points out that Burji still isn't following the standard Demon King strategy, especially with their tower still lacking proper defenses. But Burji only smiles calmly and assures him not to worry, because he already plans to strengthen the tower himself. Burji calmly reveals that the tower's next reinforcement will involve a dwarf. The moment Gordon hears that, he completely loses composure and screams that their tower already contains a human and a high elf, so adding a dwarf would turn the entire place into a joke. But Burji's expression instantly turns cold as purple demonic energy swirls around his arm and silences the outburst. Keeping his composure, the Demon King explains that the real value isn't the dwarf himself but the magical tools dwarves can create. As far as Burji is concerned, the heroes have already become too comfortable with the standard structure of Demon King towers, expecting weak monsters on the lower floors every single time. But instead of monsters, Burji imagines dozens of cannons waiting for them the instant they enter the first floor. Even Gordon freezes in disbelief as he realizes the heroes would never expect something like that. Still visibly shaken, Gordon points out that even this idea completely breaks the normal standards of a Demon King tower. But by the time Gordon looks back toward the throne, Burja is already gone without a trace. The moment Burja disappears, Gordon completely loses his mind and screams that the Demon King has already gone off to recruit another strange addition to the tower. Deep beneath the surface, the massive underground dwarven city of Wolfner stretches through the cavern like an entire hidden kingdom. Inside one of the blazing workshops, a dwarf blacksmith hammers molten metal while sparks and mana erupt around him with every strike. That craftsman turns out to be Loger Friedrich, the greatest dwarven blacksmith in the city and Burja's newest kidnapping target. Not long afterward, a cloaked figure quietly arrives at the gates of Wolfner and stares into the heart of the dwarven city in silence. Even Burji admits that despite fighting countless dwarves before his regression, this is his first time ever visiting their homeland directly. His search quickly leads him toward a place called the Midnight Inn. Inside the inn, Burji calmly drops several coins onto the table and asks where he can find the most outstanding blacksmith in the entire city, because he wants to commission a weapon. The innkeeper chuckles at the pile of gold and admits that Burji definitely knows how to talk business with dwarves. Following the directions, Burji reaches the center of the city where a gigantic shaft descends deep underground through layers of machinery and security systems. Instead of using the monitored lift like everyone else, he casually taps the railing and makes his decision. A second later, Burji throws himself straight into the massive hole and dives through the center of the underground city at terrifying speed. The deeper he goes, the more the atmosphere changes until he finally reaches the lowest floor hidden beneath the city. After reaching the deepest section, Burji calmly opens the door. At the very end of the underground complex, flames explode through the workshop while a lone dwarf continues hammering metal with overwhelming focus. And standing inside that inferno of sparks and machinery is the man Burj came for, Loger Friedrich himself. Watching the dwarf work, Burji realizes the man's control over mana is so precise that the energy itself almost looks alive. The moment that thought crosses his mind, Burja quietly reaches toward the blacksmith and considers abducting him on the spot. But the instant the hammer crashes down, a violent burst of heat explodes through the entire workshop. The flames tear across the room so suddenly that even Burji is forced backward in shock. At that moment, he realizes the dwarf somehow sensed the tiny trace of demonic energy leaking from him. And once the blacksmith charges straight through the flames with his hammer raised, Burji can't help wondering if this dwarf might actually be something far more dangerous than expected. Their attacks collide head-on in a massive explosion that shakes the entire forge. Even while blocking the strike, Burji tells the dwarf, "You are a hero." Loger roars without hesitation and declares himself a hero blacksmith whose power exists exist to destroy demons. The furious dwarf swears Burge will never leave the land of dwarves alive, but the Demon King only smirks beneath the shadows and mocks him for being far weaker than his words suggest. Then he finally reveals the truth himself. I'm not a demon. I'm a Demon King. The moment those words leave his mouth, Lojer coughs as the overwhelming pressure behind him crushes the workshop with pure fear. Even the dwarf's massive hammer slips from his hand and crashes onto the floor. Outside the forge, armored dwarven guards storm into the facility after hearing the explosion echo through the lower levels. But when the smoke clears, the entire workshop is already empty. Panic spreads through the underground city as the dwarves realize Lojer is gone and an intruder has abducted their greatest blacksmith. Orders immediately spread across Wolfner to seal every exit and search the entire facility before the kidnapper escapes. Meanwhile, high above the city, Burge silently watches the chaos below with the dwarf beside him. Burge quietly warns the dwarf that a single scream will get him killed instantly. Even while pinned to the ground, Lojer still panics at the thought of a Demon King entering the dwarven city for their princess. But Burge immediately shuts that idea down and coldly tells him he has no interest in any princess at all. Instead, the Demon King calmly reminds him that dwarven blacksmiths keep hidden underground escape routes for emergencies. Then he gives a simple order: guide me. The terrified dwarf can only grit his teeth and convince himself the Demon King must still be targeting the princess somehow. Fear completely overwhelms him as he admits the only reason he lived quietly for so long was because he was terrified of ever fighting Demon Kings. Tears stream down his face while panic consumes him whole. Why did this have to happen to me? Seeing the dwarf refuse to cooperate, Burge casually offers another option. He'll kidnap the princess instead and let Lojer go free. That single sentence immediately leaves the dwarf horrified. Lojer points toward the princess in the distance and quietly paints the worst possible future for himself. The selfish hero sold the princess just to beg for his own life. And if rumors like that spread through the dwarven kingdom, every dwarf would see Lojer as a coward who betrayed their people. The blacksmith completely breaks down at the thought of it while cursing the Demon King. He realizes everyone will believe the rumor because they already know how weak he truly is. And now all he can imagine is a life of torture and humiliation by his own people. Burge forces the trembling dwarf to make a choice: betray the princess or follow him willingly through the underground passage. Terrified of what awaits him if that rumor spreads, Lojer immediately caves and blurts out that he'll sell the princess out if it means avoiding a lifetime of torture. Leaning close to his face, the Demon King quietly guarantees his safety and swears the vow on the standards every Demon King worships. The moment those words leave the Demon King's mouth, panic in the dwarf's eyes instantly turns into shock. To Lojer, a vow made on the Demon King's standards is absolute, and there's no way Burge would ever break it. The blacksmith squeezes his eyes shut for a moment before finally making up his mind. With a completely different expression, he suddenly offers to guide the Demon King through the underground passage himself. While armed dwarven soldiers surround the workshop searching for the missing hero, Lojer is already long gone. Far away from the chaos, the princess quietly calls his name, while wondering where he disappeared to during the forging process. Princess Louise Werft stands alone beside the unfinished weapon as the dwarves nervously report that Lojer may have been kidnapped. Louise immediately snaps at the dwarves and refuses to believe a hero like Lojer could ever be kidnapped so easily. Furious at their excuses, the princess orders every soldier to hunt down the kidnapper and drag him back to her immediately. Her eyes burn with killing intent as she warns the entire search party that failure will cost them their heads. Deep beneath the kingdom, Lojer leads Burge through the narrow secret tunnel hidden beneath his workshop. The exhausted dwarf crawls through the cramped passage while the Demon King silently follows behind him. Burge finally loses patience and complains that he's been staring at the dwarf's disgusting backside the entire trip, while Lojer desperately begs him to endure a little longer. At the end of the tunnel, the two finally emerge before a massive hidden structure buried deep underground. Completely out of breath, Lojer collapses onto the rocky ground and declares that his role ends here, now that he's shown the Demon King the underground passage. The blacksmith stares at the Demon King in complete panic as purple flames explode behind him, desperately reminding him about the vow made on the Demon King standards. But the Demon King only grins and calls the vow meaningless garbage, leaving the terrified dwarf completely speechless. Dark energy curls around his claws as he looms over the trembling blacksmith and calmly asks what he should do with him now. Fear instantly crushes the dwarf's pride, and he throws himself to the ground while desperately begging for his life. The blacksmith shamelessly offers everything he has, bragging about his metallurgy skills and claiming he can forge any weapon the Demon King wants. Sweat pours down his face as he offers to become a spy as well, proving survival matters far more to him than loyalty. The Demon King finally gives him a chance, declaring that mercy will be granted if the blacksmith swears allegiance to him. The dwarf immediately bows over and over while loudly praising the great Demon King like his life depends on it. But the second he turns away, the coward's true colors finally appear as he curses the Demon King and vows revenge the moment he escapes. Pure hatred burns in his eyes as he swears the Demon King will regret letting him live for the rest of his life. the blacksmith suddenly wakes up inside the tower's 4th floor, surrounded by floating spirits and endless greenery while complete confusion takes over his face. Meanwhile, Gordon completely loses his mind the second he realizes Berger actually dragged a dwarf into the tower, and not just any dwarf, but a hero dwarf at that. Even the report from outside gets ignored immediately as Gordon panics over the situation in front of him. The princess quietly leans toward the dwarf and asks if the hero came to rescue her, before realizing that probably isn't the case at all. The terrified dwarf stares at Berger in disbelief and asks why he's even here after supposedly being spared, but the Demon King calmly reminds him that mercy never meant freedom. Berger casually reveals that he knocked the dwarf unconscious and brought him into the tower himself, because leaving a hero blacksmith unattended would obviously be dangerous. And somehow, the dwarf completely breaks into laughter instead. The dwarf's laughter only gets louder until the entire 4th floor echoes with it. Berger watches the breakdown with a grin and casually asks if he's really that happy to become his subordinate. Tears stream down the dwarf's face as he forces out a trembling answer, claiming he's absolutely thrilled to serve the Demon King. Berger immediately accepts the attitude and tells him his first mission is already prepared. The dwarf nervously asks what kind of mission a Demon King could possibly want from him, and Berger answers with the most insane request imaginable: install massive cannons across the 1st floor to wipe out the heroes. Far away at the Regressed Heroes Journey Preparation Station, rumors about the new Demon King are already spreading through hero society. The reports claim the Demon King uses terrifying black flames, forcing heroes to prepare fire-resistant equipment before entering the tower. The rumors keep spreading as more heroes convince themselves the new Demon King stopped deploying monsters because he's afraid of fighting them directly. But Berger calmly points out that the heroes still haven't realized the real danger yet. Without glory, wealth, or meaningful battles inside the tower, the heroes will eventually lose interest completely, and once that happens, they'll stop growing stronger. Granada quietly realizes Berger is fighting a battle against time itself and agrees to continue monitoring the situation. Even he can't hide his shock anymore, as he admits the Demon King understands human nature far better than anyone expected. Walking back into the station, Granada can only wonder if a Demon King like Berger has ever existed before admitting he's relieved they aren't enemies. Back inside the tower, Berger adds one restriction to Ludger's mission: absolutely no mana stones can be used in the traps. The dwarf immediately panics and insists traps without mana stones would never work against heroes, but Berger coldly tells him that's his problem to solve. According to Berger, heroes are practically loved by the world itself, giving them absurd sensitivity to magical energy. Any trap powered by mana stones would be detected long before it could ever activate against them. Berger calmly warns the dwarf that if the greatest blacksmith he could find still fails him, he'll simply replace him with someone else entirely. The threat alone instantly changes the dwarf's attitude as he desperately blurts out that he actually does have a way to hide traces of mana. According to him, he once created a magical tool capable of concealing mana signatures completely, though making one take several years. But the second Berger hears that, his smile turns terrifying as he accuses the dwarf of trying to use excuses just to escape the tower. The blacksmith immediately panics and swears he's telling the truth this time. Berger finally agrees to trust him, but only after locking a glowing magical collar around his neck. The horrified dwarf freezes as Berger casually explains the device can separate his head from his body with a single motion, and to make sure escape becomes impossible, Berger adds another magical tool that completely hides the dwarf's face from other people. If the dwarf ever removes it, Berger will treat that as an escape attempt immediately. At that point, the blacksmith can only scream that he'll never take it off no matter what. After securing his new subordinate, Berger travels across multiple kingdoms collecting supplies and mana-related materials for the tower. The process takes nearly an entire month as he stores everything inside his subspace pocket while preparing for whatever comes next. After gathering all the materials, Berger and Lodger finally return to Wolfner. Meanwhile, back in the Dwarven Kingdom, absolute chaos has broken out. A month and a half has already passed, yet the princess still hasn't found the missing blacksmith. She completely explodes in rage, screaming at the guards and investigators for being useless and incompetent. The soldiers try explaining that the blacksmiths had secretly dug countless tunnels beneath the city over the years, making the search incredibly difficult. Worse still, they believe the kidnapper and victim have probably already escaped long ago. That only makes the princess even angrier. To her, that's obvious. Of course the kidnappers fled already. What matters is that they still haven't identified or captured whoever took him. So she gives the investigators a final ultimatum. They have exactly 2 more weeks to find the culprit. If they fail, they're dead. Terrified, the officials immediately swear they'll find the kidnappers no matter what. The entire search force scrambles into action the moment she orders every blacksmith tunnel in the kingdom to be sealed immediately. Even after everyone leaves, the princess still stands there trembling with rage as the destroyed underground workshop falls silent around her. The princess stares at the unfinished blade Lodger forged for her, quietly admitting that this weapon was supposed to belong to her. But the obsession in her eyes immediately twists into something far more dangerous as she crushes the weapon in her hands and demands that Loger stay alive until he finishes it. At that exact moment, a hidden hatch slowly opens behind her while Loger cautiously peeks out from underground. The moment she turns around, her furious expression instantly disappears. Loger freezes in panic as the mask hiding his identity remains fully active across his face. The princess quietly realizes that the tunnel behind him is one of Loger's secret passages, a place nobody else should even know exists. Now she can only stare at the hidden blacksmith in complete disbelief as she softly calls out his name. Meanwhile, Loger nearly dies from panic the moment he realizes the princess is staring directly at him despite the mask still hiding his identity. Louise bursts into laughter as she realizes Loger actually came back on his own. Still smiling, she accuses Loger of hiding because he refused to forge her weapon, while the terrified Loger desperately calls it a misunderstanding. But her expression turns completely cold as lightning crackles around her body, and she declares that Loger now belongs to her for the rest of his life. At the same time, she lunges straight at the terrified Loger and promises to punish him for trying to escape. A massive blast of purple energy suddenly crashes through the room. The princess skids across the floor as she stares ahead in shock and demands to know who interfered. A black boot lands on the floor, and standing in front of Loger, Burji calmly tells him to gather whatever equipment he needs while the mask hiding his identity remains fully active. The furious Luce demands to know who this man is and why he's protecting the blacksmith she considers worthless. Without even flinching, Burji calmly declares that he's the master of the blacksmith she's been extorting. That answer only makes her angrier as she rockets straight toward him and screams that Loger belongs to her forever. Electricity explodes around the room while she unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks and demands to know who dares take her blacksmith away. But behind the mask, Burji's eyes stay completely calm. In a single motion, he drives a massive wave of purple energy through a powerful kick. Louise catches his strike with one hand as she stares at him. Even Burja looks slightly surprised by her strength for a brief second. A violent impact sends Burja crashing backward across the room, while Louise grins and prepares to turn her attention back toward Loger. With his hand gripping the girl's head, Burji drives a punch infused with dark purple energy. Blue sparks erupt all around them while he twists through her attacks and keeps her locked in close combat. Burja instantly recognizes Louise as the Dwarven Kingdom's second princess, and even without being a hero, her strength is terrifying. Memories of the future flash through his mind as he remembers that before his regression, she was far stronger than she is now. Even while holding the princess down, he realizes killing her now would cost nearly all of his remaining demonic power, and in his weakened state after regression, that risk is far too high. Worse still, the moment he used that power, Louise already learned the truth that he's the Demon King. At the same time, Loger desperately tears through the workshop equipment while explosions keep erupting around him. Still catching his breath from the fight, the Demon King asks if the blacksmith managed to gather everything yet, and Loger replies that he's still dismantling it. Deep inside the facility, the Demon King stands beside Mana's Phantom, a massive machine created by Loger Friedrich that can completely erase traces of mana. Purple energy leaks from Burji's body as he coldly warns Loger to finish dismantling the machine within a single minute. But Louise crashes back into the workshop in a burst of lightning and refuses to let them escape, while the Demon King threatens to abandon Loger if he slows them down. Even while preparing for another clash, he realizes he has no idea how much longer he can keep fighting without his true strength and demonic energy. Louise dives straight through the workshop like a lightning bolt and slams directly into Burja's attack. The Dwarven Princess glares at him with killing intent and swears that neither he nor Loger will leave this place alive. But even while blocking her head on, Burji mocks her for sounding exactly like a Demon King before declaring that he's taking both the blacksmith and Mana's Phantom for himself. Behind them, the massive machine finally breaks apart as gears and pipes explode across the room. Loger screams that the dismantling is complete while Burji and Louis collide again in another violent shockwave. The moment Louise realizes what Loger just did, her expression twists with fury as she curses him for helping the enemy escape. But Burji immediately notices the opening in her guard, and his kick crashes directly into the princess with enough force to blast her across the workshop. Debris explodes across the chamber as Louise crashes straight through the floor from the force of Burji's kick. Without wasting a second, Burji tears open a subspace pocket and orders Loger to get out of the way. But even while buried under rubble, Louise roars that attacks like that are completely useless against her. The Dwarven Princess suddenly freezes when she notices the men in front of her have completely vanished. The guards rush into the room asking what happened, but the princess just snaps at them for being too slow, demanding to know if they were waiting for her to die before showing up. She screams for them to chase Loger through the tunnel as a massive explosion erupts behind her, sending flames and debris flying everywhere. The princess gazes down with a hollow expression, wondering if Loger really hated the idea of making her weapon so much that he'd actually blow up the tunnel to escape. But as she stares into the debris, a twisted grin spreads across her face, finding it incredibly interesting that Loger would go to such extreme lengths. Louise's eyes fill with obsession as she swears she'll hunt Loger down, even if she has to search the entire continent just to make him regret escaping her. And the way she slowly whispers his name makes the entire room feel unsettling. Far away from the chaos, heavy chains drag across the floor as Mana's Phantom finally arrives inside Burji's tower. The massive machine towers over everyone on the first floor. Burji calmly declares that this weapon is the key to stopping the heroes while Gordon and Ernan stare at it in complete disbelief. Standing beside the machine, Lojer proudly announces that Mana's Phantom is fully installed. Burji immediately orders him to activate it. Purple demonic energy spills from the Demon King's body as he warns Lojer that dragging this thing here better have been worth all the trouble. Completely drenched in sweat, the blacksmith hurriedly activates the machine, and the core of Mana's Phantom finally roars to life like a giant swirling galaxy. The moment Mana's Phantom activates, a blinding wave of light floods the entire tower and forces everyone to shield their eyes. The tower immediately recognizes Mana's Phantom and offers synchronization in exchange for 10,000 points. Even Burja looks caught off guard as he realizes the tower has a synchronization function he never knew existed. Without hesitating, the Demon King chooses to confirm it himself and sacrifices 10,000 points in an instant. Mana's Phantom accepts Demon King Burja Deus as its master while the entire machine converts from mana to demonic energy. Even Lojer stares in shock as he frantically insists he never designed anything capable of merging with the tower itself. Burja immediately closes the door and orders the princess to cast any spell she wants. Completely excited by the idea, the princess unleashes a massive vortex of magic that spirals wildly through the tower while Gordon screams in despair over the mess he just cleaned. Gordon desperately screams for the princess to stop as the massive spell tears through the tower behind her, and Burja says that under normal circumstances, magic on that level should have been detectable from outside the tower. Burji steps outside the tower. Even standing right at the entrance, he realizes he can't see or sense a single presence inside the tower anymore. That's when the Demon King starts realizing just how terrifying a tower synchronized with Mana's Phantom really is. Burja calmly places his hand against the tower and begins manipulating it through demonic energy. Purple energy surges through his hand as he reaches toward the tower. The Demon King stares across the empty snowfield in shock as the entire tower completely disappears from sight. Purple demonic energy surges around his hand, and then the hidden tower instantly reveals itself again. Now he realizes the synchronized tower can be concealed whenever he wants, as long as he keeps feeding it demonic energy points. Even with his power draining rapidly, a grin spreads across his face as he sees just how useful this ability could become. Meanwhile, the dwarf completely loses control and begs to tear apart both the tower and the device just to study them. Lojer practically shakes with excitement as he calls the tower a historic discovery unlike anything ever seen before. That reaction alone leaves the Demon King staring at him like a crazed man ready to start a fight. Still, he accepts the deal and promises full access to the tower if the dwarf's trap wipes out the heroes on the first floor. Lojer immediately erupts with confidence and swears he'll sweep the heroes away himself. At the same time, the Demon King turns toward the princess and calmly orders her to face any heroes who reach the fourth floor. The princess freezes in confusion since she still sees herself as royalty, not a fighter, while he reminds her she's also a genius spiritist with no intention of returning to the royal palace. For a moment, the Demon King hesitates since forcing an innocent princess to betray her own people might be asking too much. Meanwhile, the princess casually considers whether she should fight with fire, water, wind, or even rock magic until he immediately gives up on the idea. Instead, he calmly explains that she only needs to confuse the heroes by revealing herself as an enemy, and promises another reward if everything goes well. The princess quickly agrees to cooperate, but only if everyone introduces her as the Demon King's subordinate instead of calling her a princess. That simple request completely catches him off guard before he quietly accepts it anyway. A second later, her excitement completely explodes as she wonders if she should seduce the heroes with her looks instead of actually fighting. All he can do is stare at her in silence before shutting the idea down and ordering her to stick to the original plan. Back in the throne room, the Demon King sits before his floating control panels while the final preparations for the tower finally come together. Now the strategy is clear. The Miasma Mana cannons will wipe out as many heroes as possible on the first floor, while the princess becomes bait for whoever survives long enough to reach the fourth floor. Even with every trap inside the tower, the Demon King realizes it still won't be enough to stop more than 200 heroes. At that point, he quietly wonders if the only real answer is becoming stronger himself, especially after discovering that demonically corrupted spirit blossoms are incredibly effective against demons. So now, gathering more of those corrupted blossoms becomes part of the plan as well. A little later, he calls the princess outside, and she practically bursts with excitement the moment he says they're heading out. But after searching again, the princess can only lower her head and admit there's nothing here either. By the third failed attempt, even the Demon King starts questioning whether they only succeeded by pure luck the first time, while the useless spirits around them keep getting on his nerves. That's when a massive clawed hand suddenly enters his line of sight. A towering Pule orc quietly stands before them in the snow. The moment Burji recognizes the monster, dark energy immediately gathers in his hand as his patience finally runs out. The massive orc immediately drops to one knee in the snow. Instead of attacking, the chieftain of the Blue Frost tribe lowers his head and begs the Demon King to accept their tribe as his kin. And the shock only grows when even more Pule orcs kneel behind him and repeat the same request. The Demon King can only stare at them in confusion as he realizes they genuinely want to serve him. Kneeling in the snow, the chieftain admits their ancestors once betrayed the demon realm, and now they want the honor of serving a true Demon King again. But the Demon King instantly sees through their real motive. To him, they're simply chasing greater power by becoming servants of the Demon King, especially since their bodies are more compatible with demonic energy than spirit blossoms. The chieftain doesn't even bother denying it anymore. Instead, one of the orcs steps forward and presents a chest as an offering. When the box opens, several rare spirit blossoms immediately glow with powerful energy inside. The Demon King finally realizes why his search kept failing while staring at the spirit blossoms inside the chest, and even admits the Pule orcs are far smarter and more prepared than he expected. Kneeling in the snow, the tribe explains that surviving this frozen land forced them to value wisdom over raw strength, and that's exactly why they came searching for the Demon King. But the moment he asks if they sought him out because they lacked strength, the chieftain lowers his gaze in silence. That answer only makes the Demon King smile. For the first time, genuine interest appears on his face as crimson demonic energy erupts around his hand, and instead of accepting the entire tribe, he declares that only Krutu will become his kin. A burning crest instantly carves itself into the orc chieftain's body as the Demon King orders him to roam the snowfields and expand the tribe in his name. Then his horn grows even larger while he promises a reward far greater than simple strength. With the Demon King's blessing carved directly into his body, Krutu officially becomes one of his kin, and his tribe earns a place that will last forever. Overwhelmed by the honor, the Pule orc leader kneels before him and swears absolute loyalty to the Demon King. Even the entire tribe bows their heads at once, ready to devote everything they have to serve him. Far beyond the frozen mountains, Burji's tower now stands at full force, like a fortress built for war. Outside the tower, the Pule orc legion gathers in massive numbers, armed and prepared to defend their new king. Inside the first floor, Lodger stands surrounded by 60 fully loaded mana cannons aimed straight at the door. On the fourth floor, Ernan Hildurin quietly waits with her summoned spirits as another piece of the defense falls into place. Watching every floor through magical projections, the Demon King calmly realizes that all the pieces are finally in place. Staring straight ahead with cold determination, the Demon King calls the heroes forward and vows to repay every humiliation from his previous life. Snow-covered forests stretch across the frozen land as the hero party moves deeper into the mountain. Hillen smiles the moment they finally arrive, while his companions confirm that the Arzest Mountains are now directly ahead. The entire hero party stands silently before the endless frozen peaks as the massive mountain range comes into full view. Far from the battlefield, Holton walks Hero Preparation Station. Inside the grand banquet hall, nobles and soldiers fill the room as the celebration continues late into the night. Hillen politely thanks the fortress master for the banquet, and the old man proudly tells the hero that history will remember him. The fortress master urges Hillen to give a speech to raise everyone's morale, while the young hero hesitates under the pressure of the entire hall waiting for him. The fortress master excitedly announces that Hillen has a few words for everyone, instantly grabbing the entire hall's attention. The guests turn toward the hero with proud smiles, already expecting a legendary speech. Hillen clears his throat and calmly steps forward as the banquet hall falls silent, standing before heroes, nobles, knights, wizards, mercenaries, and merchants alike. Hillen declares that the long-awaited hero's journey has finally reached its final stage. The banquet erupts with laughter as Hillen claims the Demon King must already fear the massive army gathered against him, but he still warns everyone not to lower their guard after years of preparation. Raising his glass high into the air, Hillen declares that tomorrow is the day they make the Demon King pay for kidnapping Princess Ernane of Hildurin. His voice echoes across the hall as he demands to know who truly rules this world, and calls on everyone to remind the Demon King of that fact once again. The entire banquet hall explodes with cheers as countless voices roar together for justice. The banquet hall erupts into celebration as the heroes drink and cheer without a single worry in sight, exactly the kind of confidence the Demon King expected. Even after everything, the heroes' army still hasn't grown or collapsed, and Hillen's overwhelming popularity is the only reason this journey has managed to survive for so long. With a confident grin, Hillen keeps rallying the crowd while quietly holding together the merchants funding the campaign and the mercenaries who nearly deserted along the way. Granada stares off in silence, remembering how completely empty the tower once was as a dangerous thought slips into his mind about whether the heroes might actually lose this battle. The realization horrifies him instantly, and he forces himself to remember that the heroes succeeding would finally free him as well. Sweat runs down Granada's face as he desperately tries to calm himself and decides to step outside to report everything to the Demon King. Standing alone on the balcony at Holton, Granada informs the Demon King that the heroes will resupply tonight before climbing the mountains tomorrow. The Demon King calmly warns him to watch the snow in the mountains, stay alert at night, and most importantly, keep his distance when the heroes open the tower. Granada freezes in confusion after the connection suddenly cuts off, unable to understand what the Demon King meant by that final warning. Granada nearly jumps out of his skin when Hillen suddenly walks onto the balcony and catches him standing there alone. Still smiling casually, Hillen offers him a glass of fruit wine favored by elves, and Granada reluctantly accepts it while trying to hide his nerves. As the two stand beneath the night sky, Granada finally asks the question weighing on his mind, whether they can truly subdue the Demon King. Hillen stares into the wine glass and calmly admits that even he doesn't know for sure, leaving Granada completely stunned. The hero quietly explains that Demon King towers are always brutal to conquer, no matter how much trust or support the world puts behind him. Granada tries to reassure himself by bringing up the Demon King of Lust, believing the current Demon King should be far easier after Hillen absorbed that monster's power. But the moment Granada casually points out that nobody actually knows how he defeated the Demon King of Lust and asks to hear the full story, Hillen falls completely silent. Hillen smiles and answers Granada's question, saying he only defeated the previous Demon King thanks to his trustworthy comrades, while praising Granada for protecting everyone on the front lines. He confidently declares that he'll lead the charge while Granada guards his flank, insisting that together they'll definitely win. Those words finally calm Granada's anxiety, and he quietly agrees to stand by Hillen's side. As they head back inside together, however, Hillen's expression darkens the moment Granada walks ahead of him. In his inner thoughts, Hillen repeats the phrase about joining forces with brave comrades, but the atmosphere turns ominous as he specifically asks Granada the elf to take care of him again this time. The next morning, the heroes begin their march toward the Demon King's tower. Crowds cheer wildly for Hillen and Granada, believing them to be humanity's great champions as the expedition finally begins. The expedition enters the frozen Regressed Mountains Gorge, as hundreds of soldiers march through the narrow canyon beneath towering cliffs. With the weather calm and the snow surprisingly light, the soldiers confidently joke that they'll reach the Demon King's tower without any trouble. The entire army relaxes as they laugh about the missing disaster. Class monsters, convinced even the creatures are afraid of Hillen, but one soldier's smile fades the instant strange purple slime drips onto his head. Completely confused, he touches the substance while staring upward in alarm. The answer comes immediately as gigantic ghouls suddenly reveal themselves across the cliffs above the army. Hillen instantly draws his sword and commands every unit to enter battle formation as the heroes prepare for an ambush. Monstrous creatures pour through the gorge from every direction, while orders echo through the battlefield to protect allies, cover the mages, and fall back before the entire canyon collapses into chaos. A panicked soldier warns Hillen that a frost giant has appeared at the front, while a massive shadow looms through the snowy gorge behind them. The enormous frost giant drags its skeletal body through the canyon as the soldiers stare upward in shock. Hillen orders Wharton to lead everyone out of the gorge while he handles the frost giant alone, calmly insisting it won't be a problem. Blue energy erupts beneath Hillen as he launches forward through the snow. Hillen rushes straight toward the towering frost giant as freezing wind whips around its massive body. Red light burns inside the frost giant's eyes as it locks onto him. Grinning confidently, Hillen says a frost giant can't possibly be stronger than the Demon King of Lust. The frost giant charges directly toward Hillen. Hillen lands on the frost giant's massive arm as debris explodes around them. The frost giant's claws slam into the canyon wall in a burst of ice and shattered rock. Blue lightning wraps around Hillen's blade as he races across the frost giant's body toward its head. Hillen drives forward with his sword. His eyes widen in alarm as he suddenly shouts, "Now!" Blue energy bursts across the frost giant's body as Hillen lands on the ground behind it. Realizing the timing, Hillen screams for everyone to run immediately. Explosions erupt behind the retreating army as soldiers rush through the gorge, while others shout to keep running before the path closes completely. Red slashes tear across the frost giant's skull as the attack explodes through its face. The frost giant crashes into the snowy gorge while debris and smoke erupt around its collapsing body. Far from the battlefield, exhausted soldiers drop into the snow and struggle to catch their breath. One soldier gasps that dozens of ghouls and a frost giant taller than the cliffs made the entire place feel impossible for humans to survive, while another says even the Demon King's tower wasn't this dangerous. Watching Hillen help an injured soldier, the group says their casualties stayed relatively low only because of him. The soldiers recall the rumors that Hillen killed the Demon King of Lust and absorbed its power, wondering if he might already rival a Demon King himself. Sweat runs down Granada's face as he quietly says that if it's Hillen, he might actually defeat that Demon King. Several Pule orcs stand on a snowy ridge while watching the retreating humans from above. Hillen immediately says there's no time to rest after sensing Pule orcs nearby and recognizing their demonic energy as belonging to the Demon King's subordinates. A horned peel orc stares down at the heroes and welcomes them to Urzus before calling them foolish heroes. Hillen dismisses the peel orcs as easy opponents, but Granada suddenly warns him about the strange sounds surrounding them. A cold smile spreads across Burji's face as he quietly says, "Watch the snow." Sweat pours down Granada's face as he realizes the warning might have meant something far worse. The horned peel orc declares that not a single one of them will reach the tower. Smirking in the darkness, Burje repeats that none of them will reach the tower. The heroes stare across the snowy mountains as heavy rumbling echoes through the entire region. Granada's face twists in panic as he screams that there's no way to watch out for something like this, cursing the Demon King while sweat pours down his face. A massive avalanche crashes down the mountain while dark figures scatter across the snow below. Panicking completely, Granada screams for everyone to run. Far away inside the castle, Burji sits calmly on his throne while blue magic screens display the chaos outside. Grinning from his throne, Burja welcomes the heroes once again, smiling coldly. Burji declares that this time he'll hunt every one of them down. Sitting before the floating screens, Burji says he warned Granada about 3 things. A close-up of Burje's eye fills the panel as he reveals the first warning was the snow. Scattered across the snowy mountainside, the survivors realize the peel orcs triggered the avalanche and swept many heroes away. Shouting orders through the snowfall, Hillen says they'll camp there and search for the heroes who were swept away. Surrounded by glowing-eyed monsters in the dark, the peel orc leader recalls his second warning. Never let their guard down at night. A gigantic frost giant towers over the battlefield, while soldiers panic that the peel orcs are driving monsters straight toward them. Green energy surrounds Granada's hand as he grits his teeth and curses the Demon King. Watching the chaos through his screens, Burji says the cycle repeats endlessly. Avalanches by day and monster hordes by night. A close-up of Hillen's mouth shows him breathing heavily in the freezing air. 3 days after entering the Urzus Mountains, the heroes' numbers have dropped from 511 to 256 as Hillen stares ahead asking, why? Hillen stares across the snowy peaks, wondering if the Demon King's tower really isn't there. Sweat covers Hillen's face as he screams that a tower should at least be somewhere heroes can easily see. Realizing the search has failed, the exhausted group decides to split up and give up the expedition. Hillen turns in silence as someone hesitantly calls out to Sir Wharton, lowering their heads in the snow. The soldiers admit the hero's journey has failed and say their lives matter more. Hillen clenches his teeth as frustration twists across his face. 6 days after entering the Urzus Mountains, the surviving heroes finally spot the Demon King's tower hidden deep inside a frozen basin, with their numbers reduced from 256 to 52, standing before the tower entrance. The heroes shout that they'll wipe out every enemy inside since the first floor should only contain weak monsters. The Demon King grins with glowing red eyes as he reveals his third warning. When the heroes open the tower, he should stay far away from it. Blue mana cannons fill the tower entrance as the remaining heroes stare forward in silence. Hillen freezes in shock, staring at the glowing cannons as he mutters, "What the?" A massive blast of blue mana erupts through the tower, as Burja confidently declares they'll wipe everything out in one shot with the dwarves' mana cannons, reducing the surviving headcount from 52 down to 1. Watching the aftermath through his screen, the Demon King smirks and admits even that still wasn't enough to bring Hillen Cargill down. Smoke rises through the ruined hall as Hillen stands alone among shattered mana cannons, struggling to understand what he's seeing. Hillen screams that nothing about this Demon King or the entire situation has been normal. Granada leans against the ruined hall doorway as Hillen asks if he's okay, and Granada replies that he barely avoided the mana cannon attack. Hillen immediately tells Granada they should head to the next floor, while Granada nervously asks if only the 2 of them are left. Blue energy crackles around Hillen's sword as he declares that he killed the Demon King of Lust and absorbed its power, so a new Demon King is no match for him. Granada watches Hillen walk ahead alone before quickly hurrying after him, insisting the 2 of them should move together. The second floor of the tower stands completely empty as Hillen and Granada walk through the silent hall. The third floor is empty as well, with the 2 continuing through another deserted chamber. Hillen glares ahead and warns that the tower should be overflowing with monsters, yet the second and third floors are completely empty, meaning anything could jump out at them now. The 4th floor of Burje's tower opens into a peaceful field filled with flowers and butterflies. Hillen stares up at the peaceful forest floor in disbelief and asks what kind of place this is supposed to be. Surrounded by flowers and trees, Hillen questions how the 4th floor could contain an entire forest when the 2nd and 3rd floors were completely empty. While Granada admits this tower no longer feels like a Demon King's tower at all, a girl's voice suddenly welcomes them to the 4th floor, and Hillen snaps his head toward the sound in shock. Standing on a stone platform with spirits floating around her, the girl introduces herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings who protects the Demon King. Adjusting her glasses with a grin, the girl declares herself the Dark Spiritist and announces that she will be their opponent. Ernan stands calmly atop the stone platform while Hillen and Granada stare at her in complete confusion. Hillen freezes in shock as he recognizes the Dark Spiritist as Princess Ernan, while Granada quietly urges him to retreat for now. Flustered and sweating. Ernan insists that she is not a princess and repeats that she is the dark spiritist. Raising both hands toward the sky, Ernan unleashes swirling elemental magic as she shouts for them to witness the power of darkness. Staring at the attack in disbelief, Hillen realizes it is the highest rank spirit magic that only Princess Ernan can use, and says she should not be able to cast it while being controlled. Images of Pule Orc attacks, avalanches, the hidden tower, mana cannons, and the empty upper floors flash through Hillen's mind as he struggles to make sense of everything happening inside the tower. Laughing under his breath, Hillen admits that none of it makes any sense anymore. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Hillen shouts that the princess is attacking the hero who came to rescue her, and declares that he will destroy everything instead. Purple energy gathers around Burji's hand as he appears behind Hillen with a grin, asking if he really thinks he can do that. A massive explosion erupts across the 4th floor as purple energy tears through the ground. Wrapped in purple flames, Burji steps forward and says he can finally see Hillen Karjal's face. Dropping into a stance, Hillen calls Burji out for finally revealing himself and curses him for sneaking up like a coward while thinking that he still needs more strength. Pointing past Burj, Hillen suddenly notices Granada standing deeper inside the forest. Blue lightning bursts around Hillen as he flashes behind Granada while Burji calmly turns around. Hillen grabs Granada's shoulder and says they should combine their strength, but Granada freezes in shock as red energy surrounds his body and he realizes his power is being drained away. Green energy surges around Hillen as he stares down at Granada and says that as long as they stay together, there is no problem. Burji narrows his eyes at the glowing ring and says the artifact looks familiar. Grinning wildly as green energy pours around him, Hillen reveals that the forbidden artifact is called the Elf Eater and says it converts an elf's infinite vitality into mana. Standing over Granada's collapsed body, Hillen calmly explains that the artifact's flaw is that the elf eventually dies after activation, then asks if Granada is fine with sacrificing himself for the greater good. Pinned beneath Hillen's armored foot, Granada weakly calls him a swindler and a hypocrite. A grin spreads across Burji's face as he says he likes how vile and lowly Hillen truly is. Burji stares at the glowing ring and asks if removing it would make Hillen weak again, still laughing with green flames surrounding him. Hillen dares Burji to try removing the ring and boasts that even the demon king of lust failed to take it from him. A voice suddenly calls out Gordon's name as Hillen's expression freezes mid-laugh. Hillen's grin suddenly falters as sweat runs down his face. Blood sprays across Hillen's arm as he screams that his hand is gone and panics that he never sensed anyone nearby. Holding a bloodstained blade behind Hillen's back, Gordon calmly says the humans are both rude and noisy. Hillen suddenly leaps away from Gordon in a blur before sliding back while clutching his wound. Shaking in disbelief, Hillen stares ahead and realizes a mere high-ranking demon brought him down even while using the artifact. A black, gloved hand grips Hillen's shoulder from behind. Red light glows from Burji's eyes as he looms over Hillen and declares that he is not going anywhere. His eyes widen as he realizes he has to dodge the attack. A massive purple dragon-shaped aura towers behind Hillen, standing trapped inside its glow. The Demon King lunges forward through the purple energy as Hillen realizes he can't dodge. Staring at the Demon King's glowing eyes, he wonders just who this Demon King really is. Grinning down at him, the Demon King says it's time for Hillen Karjal to take a beating. Sweat runs down Hillen's face as his eyes shake in fear. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts in a blinding blast. The battlefield falls silent as the Demon King stands over Hillen's body lying motionless on the ground. Burji exhales quietly while smoke and embers drift behind him. Standing over Hillen's battered body, he says it's impressive that he's still alive. Looking down at the collapsed body, he orders Hillen's hands to be bound and thrown in prison, and the other humans outside the door locked up as well. Barely conscious, Granada stares upward and mutters that he can see the afterlife. Holding a glowing red spirit blossom beside Granada, Burji calmly says, "Good work, here's a carrot." The elf's eyes slowly widen in confusion. Green energy flares around the elf as he stares at his restored body in shock and realizes he's fully recovered. Watching Burji hand another spirit blossom to Ernan, Granada wonders if he really used that precious spirit blossom on him. The dwarf cheers through the screen as the Demon King gives him permission to dismantle the tower. Raising a hand calmly, the Demon King orders everyone to restore and maintain their assigned floors. Burja walks across the field while the elf and the princess watch from behind, calling him completely unfazed even after such a fierce battle. Resting a finger against her lips, the princess quietly says she thinks the Demon King is tired. The Demon King suddenly drops one hand to the floor as his body trembles. Collapsed flat on the ground and gasping for breath, he blurts out that it was way too close. Sweat runs down his face as he admits a Demon King can't afford to show weakness, then mutters that Hillen Karjal truly deserves his title as one of the 10 stars. Against a sky filled with stars, silhouettes of powerful figures appear as the narration reveals that the 10 stars are the 10 strongest heroes on the continent. Hillen Karjal stands among the 10 stars as the narration reveals. He's considered one of the weakest among them. Lying on the floor and drenched in sweat, The Demon King admits he barely used any demonic energy points to strengthen himself, and says he never would have won if Hillenkargel had been in perfect condition. Surrounded by soldiers in the snow, Hillenkargel stands exhausted as the Demon King explains that his plan wore him down. Sweat pours across Hillenkargel's twisted face as the narration says the Demon King provoked him. Hillenkargel stares ahead in shock while the narration reveals he was thrown into a panic. His crazed expression fills the panel as the Demon King says Hillen's narrowed focus finally exposed an opening. Grinning, the Demon King recalls that his all-out strike finally landed. Still breathing heavily on the floor, the Demon King smiles and declares that, for now, he achieved a perfect victory by the Demon King's standards. Something that never happened in the past. Still sitting on the floor, the Demon King declares that he successfully altered fate. His eye sharpens with determination as he says he can change the future. Surrounded by shadowy, smiling figures, he says he can finally take revenge. A fierce smile spreads across his face as he swears revenge on the heroes. The massive tower rises above the jungle, while the narration questions how the heroes could fail simply because they couldn't find it. Inside the Holton Walk press conference hall, reporters shout demands for accountability and ask who's responsible for the failure. Holding a communication crystal, a nervous man insists the heroes haven't failed yet and says Hillenkargel is still searching for the Demon King's tower. Birds fly above the city as the narration reveals that news of the new Demon King spread across the entire continent. The furious king slams his newspaper aside, raging that Hillenkargel failed to rescue the princess. While elsewhere a dwarf talks about the hero's journey before Louise snaps, "I don't care. Just find Lodger immediately." As rumors spread through the streets that Hillenkargel never returned and may already be dead, the narration says the story became distorted and the world fell into deep sorrow. A massive screen shows Berger's demonic energy points rapidly climbing to 290,000. Inside the heroes' guild headquarters, a hero stands before towering figures as Hero Wharton is asked whether there's even the slightest falsehood in his story. Wharton raises his voice and swears on his name that everything he said is the truth. The shadowed figures declare the situation serious and warn that they must remain cautious because the new Demon King's identity is still unknown. A dark silhouette states that Hillenkargel is one of the 10 stars and says they will wait 10 more days for news of him. And if there is still nothing after 10 days, thousands of heroes gather in the snowy forest as the order is given for all 4,728 heroes across the continent to launch a full-scale assault and eliminate the new Demon King. Inside Berger's underground prison, chained prisoners reach through the bars as Berger walks down the corridor. Standing outside the cell, the Demon King asks if Hillen is awake and remarks that even his recovery speed is exceptional. Bruised and chained to the wall, Hillen stares forward and tells the Demon King to stop wasting time and get to the point. Smiling calmly, the Demon King says he's glad Hillen is willing to talk and tells him to become his vassal. The battered Hillen freezes in shock, muttering that he definitely didn't expect to hear that. A sack of gold crashes onto the floor beneath Hillen as the Demon King talks about the enormous cost of the hero's journey, from food and lodging to weapons and expensive consumables. Standing outside the bars with the money bag beside him, the Demon King explains that heroes who succeed have their lives changed, but those who fail are buried in debt. A grin spreads across the Demon King's face as he reveals that every investment this time was focused on a single person. The Demon King reveals that the hero party captain, Hillenkargel, was the person every investment was placed on, and Hillen stares back in stunned silence. Sweat runs down the battered Hillen's face as he admits that even if he escapes, he'll still be branded a failed hero and hunted by debt for the rest of his life. Granada, standing beside the Demon King, calmly says that he was the one who told him. Still chained to the wall, the furious Hillen screams at Granada for betraying them, while the elf fires back and calls him a scammer. Standing before the prison cell, the Demon King says he failed because no Demon King like him had ever existed before, but claims humanity will eventually adapt and find a way to clear the towers. Purple energy swirls above the Demon King's hand as he questions whether humanity can really succeed if one of the strongest heroes secretly interferes with their plans. Purple tendrils wrap around a brain, like orb, as the Demon King explains that the magic tool clings to the brain instantly and allows him to kill anyone who bears hostility toward him with a single gesture. Holding the glowing orb inside the prison cell, the Demon King warns that if the orb rejects the hero's body, he'll kill him and simply move on to other usable heroes. The chained hero desperately claims that someone as strong as him is immune to mind control magic and insists the orb will disappear the moment it enters his body. Dark purple energy surrounds the Demon King and the elf as they coldly explain that heroes can lower their own mental defenses through sheer willpower. The imprisoned hero screams in horror, calling the elf deranged and insisting he would never submit to a Demon King, even if it means wasting the magical tool. With glowing red eyes and a vicious grin, the Demon King suddenly slams the orb straight into the hero's mouth and orders him to swallow it. The hero's body convulses violently as dark energy spreads through him, while the elf calmly asks what they'll do if the man would rather die than obey. Standing over the collapsing hero, The Demon King says not to worry because greed itself will keep the man alive. Purple smoke rises from the chained hero as the Demon King declares that Hillenkargil is exactly the kind of greedy human who treats his comrades as disposable for the sake of money. Sweat pours down Hillenkargil's face as the new status of Demon King's vassal appears before him, while the Demon King declares that a man like him would never sacrifice himself. Inside a massive hall, Gordon warns that even as the Demon King's vassal, Hillenkargil's movements will still be heavily restricted by a debt of 100,000 gold. 2 heavy sacks of gold sit inside a chest as Gordon explains that the coins exchanged for demonic energy points already equal the annual budget of a small nation. Smiling to himself, the Demon King says it is finally time to receive a message, leaving Gordon staring at him in confusion. A gathering of shadow Demon Kings surrounds a giant round table, as he recalls the yearly meeting known as the Unison of Towers. Grinning confidently, the Demon King says the other Demon Kings have survived for ages and must have piled up enormous amounts of treasure. Gordon screams in shock at the thought of exchanging demonic energy points for money again, before admitting he would have reacted that way in the past. A blue message window appears beside the stunned Gordon as Berger admits that facing the heroes directly made him realize the Demon King's methods were necessary. Still staring at the glowing screen, Gordon announces that an invitation to the Unison of Towers has arrived, and Berger admits they never could have stopped the heroes by following the old standards. A faint grin spreads across the Demon King's face. Smiling confidently, the Demon King tells Gordon to come along, because they are about to swindle the senior Demon Kings, while Gordon declares that he believes in him. A massive black tower called the Tower of Lease rises from the center of a lake. Inside the grand chamber on the 13th floor, the Demon King walks toward the gathering and remarks that everyone arrived before him even though he is not late. He introduces himself as Berger, the Demon King of Flames from the demonic dragon race, while asking if they had many things to discuss without him. With glowing red eyes, Draxen glares forward and calls out Berger's name as he is revealed to be Draxen Doldorf, the Demon King of beasts from the werewolf race. An icy woman crowned with crystal spikes looks toward Berger and remarks that he is the talk of the town, revealing Reyna Soldane, the Demon King of Winters from the Frost Demon race. A massive horned titan glares forward and mocks Berger as the stuck-up newcomer who insulted the standards, revealing Ugar Belver, the Demon King of Indestructibility from the Titan race. Smiling brightly from his throne, Jason Kochman welcomes Berger while introducing himself as the Demon King of Lies. Berger calmly calls the other Demon Kings fools for forming an alliance, then says he still believes it is the right choice for Arene. The furious Titan charges across the chamber, while screaming that the newcomer knows nothing about Arene, as Berger quietly notes that simple provocation reveals what people are truly thinking. Purple energy crackles around Berger as the enraged Titan threatens to kill him, while Berger stares back and tells him to try it. 2 gloved hands rise between the opposing Demon Kings. A loud clap echoes through the chamber as the towering Titan and Berger glare directly at each other. Jason Kochman folds his hands together with a smile and reminds Ugar and Berger that the gathering is meant to discuss cooperation, not waste time fighting. Berger silently watches the room, while the others realize Jason instantly erased the killing intent between 2 Demon Kings without using visible magic. From above the round table, the Demon Kings return to their seats as Jason thanks them for understanding, while Berger wonders whether the tower itself holds that strange power. Berger sits quietly with his guard raised as Jason cheerfully begins the meeting and invites everyone to speak freely. The round table falls silent until one of the Demon Kings announces that he will begin the discussion. Draxen leans over the table with glowing red eyes and demands to know where Hillenkargil is. Berger stays completely silent beneath Draxen's stare. A close view of Berger's mouth breaks the silence as he begins to answer, saying that Hillenkargil is. The aides lean forward in shock as they ask whether Hillenkargil is dead. Sweating nervously, Gordon raises both hands and says Hillen never entered their tower, and is probably wandering around the Urgest Mountains. Inside the Tower of Lies aides' reception room, the group questions how Hillen could have missed the tower before asking if the rumors about their Demon King are true. Facing the gathered aides, Gordon quietly confirms that everything happened exactly as the Demon King said. Berger stands beside the anxious Gordon and orders him to tell the others nothing about Hillenkargil, since they plan to use him as a spy. Gordon stares ahead in disbelief as he admits the Demon King was right about him after all. Clutching his head in frustration, Gordon screams that the Demon King never listens to anyone and causes trouble the moment he looks away. Blushing with wide eyes and a crazed grin, Gordon realizes he strangely enjoys complaining about the Demon King. The exhausted aides gather around Gordon as they complain that every Demon King seems completely insane. Staring ahead with trembling eyes, Gordon quietly admits that he just needed emotional support. Around the round table, the Demon Kings stare toward Berger as one asks if they are really expected to believe that excuse. With bloodshot eyes and a furious expression, the Beast King explodes over the claim that Hillen missed the tower because it was not built at the mountain peak, while Berger casually says he can build his tower wherever he wants. smiling behind clasped hands. Jason points out that heroes are targeting Burge's tower, even though he left it undefended to attend the meeting. Grinning calmly, Jason reminds Burge that a demon king who loses their tower meets a dreadful end, especially for someone at the top of their academy class. Resting his cheek against his hand, Burge tells Jason not to worry about his tower, because he is protecting it in his own way. Burge's narrowed eyes darken as he silently fumes that the Demon King of Lies pisses him off. Jason bursts into laughter and tells Burge that if he insists, then he will stop prying into the matter. Draxon roars in outrage and demands whether Archduke Arcane would tolerate this, but Burge dismisses the old man completely before the meeting moves on. Staring up at the chandelier, Burge decides that even if the others suspect him, lying is still safer than letting his secret be exposed. Seen from behind at the center of the gathering, Burge reminds himself that he came to this meeting for one reason only, earning 100,000 gold. While the Demon Kings continue their discussion, Burge quietly observes the clear hierarchy among them and realizes the Demon King of Lies holds significant influence. Sitting silently between the towering Demon Kings, Burge listens carefully and tries to figure out which rulers are running low on demonic energy points. Rena slowly turns her head as the discussion continues. Burge suddenly freezes with a confused expression as something catches his attention. On the balcony of the 13th floor, Rena waits alone beside the railing. Rena stands beside the balcony railing and calmly tells Burge she wanted to speak with him alone ever since hearing about him. Bathed in sunlight, Rena quietly admits that she agrees with some of Burge's views. A nervous look crosses Burge's face as he wonders if Rena said the same thing in his previous life. Facing Burge across the balcony, Rena tells him she does not hate the Demon King standards like he does and insists she still lives by them. From above the balcony, Rena explains that Demon Kings need to be more flexible in Arene, and says speaking with him alone is more productive than reasoning with the others. Burge smirks while Rena tells him he is not bad and looks better than she expected. A glowing orb rests between their hands as Rena gives Burge a personal transmitter and tells him to call anytime he wants advice, saying she will cooperate as long as he does not insult the Demon King standards in front of her. Rena's dress sways across the balcony floor as Burge asks what she thinks about the Demon King of Lies. Looking away with narrowed eyes, Rena admits she cannot read Jason at all, though she still considers him better than the other two Demon Kings. Burge watches silently from the balcony as Rena walks back through the doorway, holding the glowing transmitter in his hand. Burge admits he still cannot fully trust Rena Soldane, but calls her an unexpected gain. The scene shifts to Burge's tower standing alone in the snowy mountains. Inside the first floor, Ernan excitedly offers freshly baked cookies to Loger while he stares at her in shock and asks how she made them inside the tower. Wearing a chef's hat beside smiling elementals, Ernan explains that Burge bought the ingredients and she baked the cookies with the elementals' help, leaving Loger speechless. Loger happily bites into the cookie while Ernan watches with sparkling eyes, and he emotionally realizes the princess personally made cookies for him despite never having worked a day in her life. Clenching the cookie between his teeth, Loger desperately tells himself to praise it no matter how bad it tastes. Loger's eye bulges in shock as he suddenly realizes how incredible the cookie tastes. Surrounded by glowing light, Loger declares that the cookie tastes so phenomenal it moves his mana and calls it heaven itself. Blushing while clutching his face, Loger asks Ernan what she created as she excitedly waits for his reaction. Smiling proudly beside the elementals, Ernan reveals she mixed spirit blossoms into the dough, while Loger panics over her wasting something so precious on cookies. Ernan smiles warmly and tells Loger the cookies are a gift so they can stay close for a long time. Holding the tray between them, Ernan asks whether Granada would enjoy the cookies too, and Loger confidently says even more than him. Blushing against a sparkling background, Ernan shyly asks if the Demon King would enjoy the cookies too. From above the empty chamber, Burge asks whether everyone has already left, while Jason answers that the discussion ended quickly. Smiling, Jason offers Burge tea and asks if the two of them should talk alone, and Burge agrees. He folds his gloved fingers together in silence. Smiling in the darkness, Jason says he knows Burge is in need of the human's money. Burge's eye narrows sharply in alarm. Purple energy surrounds Burge as he demands to know what he means and wonders where the information leaked from. Purple energy flickers from Jason's hand as he calmly reveals that Draxon told him. Leaning forward over piles of treasure, Jason tells Burge to stop wasting time on mind games and proposes a deal trading demonic energy points for human currency. Burge falls silent for a moment before asking Jason what his real angle is. Laughing brightly, Jason claims he is on Burge's side and says they should get along from now on. Back on the first floor of Burge's tower, huge sacks of gold cover the floor in front of the group. Standing beside Hillen, Burge tells him to take 100,000 gold from the pile and warns him to hide the source of the funds. Jason looms behind Burge like a puppeteer as Burge warns that if Jason traces the flow of money, they could end up as his puppets. Burge stares ahead in silence, deciding they need to act as cautiously as possible since he still cannot read the other Demon King's intentions. Purple energy surrounds a group of armored men as Burge reveals he turned the remaining people into black knights and black mages, including a merchant from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. The branded Black Knights stand with exhausted expressions while Burji explains they will follow orders, absolutely, and use the money to grow even more wealth. Hillen stares ahead as he realizes keeping the guild members alive means this disaster was not a complete failure, and he may finally be able to pay off his debts and return to hero work again. Grinning nervously, Hillen reaches out toward Burji and says the situation is not so bad for him after all, as he calls Burj his new business partner. Purple energy crackles around Burji's hands as he stares forward in shock at being called partners. A glowing purple curse erupts around Hillen's head, exposing his terrified expression. Standing over the screaming Hillen, Burji coldly clarifies that they are not business partners, and that Hillen is nothing more than his slave. Collapsed on the floor and struggling to breathe, Hillen hears Burji mockingly say he did not know he was into master and slave relationships before ordering him to get moving. Hillen nervously turns around as Ernan quietly calls out his name from behind him. Holding a sealed purple letter in both hands, Ernan asks Hillen to deliver it to her younger sister, Alina. Holding the purple letter, Hillen asks if Alina is the 13th princess of Hildurin and questions why her sister is siding with the Demon King. Facing Hillen inside the tower, Ernan apologizes and says she has no intention of returning to the kingdom right now because he already knows the royal family's secret. Lowering his gaze in silence, Hillen admits he had only heard rumors about Hildurin's secret before realizing her actions now make more sense to him. A massive dark tower stands alone in the frozen mountains. Burji sits inside the tower while Gordon stands nearby, saying he does not distrust Hillen but questions whether the hero will truly follow orders. Burji looks forward and calmly tells Gordon that Hillen is not the type of man who only cares about money, even if he appears that way. A grinning man and an image of Hillen flash through Burji's mind as he says Hillen lacks the uniquely human obsession with money, though he is still far from noble. Standing at a podium before a crowd, Hillen faces the audience as Burji begins explaining what the hero most likely wants. Hillen grins before the crowd as Burji says heroes are driven less by honor and more by popularity. Holding a glowing purple orb in his hand, Burji says Hillen's desire to stand out will make him the perfect spy if they control him properly. Gordon stares forward in silence, shocked that Burji studied humans this deeply while admitting he cannot stay idle either. Smiling, Burji says a hero destroying human society as a Demon King's servant would be a sight worth seeing. A loud knock echoes through the room as Burji and Gordon turn toward the closed doors in confusion. Peeking through the doorway with a tray of cookies in her hands, Ernan shyly asks if they would like to try some desserts. Seated on his throne, Burji warns the girl he will throw her into the underground prison for a month if the cookies taste bad, while she insists he should try them before judging. Burji quietly bites into one of the cookies while muttering that human desserts are probably. Burji's eye widens in shock as the flavor hits him, and he blurts out, "This tastes do." Clenching her fists excitedly, Ernan lights up after seeing the exact reaction she was hoping for. Burji suddenly crushes the armrest in his hand. Sweat runs down Burji's face as he forces out a grin and admits the cookies are not bad for a mere human, while Ernan stares in disbelief that he actually endured them. Still sweating, Burji asks if she mixed spirit blossoms into the cookies, and Ernan happily confirms it while proudly saying she knew he would notice right away. Holding the half-eaten cookie, Burji calmly says she must want something in return for giving back the reward he gave her. Blushing with a bright smile, Ernan quietly admits that she really does have a request. Hillen and his party descend safely through the snowy mountains under Krutu's escort, as the narration confirms their journey continues without incident. After arriving in Holton Walk, Hillen's party immediately departs for the kingdom of Hildurin through a teleportation magic circle. The narration shifts to Granada, as the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild headquarters comes into view. Inside the guild headquarters, terrified mercenaries kneel on the floor, while the narration reveals Granada has returned to established discipline. With a furious expression under the crimson atmosphere, Granada demands to know if they all abandoned their captain during the very first blizzard. Crying uncontrollably, one of the mercenaries argues that even heroes die in the Urgest Mountain, and says they had no choice if they wanted to survive. Granada lashes out in rage, shouting that they chose to abandon their captain as the mercenary is thrown across the room. Granada suddenly turns his head with a confused look after hearing someone behind him. A blonde hero steps through the doorway and introduces herself as the hero Cade, saying they finally meet at last. Cade says she came all the way here to seize this opportunity, even if she arrived late, and asks to join the hero's journey. Granada stares at her in confusion, while one of the mercenaries casually reveals she has been paying for all their drinks in his absence. The mercenaries immediately panic as Granada lunges toward them and orders them to stay still. Trying to calm the situation, Granada tells Cade the hero's journey is already over and reveals Hillen's group already left Holton Walk. Cade freezes in disbelief before suddenly leaning forward with an intense grin, demanding to hear every detail about their failure. Granada quietly agrees, deciding he will only reveal as much as the Demon King allowed. The narration shifts across the city as Granada finishes explaining everything that happened. Sitting across the table in silence, Cade stares down in disbelief after learning the Demon King's tower was never even located at the summit. Cade rises from her seat and says she has no reason to stay any longer, then leaves behind a small payment to thank Granada for his time. Granada watches Cade walk out of the guild in silence. One of the mercenaries laughs that Cade is obviously just a rookie hero who still does not understand how the world works, and warns she will probably get betrayed by Hillen's companions someday. Cade quietly walks through the streets in full armor, while armored knights watch from behind her. From inside the guild, Granada silently watches the group leave together. His expression hardens in silence as the mercenaries continue celebrating behind him. The narration shifts to a deserted alley in Holton Walk where the armored knights surround Cade and order her to return because her fiancé is waiting for her. Cade angrily refuses, declaring that she wants to live as a hero instead. Watching from behind the corner, Granada realizes he never heard the knights' footsteps despite their heavy armor, and identifies Cade as a princess. Granada decides the kingdom should handle its own problems and quietly turns away from the alley. A blade suddenly presses against his neck as one of the armored knights catches him spying from the shadows and demands to know who he is, questioning the suspicious magic covering his face. Sweat runs down Granada's face as he realizes the magic tool connected him directly to the Demon King and would expose him as the Demon King's vassal if he gets caught. The armored knight coldly asks if he is a spy from another kingdom, then declares he cannot be allowed to live. Granada freezes in panic, realizing he may have gotten himself into serious trouble. An explosion suddenly erupts down the alley as Granada charges straight toward the knights. One of the armored knights jumps into the air after realizing an assassin has appeared and shouts not to let him escape. The armored knights immediately raise their swords around Cade after hearing that an assassin has appeared. Granada grits his teeth while running through the alley, realizing he cannot use his elven powers without exposing himself as the only elf in Holton Walk. The armored knights surround Cade with drawn swords and promise to handle the assassin themselves, but Cade refuses to stand back and insists that she is a hero too. Green energy gathers around Granada's hand as he decides he has no choice but to use his powers here. A calm voice suddenly asks if this is why he's late. Purple energy engulfs the knight as he swings his massive blade toward Granada. Burji descends through the purple flames, asking if Granada was late because he had been slacking off here. Granada glares at Burji and complains that the situation is obviously serious, while Burji casually dismisses his injuries as wounds that would heal if he spit on them. The knights surround Princess Cade while shouting that a demon king has appeared to kidnap her, and Cade excitedly calls it their chance to defeat one. Burji stands beside the massive crater after admitting he did not even know Cade was a princess, while the knights accuse him of lying, causing Granada to ask why he is really here. Raising his hand, Burji calmly says he only came here on an errand by coincidence, while Granada stares at him in disbelief and yells that his excuse sounds even more suspicious than before. The scene shifts to Burji sitting on his throne as he demands to know what she wants. With a bright smile, Ernan asks for senile powder, the substance used for spirit contracts. An elf kneels before a king as the narration reveals that hundreds of years ago, an elf named Senil defected to a human kingdom. Ancient research tools and magical ingredients cover the table as the narration explains that the king ordered Senil to create a supplement that would allow humans to properly form contracts with spirits. A glowing green vial floats in the darkness as the narration reveals that senile powder was eventually created. Burji looks at her and says that with her talent, senile powder should not even be necessary, while she coughs and explains that the tower barely contains any mana for her spirits. Ernan awkwardly avoids his gaze as Burji asks if she's trying to form a contract with a new high-ranking spirit after immediately seeing through her plan. A massive blue spirit towers over the girl as Burj recalls that Ernan Hilderin formed a contract with a high-ranking spirit at the age of 27, shocking the entire continent. Flushed with embarrassment, Ernan nervously asks how Burj figured it out, while he thinks she's going to form the contract 7 years earlier than before. A gloved hand reaches for a cookie while Burj casually says he does not care what she does as long as the tower grows stronger, before thanking her for the meal and preparing to leave. Purple energy glows between Burj's fingers as he says he has his own circumstances and wants to end things quickly. Princess Cade freezes in shock. A violent burst of purple energy tears across the city in a massive explosion. Burji pauses beneath his dark wings, narrowing his eyes as he quietly reacts. Oh, wrapped in glowing blue aura. Princess Cade steps forward with the knights behind her, while Burj admits that a hero is still a hero. Blue aura surges around Cade as she raises her sword, and declares that a hero's power exists to annihilate demonkind, making heroes the natural enemies of demon kings. A massive crescent, shaped slash tears across the battlefield as Cade unleashes the Jespine sword technique, Crescent Moon Slash. Sweat runs down Cade's face as she explains that Crescent Moon Slash instantly releases aura to cut down enemies, and is only passed to the imperial family's greatest swordsman. Remembering the old king's disgusting grin, Cade bitterly admits she understands why a low-ranking princess like her was sold off to a foreign king. Tears fill Cade's eyes as she furiously declares that there is no way she can marry that disgusting old man. Beneath the moonlit sky, Cade collapses during training while recalling how she trained day and night to be acknowledged not as a princess, but as a hero. Cade stares up at the Demon King while declaring that defeating him here will finally let her be recognized as a true hero. A glowing sword aura rushes toward Berja as Cade declares that once she's free from her father's orders, she'll decide who she marries herself. Sweat runs down Cade's face as she fiercely declares that she alone will decide who she marries. Berji catches the glowing sword aura with his black, gloved hand, cracking the energy apart. Blue fragments scatter around Berja as he smirks and admits that Cade's sword aura is not bad. Cade stares upward in shock as her finishing move disappears before her eyes. Red magic circles blaze behind Berja as dark crimson attacks gather around him, and he coldly asks if a hero can survive this. Frozen in place, Cade stares up in disbelief as she finally realizes what a true Demon King is. Berj grins and tells Cade that a princess and a hero can still be useful in more than one way. Sweat pours down Cade's face as she stares ahead in terror, desperately muttering for him to wait. Several knights rush forward in panic, shouting that Her Highness is in danger. Black, red explosions erupt across the city streets in massive bursts of demonic energy. Smoke rises over the destroyed street as people panic over the demonic energy and realize a demon has attacked Holton Walk. From high above the ruined city, civilians shout in panic while injured bodies and destroyed buildings cover the streets below. Kneeling beside an injured knight, a man freezes in shock after hearing that Her Highness was taken by a Demon King. Black smoke and burning flames spread across the city, while terrified voices wonder if the Demon King of the Regressed Mountains caused the attack. The Tower of Berja stands alone beneath the snowy mountains. Inside the underground prison, the unconscious princess lies across the cold floor. Leaning over the injured girl, Ernan asks if her name is Senial, while Berja calmly reveals that she is Princess Key Jespine, the 9th Imperial Princess. Standing inside the prison cell, Berja says Cade will stay on the 4th floor from now on, and tells Ernan to treat her injuries since she might become useful if raised well. Berja explains that he has to kidnap a prince or princess periodically to secure demonic energy points, preferably someone with a low rank. His eyes widen in panic as he realizes he almost revealed classified information to a prisoner. Turning away from the cell, Berja abruptly changes the subject and says he will go get senile powder, while silently reminding himself that the princess is only a prisoner. Far away from the tower, news of the 9th Imperial Princess of the Jespine Empire being kidnapped in Holton Walk spreads across the entire continent. At the Heroes Guild headquarters, Hillen Kargil stands before the gathered heroes and swears that every word of his report is true. Lowering his head in shame, Hillen admits that he failed to find the Demon King's tower and says he will take full responsibility. The other heroes tell him not to worry, saying that if heroes were blamed for failed heroes' journeys, nobody would volunteer again. As the meeting continues, the heroes discuss how the hero's journey retreated while the Demon King of the Regressed Mountains kidnapped the 9th Imperial Princess of Jespine, and they ask Hillen for his opinion, since he already entered Regressed. Hillen states that even he could not locate the tower, and says their priority should be sending a small reconnaissance unit to find it before launching another hero's journey. Facing the gathered heroes, Hillen says subjugation will become simple afterward because a truly powerful Demon King would never hide his tower. The other heroes quietly agree, saying a strong Demon King would have no reason to hide, and that a coward hiding his tower cannot be a major threat. Several of the gathered heroes nod in agreement and conclude that this Demon King is probably weak. One of the gathered heroes falls silent as the meeting room grows quiet, surrounded by a red-black aura. The Hero Council announces that they will temporarily postpone a full hero's journey until the tower's location is confirmed. Standing alone after the meeting, Hillen quietly wonders if this was what the Demon King wanted all along, using his authority to block a hero's journey before it could begin. A projection screen appears in front of Berja as Gordon reports that hero Hillen Kargil's report has concluded, and Berja orders him to keep watching Hillen. Sweat runs down Berja's face as he realizes the Heroes Guild was already preparing a full assault, and admits that turning Hillen into his vassal was the right decision. Images of Hillen and Granada appear in Berja's thoughts, as he says the two of them can delay the next hero's journey from outside the tower. Holding the captured princess beside glowing demonic energy points, Berja says he has continued kidnapping princesses to build up more points and considers using Armani's orb to turn her into real fighting power. Lodger works beside massive machinery while monsters gather across the snowy mountains, and Berja notes that the dwarf is remodeling and reinforcing the first floor, while Krutu expands their influence. Berja stares at the glowing tower and says that once Ernan Hilderin contracts a high-ranking spirit, no ordinary hero's journey will dare attack them, because the tower will become overwhelmingly powerful. A dark grin spreads across Berja's face as he vows to begin his true revenge against the heroes who killed him. The image of a crazed hero flashes through his mind while Berja says he first needs to obtain senile powder. Standing outside a massive city protected by a giant magical barrier, Berja sets his sights on obtaining senile powder, Towering magical structures rise into the sky as Burji describes Kamer as a magitech city overflowing with powerful mages and heroes. Sweat runs down Burji's face as he realizes getting the powder without being discovered will be extremely difficult. On the outskirts of the world's greatest magic market stands a shabby little shop called Jettison's World of Wonders. A shopkeeper reads the news about Princess Jespine's kidnapping and mutters about the Heroes Guild while mentioning a wanted poster for a hero named Loger. The shop door creaks open as someone enters the empty store. Wrapped in a black cloak, Burji immediately asks for senile powder while the cheerful shopkeeper welcomes him inside, and Burji notes that the place looks completely run down. Magic engineers, mages, and alchemists gather throughout the Akan Kingdom as Burji recalls that the city is filled with powerful heroes and magic users. Looking over the quiet rooftops, Burja thinks there's still a huge risk even while concealing his demonic energy, which is why he deliberately chose a shabby and empty shop. The shopkeeper excitedly shoves purple bottles onto the counter, calling Burja lucky and claiming the rare item is on sale for 1 gold, while Burji coldly tells him to be quiet because it's expensive. Holding the purple bottle in his hand, Burji stares at it in confusion and points out that the senile powder he knows is supposed to be green. Leaning close with a smug grin, the shopkeeper whispers that the Mage's Tower secretly created this newly developed senile powder and boasts that it's an extremely rare item. The grinning shopkeeper insists Burji should buy the senile powder immediately, already planning to squeeze every coin out of the noble-looking customer. Surrounded by a dark red aura, Burja realizes the shopkeeper figured out he can't visit other stores and coldly wonders if he should just kill him. The shop door rattles open again as new customers suddenly enter the store. The smiling shopkeeper welcomes the armored visitors while someone quietly wonders why they came to this shabby shop first. Sweat runs down Burji's face as he suddenly recognizes someone among the customers. Entering the shop, the dwarf mutters that Loger wouldn't go to popular places if he had a brain, while Luis curses his name for dragging her into such a shabby place. The dwarf steps up to the counter and says they're looking for someone. Staring at the girl, Burji recognizes her rough attitude and realizes she's Lee's Wirt, though he thinks the magical tool he used before prevents her from recognizing him now. The shopkeeper shamelessly tells them he can't remember anything unless they buy something first, leaving the dwarf staring at him in disbelief. Louis suddenly grabs the shopkeeper by the collar and slams him forward, yelling that murder is forbidden in the capital while demanding he stop trying to negotiate with them. Sweat pours down the trembling shopkeeper's face as a blade points at him, but he still nervously begs them to buy something before asking questions. Even with the blade pressed toward him, the sweating merchant insists he'll gladly answer once they purchase an item, because he thinks they're about to stab him. Louise lowers her sword in confusion, laughing loudly behind her helmet. Louise calls the merchant funny and tells him to show what he has. Leaning over the counter with glowing eyes, the shopkeeper suddenly renames the senile powder as Archa powder and offers the bottle for 3 gold, leaving Burji staring at him in disbelief. Coins scatter across the counter as Louis pays the 3 gold without hesitation, then immediately asks if any dwarves named Loger have visited the city recently. The shopkeeper admits he's never heard the name Loger before, but points them toward a famous blacksmith shop near the central square called Deer's Leaf, saying someone there might know him. Louis apologizes to Burge while he quietly turns toward the exit. The pair walk away from the shabby shop, flipping a gold coin in his hand. The grinning merchant boasts that he sold trash for 3 gold, while Burji silently admits the scammer has guts. Even after the deal is over, the merchant notices Burji's interest in business and immediately offers to teach him his secret for 10 gold, making Burji call him a persistent scammer. Leaning over the counter with a faint grin, Burji says the man's scamming skills are top-notch and tells him to visit the Golden Moon Merchant Guild if he says he was sent by the Mountain. Standing alone inside the shop, the merchant scoffs at the Golden Moon Merchant Guild and claims someone with such a bright future would never go to a place on the verge of bankruptcy. A small smile spreads across Burji's face as he calmly asks if the merchant really wants to know why he should go there after scamming that person. The bottle explodes, scattering purple powder everywhere as Burje reveals that the person he scammed was Louis Werft. Trembling in shock, the merchant realizes his customer was the punk princess, Louise Werft, and nervously asks what Burji wants. With a gold coin spinning across the counter, Burji calmly tells him to join the Golden Moon Merchant Guild for a monthly salary of 1 gold, warning that he'll bring Louis back if he refuses. Sweat pours down the merchant's face as he presses his hands together and begs Burji not to do that. A sinister grin spreads across the merchant's face as he asks if Burji really thought he would agree so easily. Shouting that no princess would personally come to such a shabby place, the merchant furiously tells Burji to get lost and try bringing Louis back himself. Burji quietly answers, "Sure," while walking toward the open doorway. The merchant stares toward the entrance as Louis's silhouette suddenly appears behind Burji, surrounded by blazing red flames. The merchant's face turns pale in shock. A massive crash echoes through the street. Standing outside the shop, Burji hears the owner cheerfully shout, "Thank you, come again." Holding the bottle of senile powder, Burji realizes even a shop on the outskirts sells the proper product and quietly calls the merchant a scammer. Louise suddenly calls out, "You're still here," as Burj turns toward her in confusion. Louise thanks Burj for helping her get a refund, while Burj asks what happened to the shop owner. With fury twisting her face, Louise says the merchant was from another country, so she could only give him a light beating, before shouting that she should have ripped his heart out. Watching her rage explode in front of him, Burj quietly thinks she's as ill-tempered as ever. Burji pauses after hearing Louise talk about ripping the merchant's heart out. Looking toward Louise and the dwarf, Burj asks if they're searching for a blacksmith named Loger. Pulling out the necklace, Burj asks if it's connected to him, and the dwarf immediately recognizes it as one of Loger's early creations. Burj explains that he met Loger in the forest of Ormuth 2 months ago and shared food with him after seeing he was starving, and as thanks, Loger gave him the necklace. Shaking with rage, Louise complains about bothering him again and insists on treating him to alcohol for 5 straight days, prompting Burji to nervously ask her to calm down. Louise hands Burji a special badge that can be exchanged for some of the best equipment in the Dwarven Kingdom, while Burji casually accepts it because it looks useful. Watching the pair walk away, the dwarf asks what they're planning to do. A grin spreads across Louise's face as she declares that she's not letting Lodger escape. Watching Louise disappear into the distance, Burji suddenly recalls the heart she mentioned and realizes he lost track of time, trying to stop the hero's journey after his regression. A massive beast roars through the flames as Burji remembers Draxon, absorbing the heart of a summoning beast and gaining overwhelming power before the regression. Louise charges forward surrounded by blazing flames while Burji realizes fighting her directly, even with everything he has, would only end in a stalemate or a narrow victory because of the dimensional interference affecting his new Demon King body. His eyes sharpen as Burj declares that if he wants revenge against the heroes and wants to survive in this dimension, he needs to develop his powers. A towering structure rises above the forest as Burj decides to send Louise to Ormuth, where the beast tower is located. Surrounded by flames, Louise charges into battle like a raging beast. Draxon roars while giant wolves tear across the battlefield against Louise's forces. Holding the glowing heart in his hand, Burja declares that the summoning beast's heart will belong to him. After fusing with Mana's Phantom, the Tower of Burja gains 2 new functions. A glowing tower interface reveals the first ability, remote use of the tower. A strange mailbox appears as the second new function is revealed to be item transfer. Standing above the city, Burja tells Gordon he's leaving the tower to him for a while, and Gordon immediately accepts the order. Using the item transfer system, Burji sends 10 top-grade senile powders to Princess Ernan, explaining they're needed to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Holding the glowing bottle, Ernan excitedly realizes the powder is top grade while Gordon proudly says the Demon King personally obtained them. Cade sits quietly inside the 4th floor prison, while Gordon orders that she stay there as long as she behaves herself. Cade swings her sword toward Gordon while shouting that he'll regret training her, but Gordon blocks the attack and calmly tells her to beat him first before saying that. A delivery request sets up the Hell Forge on the tower's 1st floor and orders Loger to reinforce the floor even further. Inside the forge, the dwarf stares around in shock at the massive furnace and strange machinery, while Gordon tells them to be grateful for the Demon King's generosity. With sparkling eyes and a huge grin, the excited dwarf promises to make everything perfectly for the Demon King. A Peel Orc raises his fist in the snowy mountains while the report explains that 3 tribes have united and their numbers have doubled enough to hunt monsters across the Urgest Mountains. Burji tells the holographic image of Gordon to manage the tower properly until he returns, and Gordon confidently promises not to disappoint him. The Demon King drops onto the ground while thinking that remotely managing the tower is a convenient function. A holographic call connects to Hillen Cargill as the Demon King asks if he can hear him. Surprised by the timing of the contact, beneath the glowing symbol of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, the narration reveals that Aman, the Black Knights, and the Black Mages now control the guild completely. As one of the 10 stars supports the guild, the narration explains that the guild leader handed his position over to his son, and that a single failure was not enough to destroy the 10 stars' reputation. The Demon King orders a message to be passed to Granada, while the wooden door rattles inside the damaged room. Facing the holographic call, the Demon King orders Granada to buy every elf slave on the continent, using funds from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, while Hillen reacts in shock. Purple energy surrounds the Demon King as he reveals that the man being sent to the guild is a con artist named Jettison, the same scammer who deceived Louis Werft, while the terrified man trembles below him. Bathed in red light with a sharp grin across his face, the Demon King says he already tracked down all of Jettison's information and plans to send an assassin if he fails to appear within a month. Tears stream down Jettison's face as he shakes violently in fear. The damaged room sits empty as the wooden door rattles in silence. A sudden impact burst flashes from behind the counter inside the empty room. An elf's voice trembles in disbelief as he asks if the Demon King truly plans to buy every one of his people. At the Holton Walk shared training grounds, A group of fighters practice elf swordsmanship while the elf vice captain agrees to gather everyone as quickly as possible. Granada lowers his gaze in silence, admitting that saving his people is good news, but dragging them into the Demon King's grasp still troubles him. A dark shadow falls across his face as he realizes the Demon King may be planning to use the elves as spies, just like him. While wooden swords swing through the training grounds, the soldiers whisper in confusion about why they are suddenly learning elf swordsmanship. Sweat runs down the vice captain's face as the others suggest abandoning the exhausted captain and following him instead. Granada stays silent while several soldiers quietly run away behind him across the training grounds. His eye widens sharply as he compares serving the Demon King to spending their entire lives suffering and dying as human slaves. Granada raises a glowing hand and declares that serving under the Demon King is far better. The vice captain and the fleeing soldiers freeze in shock as they turn back toward the captain. Vines wrap tightly around the vice captain's body while he panics and begs the captain to stop humiliating him in front of the others. Several soldiers collapse to the ground choking and gasping as they panic over why they are the only ones being targeted. Facing the communication screen, Granada calmly tells the confused Hillen that nothing is happening while muffled screams continue behind him. Under the bright rainforest sky, the man recalls hearing that the Demon King was searching for treasure. An ancient stone structure rises from the jungle as the narration reveals the Ormuth Rainforest Kingdom. In the Ormuth Rainforest region, Louise Wirt grimaces nervously beneath the trees, while soldiers stand behind her. Deep in the rainforest, the princess is told that Ormuth has issued an ultimatum demanding they march out with troops immediately, but she angrily insists she still hasn't found the bastard they're searching for. Sweat runs down Louise's face as she reveals there is still one place they have not searched. Staring toward a distant mountain beyond the jungle, Louise quietly names the Beast Mountain. An armored dwarf panics that the Beast Demon King's territory is far too dangerous, but Louise calmly insists nobody there would dare touch her. Sweat drips down Louise's face as she reminds them that harming the dwarven royal family would force every nation using dwarf-made weapons into war. A massive fortress burns in flames as the narration recalls a demon king being destroyed after targeting a dwarf prince 200 years earlier. From above the jungle path, Louise orders everyone to move immediately, threatening to rip their heads off if they refuse. A towering vine-covered structure rises above the rainforest as someone suddenly shouts to the Demon King that there's serious trouble. A beastman drops to one knee in shock as he hears that Princess Louise Werft is heading straight toward the Beast Mountain region. Sweat runs down Draxon's face as he wonders if the princess learned about the heart of the summoning beast hidden there. A blazing sphere of mana glows beneath a volcano, while the narration describes an overwhelming power sleeping beneath the magma. Draxon orders his subordinates to stop the princess from getting close while warning them not to kill or seriously injure her. Sweat drips from the beast-eared girl's face as she nervously admits stopping the princess is going to be difficult. Standing above the dwarven princess, a towering figure coldly asks if she has a death wish. A spear-wielding man blocks the path and warns Princess Louise that entry into the Demon King's territory is forbidden. Grinning, the man introduces himself as Max Ormuth, the second Prince of Ormuth, while warning that the demon tribe could kill her. Sweat runs down Louise's face as she snaps that nobody there can touch her, and she refuses to leave until she finds Loger. A twisted grin spreads across Max Ormuth's face as he mocks the dwarves for being stupid. Against the backdrop of a blood-red battlefield, Max explains that the Jespine Kingdom built its empire by selling weapons to the heroes during the war against the Demon King 200 years ago. Silhouettes surround the forest while Max asks if Louise dying to the Demon King's underlings would simply repeat history for the Ormuth Kingdom. Staring back at him in silence, Louise mutters, "You bastard." Max charges forward with a crazed grin and orders everyone to kill them all so Ormuth can profit this time instead. Shield-bearing soldiers close ranks around Louise as armed figures rush in from every direction for the prosperity of the Ormuth Kingdom. Raising her weapon, Louise shouts for anyone who wants to die to come first, while calling them cowardly monkeys. Draxon panics after realizing the dwarves are about to be killed, and yells that they have to stop this. Sweat pours down Draxon's face as he realizes Ormuth plans to murder Louise and frame the demons for it, triggering another full-scale war like the one 200 years ago. Draxon orders monsters and demons to move immediately and save the dwarf princess no matter what. Screeches echo through the rainforest as dark figures rush through the trees toward the battlefield. Blades tear through the armored soldiers as the attackers burst into the middle of the formation. Grinning wildly, a horned fighter cuts straight through the troops in a spray of blood. The soldiers raise their shields together as glowing golden barriers lock into place around Louise. A dwarf soldier warns that the terrain favors the enemy too much, and Louise's guards admit they have no chance fighting head-on. Grinding her teeth, Louise snaps that she'll wipe them out herself, while her soldiers desperately try to calm her down. Shields close tightly around Louise as the defensive formation completely surrounds her. Green energy swirls around Max's spear as he mocks the dwarves for hiding behind defenses and declares he'll crush them with a single blow. Purple demonic energy suddenly erupts behind Max, freezing him in place mid-attack. His eyes widen as he realizes demonic energy already reached the battlefield, and the Beast Demon King's underlings have arrived. Wrapped in purple energy, a dark figure watches the battlefield and remarks that Ormuth's attack was never part of the plan, adding that human interests are truly complicated. Shock spreads across both Max and Lucy's faces as they realize the newcomer is not a beast demon. Purple flames coil around Berger as he calmly tells the Ormuth prince that he's gonna die here. The soldiers immediately recognize an upper-rank demon while Max orders them to kill the princess as he holds the demon off. Explosions tear across the ground as the battlefield erupts into chaos. Max jerks his head back in shock after hearing someone scream for the prince. Wrapped in blazing yellow energy, Louise bursts through the battlefield and smashes soldiers aside with her hammer. Glowing with rage, Louise roars at them for daring to attack while she's standing right there. Sweat runs down Max's face as he stares at the charging princess and wonders how a dwarf can move that fast. Purple demonic energy spreads across the forest again as Berger hovers behind Max in silence. Purple demonic energy wraps around Max's face as he realizes the demon bound him in place and suppressed him with terrifying ease. Bathed in blazing golden flames, Louise swings her axe downward while screaming for the prince. She lands on a tree branch and says, "Where did the demon go?" The demonic energy vanished all of a sudden. Enemies surround the burning princess from every direction, while furious soldiers scream that a mere dwarf dared lay hands on the prince. Clenching her flaming axe, Louise screams that they attacked her first before threatening to send them all to the afterlife with their prince. The dwarven soldiers raise their shields and rifles together while shouting for everyone to protect the princess. Standing silently on a tree branch, Berger watches explosions erupt through the forest and calmly says that should keep Louise Werft from dying. A faint smile spreads across his face as he quietly says it's time for them to take the bait. Facing the distant tower, Berger calls out to the Demon King of Beasts. Purple demonic energy erupts around the Tower of Beasts as the scene shifts to 5 minutes earlier. Draxen, with glowing red eyes, freezes as it senses demonic energy nearby. The horned beast woman stares ahead in alarm while recognizing the Demon King's demonic energy. Surrounded by a blood-red aura, Draxen realizes another Demon King has sent demons into his territory, and that the intruder's demonic energy belongs to an elite demon or something even higher. His glowing eye narrows as he realizes another demon appeared at the exact moment the dwarf princess clashed with the Ormuth prince, making the timing feel far too perfect. The beast demons rush through the forest, while the Demon King demands to know whether they captured the dwarf princess and what happened to the intruding demon. Lowering his head apologetically, the beast demon admits the princess was already surrounded by Ormuth soldiers when they arrived. Sweat runs down Draxen's face as he realizes that if the full-scale invasion from 200 years ago happens again, he still has no way to stop it. The wolf demon lowers his head and admits the princess was already surrounded by Ormuth soldiers when they tried to save her. Wrapped in blazing flames, the dwarf princess tears through the battlefield while soldiers scream for her to stop the massacre. Grinding his teeth, the wolf demon apologizes and admits the princess handled everything alone, leaving them unable to save her. The furious Draxen slams his own subordinates into the ground and yells at them for making the situation even more confusing. The beast demons report that the second prince of Ormuth was killed by the dwarf princess, then ask what should be done with the surviving Ormuth warriors. Towering over the trembling soldiers, Draxen decides not to kill them, since the prince's murder would be blamed on him, and kidnapping and murder carry very different consequences. Looking down at the surviving warriors, Draxen decides to let them live so they can properly testify and keep him from being framed. Draxen demands to know whether his subordinates found the demon that invaded his territory, only to hear that they still have no leads. Snarling in irritation, he calls the beast demons pathetic and mocks them for having useless noses on top of being idiots, forcing them to bow their heads in apology. After calming down, the Demon King realizes the intruder is likely an upper-ranked demon specialized in stealth, making it understandable why the others failed to track it. Deciding to handle things personally, he activates a technique called ultra-sensory amplification, pouring demonic energy into his senses until his entire body glows with a crimson aura. The enhanced ability sharpens his perception enough to detect even traces of stealth magic, and suddenly he catches the faint trail of an unfamiliar demon. His eyes widen as he realizes the mysterious demon may have gone after the dwarf princess. A red demonic trail suddenly cuts through the forest as he tracks the intruder's movements. Standing before the beast demons, Draxen immediately asks which direction the dwarf princess fled, and one of the beast demons nervously points deeper into the forest. Rocks explode apart as a violent red shockwave tears through the ground. Wrapped in crimson energy, Draxen roars in fury and curses the hidden enemy. Rushing through the forest at full speed, Draxen realizes the dwarf princess, the Ormuth prince, and even the exposed demonic energy were all bait meant to lure him away from the volcano. Draxen stares toward the distant volcano and realizes an upper-ranked demon was sent for only one target. Hidden deep in the forest, Beastmen guards stand outside a ruined stone entrance. Inside the blazing cavern, carts filled with ore move deeper through a tunnel surrounded by magma and firelight. A massive burning magma sphere fills the cavern as someone declares that this is the heart of the summoning beast. Standing inside the volcanic cave, Bergier realizes the magma is connected to the aura of the summoning beast, and says even Draxen would have struggled to enter this place. Bergier realizes they've been secretly digging through the cavern to drain the lava. Smiling, he says it doesn't matter since the scales of the black flame demonic dragon can move even through lava. Hovering in the air, Bergier is rushed from behind by a tiger beastman. The tiger beastman unleashes a red slash of force toward the cavern floor, holding the beastman down. Bergier says an upper-ranked demon would definitely notice from this distance, and the beastman stares at him in shock after realizing his identity. The beastman desperately shouts for him to wait, but Bergier only says, "Come with me." The beastman struggles in panic as Bergier drags him into the magma. Bergier moves deeper through the burning magma. Standing inside the magma, Bergier recalls that after Draxen absorbed the heart of the summoning beast in his previous life, his regeneration became absurdly powerful. A grin spreads across Bergier's face as he wonders what kind of summoning beast Draxen absorbed. Hovering above the blazing light, Bergier realizes the heart belongs to a phoenix corpse. Back at the Demon King Military Academy, Bergier sits alone in the library while recalling records about phoenixes existing across multiple dimensions. A massive phoenix flies through a field of galaxies as the records describe phoenixes as godlike beings that cross dimensions, unlike destroyers bound to a single world, though all phoenixes share one trait. An ancient book states that every demon king who fully absorbed a phoenix became powerful enough to leave their name in the history of the demonic realm. Floating above the glowing phoenix remains, Bergier thanks Draxen and says absorbing the phoenix in his previous life is what allowed him to stand here now. Grinning, Bergier says the power he envied most in his previous life will finally be used by him this time. A pillar of blazing light erupts above the glowing phoenix corpse. Racing through the forest, Draxen wonders who found the phoenix and briefly suspects Bergier before rejecting the idea, saying Bergier came to Arene without any advantages. Still charging forward, Draxen says Bergier should not have any upper-ranked demons with him besides the adjutant inside the tower, and that a rookie demon king could never have discovered that information, while declaring his own security was never weak enough for this to happen. Two beastmen guards stare forward in shock after sensing a demon king approaching. Draxen crashes through the entrance as the guards are thrown away in every direction. Bodies fly through the tunnel while Draxen says neither Reyna nor Ugar were responsible, explaining that Ugar lacks the intelligence to plan something like this, while a frost demon like Reyna would only be poisoned by a fire element phoenix. Draxen slams to a stop and realizes only one person could be behind this. Roaring across the cavern, Draxen demands to know if the summoning beast is still safe, and the beastmen quickly assure him it is. One beastman nervously explains that Tiger suddenly jumped into the lava earlier, leaving Draxen frozen in shock. Draxen suddenly tries to jump into the magma, while the beastmen panic and desperately try to stop him. The glowing lava basin erupts with blinding light as the energy surges upward through the cavern. A blazing spiral reflects inside Draxen's eye. Across different places, travelers, warriors, adventurers, heroes, and princesses all stare toward the glowing sky in stunned silence. Draxen's eyes widen with fury as he roars Jason's name. A massive phoenix-shaped blaze spreads across the canyon in a flood of fire. Sunlight filters through the quiet jungle as the forest suddenly falls still. Surrounded by watching animals, a lone figure sits in the middle of the forest and quietly asks, "Where am I?" Reaching toward the blazing phoenix before him, he explains that he tried to store the phoenix's corpse in a subspace and return it to the tower, but its mana was absorbed into his body before the beast could react. As the phoenix-shaped eruption tears out of the volcano, Bergier was blown far away along with the volcanic blast. Lowering his gaze, he quietly reminds himself that he is a demon king and wonders why this is happening. Completely surrounded by animals, Bergier stares ahead in confusion and tells the animals to get lost. While birds and small animals gather around him by the river, he admits that he no longer feels like himself and wonders what this strange feeling is. Staring into the water, the Demon King freezes in confusion. Hidden deep within the jungle, the massive Ormuth Palace rises above the forest. Kneeling before the throne, Louise, the dwarf princess, reports that Prince Mark Ormuth and the brave warriors of Ormuth died after saving them from the Beast Demon King's underling. From the throne above the hall, the king declares that he raised his son as a brave warrior, and Louise says dying on the battlefield while protecting the weak is an honor. Slamming his fist down, the king snarls that there is no honor in this at all. Tears running down his face, the furious king orders the Heroes Guild to begin a hero's journey to execute the Beast Demon King immediately. A sharp electronic beep cuts through the quiet forest. Appearing through a blue communication screen, Hillen Cargill nervously says he has a report before asking who he is speaking to. While birds and forest animals crowd around him, the transformed Demon King calmly tells Hillen that he is his master despite his changed appearance, then learns that Ormuth's king is preparing a hero's journey. Flames and magic circles surround a red-haired woman as Hillen reveals that the captain is Rosal Charnt, a 10 stars hero and a top-class battle mage who specializes in flame magic, wrapped in blue energy. The massive vice, Captain Palav Disrod, stands in darkness as Hillen explains that 500 warriors, including 200 heroes, have gathered with the single objective of subjugating the Beast Demon King. Rows of armored warriors stand assembled in the shadows as the narration reveals that the hero's journey plans to attack the Tower of Beasts immediately after gathering in Ormuth. Standing among the animals in the forest, the Demon King notes that only 2 10-stars heroes are joining the 200-man force, then concludes that someone is secretly trying to keep the Beast Demon King alive. His eyes narrow as he quietly repeats that humans do not want a Demon King to die. Gold coins and magical materials fill the screen as the narration explains that Demon King towers are treated like gold mines, and many humans profit from the monsters and treasures inside them. Resting his hand against his chin, the Demon King remarks that even simple situations become tangled with conflicting human interests. Smiling beside the communication screen, the Demon King tells Hillen to join the hero's journey as well, promising to reveal the Beast Demon King's weakness if Hillen personally finishes him off. With a serious expression, the Demon King tells Hillen to absorb the Demon King's power after the kill, saying it will make gaining humanity's trust even easier. Forcing out an uneasy laugh, Hillen asks if they could really stop him if he became even stronger there. The Demon King falls silent for a moment before coldly asking if Hillen truly believes absorbing only 2 Demon Kings would be enough to oppose him. As Burjay prepares to leave the forest, a communication screen suddenly appears beside him while someone urgently calls for the Demon King. Burjay's expression hardens when Gordon mentions an emergency request from the Tower of Beasts, while Gordon suddenly blurts out through the screen, "Who are you?" Staring across the quiet forest, Burja coldly orders Gordon to speak as they explain that the Tower of Beasts has requested an emergency convocation of Demon Kings. Shock twists Burjay's face when he hears that Draxon was the one who called the meeting. 2 portals open before Draxon as he waits with his subordinates at the entrance of the Tower of Beasts. Ugar arrives through a glowing portal and asks Draxon what is going on, while Reyna beside him remarks that the place still smells terrible as usual. Standing beside the gathered Demon Kings, Draxon tells the others to head up first while he waits for the final attendee. With his glowing red eye fixed forward, Draxon notes that both Burja Diaz and Jason are late, wondering if they are still gathering their thoughts while declaring that if Burja arrives late, he will be treated as a suspect as well. Burji lowers his stance while cursing himself for letting his guard down for a moment. Wind and debris explode across the forest as Burja leaps into the air, saying there is no time now. Appearing through the communication screen, Gordon explains that since you're currently in Ormuth, he will head to the Tower of Beasts alone through a portal. Flying through the air, Burjay immediately rejects the idea and says he will arrive soon instead. Standing before Draxon in thought, Burj reveals that he came on foot without using a portal, admitting it would obviously raise suspicions, while also pointing out that arriving late would raise suspicion too, leaving the Beast Demon King stunned that he was already nearby. Red energy spirals behind Burjay as he says he first needs to return to his tower, take a portal with Gordon, and then move to the Tower of Beasts. Burjay flies through the sky at full speed, realizing this pace still is not enough and that he will be more than 10 minutes late unless he moves faster. His narrowed gaze sharpens as he realizes he has to fly even faster. Purple energy surges around a glowing heart suspended in darkness. Massive flaming wings burst open behind Burja. Staring back at the wings behind him, Burjay mutters, "Phoenix wings," while realizing he was not planning to use mana yet. A blazing heart pulses inside Burjay's chest as fiery energy erupts around it. Shock spreads across Burjay's face when he realizes the living presence inside his heart may be the reason the animals swarmed him earlier. Burjay's eye widens sharply as shock spreads across his face. Golden feathers spiral through the sky as Burjay tears through the clouds at overwhelming speed. A blinding burst of light engulfs the sky while Burjay desperately shouts. His face twists in strain as he grits his teeth and realizes the speed has become too fast to control. Burj crashes into the tower in a massive explosion of blazing fire. Black smoke pours from the damaged tower. Burjay crashes across the snow beneath the tower, holding his head in pain. Burjay admits he arrived quickly but still cannot control the Phoenix's power and needs to stay careful until he tames it. Burjay walks toward the tower entrance, asking Gordon if he is ready while wondering if the Phoenix has exhausted itself and fallen asleep. With a serious expression, Burjay announces that they are moving to the Tower of Beasts immediately. The city of Ormuth sits quietly beneath the bright sky. The crowd buzzes in excitement as they recognize Rosal Charnt, the genius mage who mastered magic at the age of 5. Several heroes stare toward Rosal in awe while others excitedly talk about fighting beside her. Leaning back against a rock, Rosal coldly tells the noisy heroes to get lost, introducing herself as the Dawn Flame Assault Unit Captain. A panicked man begs Rosal to watch her mouth, while she casually complains that the heroes are nothing but riffraff and useless for clearing towers. Rosal suddenly turns her head toward the crowd with a confused expression. Hillen Cargill walks through the gathering as people whisper about the 10 Stars hero who defeated the Demon King of Lust despite failing the Urgest hero's journey. Hillen approaches Rosal Charnt and says he came to lend his strength to the hero's journey as well. Smirking at him, Roselle mocks Hillen for no longer wearing his filthy ring and asks if he removed it because there are no elves around. Laughing awkwardly, Hillen nervously says they should talk about that separately while worrying that Roselle knows how he killed the demon king of lust. Sweat runs down Hillen's face as he thinks that if Roselle opens her mouth, his entire image is finished. Standing beside him with her staff in hand, Roselle declares that she will be the one to finish off the beast demon king and warns Hillen not to get in her way with those filthy hands. Hillen smiles brightly and agrees, declaring that the beast demon king's head belongs to him. A massive purple portal opens in the forest as two figures appear inside. Several figures step out from the portals. Standing in front of them, Draxen greets Jason and Burja, saying they made it in time and that he'll explain the details once they're inside. Burja stands quietly, listening without saying a word. A faint smile appears on his face as he calmly says that they're not late. Inside the Tower of Beasts' top floor, several demon kings gather around Draxen. Ugar looks at Draxen and asks why he called for an emergency meeting. Smiling as he speaks, Jason reveals that the hero's journey that defeated the demon king of Lusk has gathered in Ormuth and asks if the meeting is related to him. Baring his fangs, Draxen says that since they already know part of it, he'll be honest. The gathered demon kings fall silent as Draxen reveals that one of the demon kings gathered here sent a high-ranking demon into his territory and stole the phoenix corpse he was going to absorb. Draxen reveals that the traitor behind the theft also caused Ormuth's second prince to die, triggering the current hero's journey. Reyna looks toward him while Draxen considers that the culprit may have even killed the dwarf princess, and Reyna remarks that losing a summoning beast was foolish since provoking a hero's journey directly is practically an act of war. Baring his fangs, Draxen growls that someone is trying to take him out, but he refuses to die alone. With rage twisting across his face, Draxen declares that he'll purchase the key of the black box to kill the traitor. A glowing black box and silver key appear as the explanation reveals that every tower contains a black box that records all of a demon king's actions. The narration explains that demon kings rarely use the black box because it consumes massive amounts of demonic energy and disappears if the tower collapses. Sweat runs down Burji's face as he realizes that if Draxen opens the black box in his tower, there'll be no way left for him to escape blame. Grinning sharply, Draxen says that opening a black box requires permission from the Demon King, who owns that tower, then asks if everyone will grant permission willingly. Draxen's glowing red eye narrows as he warns that only the real culprit would hesitate to grant permission. Sweat drips down Burja's face as he curses Draxen under his breath. Reyna and Jason both raise their hands and grant permission to open the black box. Standing beside Burj, Ugar also grants permission without hesitation. After a brief pause, Burji finally raises his hand and grants permission as well. Grinning sharply, Draxen announces that everyone approved the request and says he'll contact them separately with the results before ending the meeting. The narration reveals that the black box key is a single, used consumable worth nearly 10 million demonic energy points. As heroes and demons clash across the battlefield, the narration explains that Draxen wouldn't spend such an enormous amount of demonic energy right before a hero's journey unless he was truly risking his life to expose the traitor. Draxen grips the glowing key and declares that once the hero's journey ends in failure, he'll immediately open both his and Jason's black boxes. Stepping out of the portal into the snowy mountains, Burgess silently decides he has to deal with Draxen before that happens. His eyes sharpen with focus as he repeats that he has to deal with Draxen himself. Entering the tower, Gordon says everything is prepared while Burgess says he'll inspect the tower starting from the first floor. On the first floor of Burgess's tower, a massive mechanical cannon towers over the room as a dwarf excitedly asks for the Demon King's opinion. Laughing wildly with his arms spread open, Lodger proudly introduces the Inferno Catapult Mark I, a magic cannon forged from the Demon King's Forge of Hell. Staring with sparkling eyes and a manic grin, he calls the weapon the greatest masterpiece he's ever created. Watching the crazed dwarf celebrate, Burji quietly admits the weapon's performance is reliable even if its creator seems completely insane. Burje tells his subordinate to leave the crazed inventor alone and see how far he takes the project as the dwarf celebrates on top of the cannon. On the second floor of Burje's tower, Cade charges forward yelling that she warned them this would happen. A massive crescent-shaped wave of blue sword energy rushes toward Burja as Cade screams that training her was a mistake. Burji calmly raises one hand and stops the incoming attack with a single touch. Blue energy shatters around him as Burji stares ahead and tells Cade she still hasn't changed at all. Wrapped in glowing sword energy, Cade swings her blade downward and declares that the real fight starts now. Cade rushes toward Burj with her sword as the technique, Crescent Moon Shatter, lights up the floor in blue. Standing calmly among the shattered energy, Burji smirks and admits that Cade has improved a little. Burji smiles while dark purple energy gathers around his hand and tells Cade she still needs far more training. Sweat runs down Cade's face as she stares in shock, unable to believe Burje countered her technique so easily. The snowy tower trembles violently as massive shockwaves explode outward. Cade's body is buried into the cracked floor while Burje calmly asks why Princess Cade is on the second floor instead of the fourth. Hearing that Princess Ernan is preparing a summoning ritual on the fourth floor, Burji pauses and repeats the word, summoning. On the fourth floor of Burji's tower, colorful spirits float around piles of materials as a notification confirms that senile powder has been used. Surrounded by glowing magic circles, fourth floor boss Ernan Hilderin continues the summoning ritual in silence. With blue energy crackling between her hands, Ernan calls upon the Great Spirit of Water, Guardian of Water. Red blood droplets fall through the darkness as Ernan forms a sacred contract bound by blood, soul, and spirit. The blood droplet falls into the glowing magic circle as Ernan begins the summoning ritual. Sweat rolls down Ernan's face as she calls out in the name of Ernan Hilderin and desperately asks the spirit to answer her summons. A massive blue magic circle shines brilliantly as the summoning finally succeeds. From the center of the water magic, the high water spirit Neruniel slowly appears surrounded by flowing waves. Neruniel opens her eyes in surprise after sensing someone talented enough to summon her inside a Demon King's tower. Accepting the summoning, Neruniel introduces herself as a high-ranking water spirit under the Primordial Covenant and begins acknowledging the human contractor. Neruniel reaches toward Ernan's hand as she accepts her as her sole companion. A burst of white light engulfs Ernan and the water spirit as the contract forms between them. Suspended beneath the glowing water, Ernan's body floats motionlessly through the blue space. Her eyes remain closed while bubbles drift around her silent expression. Water rushes past her face as her body continues sinking through the glowing current. Standing in the rain, the Demon King catches Ernan in his arms. Still trembling in his arms, Ernan stares at him in confusion and quietly calls out his name. Smiling down at her, the Demon King says he almost missed a rare sight and praises her for the good work. Ernan laughs nervously and says everything worked thanks to the senile powder he saved for her. Blushing, she suddenly blurts out that she loves the Demon King. Suddenly her expression freezes in shock. Panicking instantly, Ernan screams that she never actually said that out loud and begs him to believe her. Holding Ernan in one arm, the Demon King stares at the tiny water spirit while Neruniel happily admits she really does love the Demon King. Introducing herself as the high-ranking water spirit Neruniel, the spirit casually asks when they are going on a date and reveals her favorite genre is forbidden love stories. The Demon King calls the spirit annoying while Ernan completely loses composure in his arms. Blushing furiously, Ernan stammers about dating while Neruniel grins and says rumors about the love between a Demon King and a princess have already spread through the spirit realm. Neruniel gushes over the romance between them while Ernan desperately begs the spirit to go back already. The Demon King suddenly stops the conversation and asks the high-ranking spirit what he looks like in her eyes, and Neruniel happily calls him a handsome Demon King destined to end up with the princess. But he calmly tells her to answer again. Flames rise around the Demon King as his appearance shifts into red hair, and he asks her again what he looks like to her now. Staring at him in confusion, Neruniel says the pure mana around him feels more like a spirit than a Demon King. Surrounded by flames, that the Demon King realizes that if even a high-ranking spirit cannot see through him, then the other Demon Kings and heroes probably will not notice either. A grin spreads across his face as he says that at this level, he could even take care of the Demon King of Beasts himself. Ernan stares at him in shock as the thought of one Demon King taking down another sinks in. He flies through the sky at incredible speed. Gordon screams through the communication screen, asking what kind of Demon King would actually go out to kill another Demon King, while Burji calmly says he already explained it. Walking out the snowy corridor, Burji casually says he is stepping out to kill Draxon, leaving Gordon completely stunned. Clutching his head in panic, Gordon screams that none of this makes any sense to him. Flying through the air, Burji reminds Gordon that he promised to stop arguing with his decisions, but Gordon shouts back that this situation is completely different and warns that if the other Demon Kings discover this, everything will spiral out of control. Flying forward at high speed, Burji says that if he cannot stop Draxon before he opens the key of the black box, then he will be the one who dies. Sweat runs down Gordon's face as he warns that Burji still has not overcome Arian's dimensional energy. A massive vortex fills the darkness as the narration explains that every dimension is naturally hostile toward other dimensions. A giant blue figure looms over a body, while the narration reveals that dimensions reject outsiders and crush intruders with dimensional energy. A level 666 Demon King shrinks into a sweating level 1 gorilla creature upon entering Arene, showing how dimensional energy suppresses demonic power outside the demon realm. A hero chosen by the dimension drives his sword through the weakened demon, as the narration explains that hero exists to eliminate those weakened intruders. Lightning surrounds the massive Demon King's tower, while the narration reveals that the tower was created to overcome dimensional resistance and invade other worlds. A glowing connection links the Demon King's tower to the demon realm, as the narration explains that the tower channels demonic energy directly from the demon realm itself. Red demonic energy engulfs the Horned Demon King, while the narration explains that strengthening the tower allows Demon Kings to recover their original power. Standing inside the hall, Gordon explains that the farther Burgee moves from his tower, the weaker he becomes, especially against the 13th-floor Tower of Beasts. Sweat runs down Gordon's face as he admits that even Burgee cannot guarantee victory. A massive beast silhouette towers over Burge as the narration warns that victory cannot be guaranteed inside the Tower of Beasts. Surrounded by purple flames, Burge admits that even after absorbing the Phoenix's heart, he still hasn't fully adapted and cannot face another Demon King alone. A sharp grin spreads across Burge's face as he says that would only be true if he were fighting alone. Wrapped in blazing energy, Burge declares that he'll directly participate in the hero's journey under the name File. Burge flies across the skies of Ormuth as the forest stretches out below him. A glowing blue blade presses against the skull-faced demon's face in a violent close-range clash. Dead demons cover the battlefield while soldiers brace themselves and shout to protect the retreat and help the wounded. Kneeling beside the injured soldier, Hillen offers him a potion while the exhausted man groans in pain. Hillen turns in shock as Burge suddenly appears behind him, asking why everyone looks so exhausted. Burge calmly introduces himself and tells the stunned Hillen to call him File. Sweat runs down Hillen's face as he explains that once enough heroes gathered, they immediately move to clear the Tower of Beasts. Blue energy swirls around Hillen as he recalls striking the Demon King of Beasts' tail and weakening its weak point. With panic written across his face, Hillen screams for Roselle to act immediately. Kneeling alone with her staff raised, Roselle faces a massive wave of monsters closing in from the darkness. Roselle grips her staff with trembling hands as sweat runs down her face. Hillen's eye widens in shock. Draxon, with glowing red eyes, roars directly toward the battlefield. Roselle leans against Hillen as he supports her while the heroes retreat and Draxon remains standing behind them. Standing face to face in the forest, Hillen admits that in the end, the hero's journey failed. A faint smile spreads across File's face as he says he completely understands the situation now. Sweat runs down File's face as he laughs and realizes he is completely screwed. Looking down calmly, File says that even after losing, they dealt the Demon King a heavy blow and bought time while it recovers. A serious look settles over File's face as he declares they still have time to restart the hero's journey before Draxon restores the tower. With a serious look, File questions why Roselle was attacked if Palav Disrod was supposed to be guarding the mages, while Hillen curses Disrod under his breath. Roselle suddenly steps forward with her staff and reveals that Disrod ran away right before the assault on the Tower of Beasts. Roselle glares forward and reveals that Palav Disrod sponsors profit from the tower's continued existence, calling them money, crazed bastards. Standing among the exhausted survivors, File asks Roselle if she still has the will to try the hero's journey again, despite the disaster around them. Clutching the side of her face, Roselle declares that she will kill the Demon King of Beasts, no matter what after losing her eye in the fight. Hillen looks at her and explains that too many people are wounded, and they already ran out of potions, but File calmly calls it a simple problem. Smiling, File reveals a massive supply of potions prepared in advance for the hero's journey and says they can still return to battle. Holding her staff over her shoulder, Roselle stares at File and asks who he really is and why he is helping them this much. A warm flame glows from File's chest as Roselle says she has never sensed energy this pure before and wonders how he built up that kind of energy. File presses a hand against his chest and quietly stares at the strange warmth inside him. Exhausted soldiers sit scattered across the forest floor, barely able to hold themselves upright. The blonde warrior lowers his head in silence while the wounded fighters around him stare blankly at the ground. Staring ahead calmly, File says potions alone will not restore morale that has already been broken. But if he plans to lead them against Draxon anyway, showing them once might help. A glowing bird, like flame, shines from File's chest as he quietly tells the others to follow him. The wounded fighters slowly look up as warm orange light spreads across the forest clearing. Roselle and Hillen stare ahead in silence. Roselle's eye widens as she stares at the bright golden glow and mutters, "That is," with flames glowing around him. File asks if they wanted to know who he is. A massive phoenix of fire spreads behind him as he declares himself the owner of the phoenix. File. Surrounded by blazing fire, File calmly states that he came to kill the Demon King of Beasts. Roselle stares at him in shock, realizing the legendary phoenix summon may be the overwhelming presence that covered the sky not long ago. Sweat runs down Roselle's face as she realizes the phoenix's mana alone rivals 10 stars heroes and wonders where someone like File even came from. The exhausted fighters and wounded soldiers stare toward the blazing figure in stunned silence beneath the phoenix's golden light. Golden light reflects across Hillen's face as he stares ahead in silence. Surrounded by swirling flames, File looks toward the gathered heroes and realizes they might finally be able to kill the Demon King of Beasts. Seated on his throne among snarling wolves, Draxon says the tower restoration used far more demonic energy than expected. A black key burns with red energy above his clawed hand as he reveals he could only purchase one key for the black box. Grinning at the glowing cube, Draxon says he'll open the rest later and give them to that bastard, but this one comes first. The black box bursts open as streams of purple light explode from inside. Purple film, like strips, spiral through the room while Draxen leans forward and demands to see every secret hiding within. Sweat runs down Draxen's face as he stares upward in shock, realizing the black box cannot be manipulated if what he's seeing is real. Clenching his teeth in shock, Draxen realizes that Bastard really did something like this, and says the other Demon Kings need to learn the truth. A demon rushes into the throne room shouting that the heroes have invaded, and this time the new 10 Stars hero is leading them. Bathed in golden light, Ralph Schmitz advances forward carrying 2 massive shields as his name echoes through the hall. Ralph's blue eyes lock ahead as the narration calls him the Shield Master. 1 hour earlier in Ormuth, flames swirl around File while the gathered heroes face him in silence, grinning wildly. The battered fighters rally themselves and declare that with the legendary Phoenix on their side, the Beast Demon King is nothing. Swords rise into the air as the heroes shout for everyone to draw their weapons and annihilate all the demons. The warriors raise their swords beneath the blazing Phoenix as they shout that the Phoenix stands with them. Fairy energy flickers across File's face as he quietly wonders whether he can truly control the Phoenix's mana in battle. Landing beside the others, File says 2 10 Stars heroes still may not be enough and wishes reinforcements could have been prepared. Smiling to herself, Rosal says the timing is perfect since she was hoping for a useful hero. File suddenly stares ahead in shock. Ralph Schmitz steps forward as he's introduced as the 10 Stars hero and the strongest shield master. A pack of giant wolves charges directly toward Ralph. Explosions burst across both shields as Ralph blocks the entire assault, leading the vanguard in the revenge battle. Ralph slams the 2 halves of the massive shield together as sparks explode. Cracks spread over the giant shield's face. The shield's glowing face erupts with blinding energy. Green energy erupts outward from the shields and blasts the wolves away in every direction. Dust and shattered ground spread through the hall as the wolves are thrown back from the entrance. Bathed in white light, Ralph Schmitz is revealed as a tank ranked second among the 10 Stars. Watching the shield beside him, File says Ralph's weapon reflects impact and admits it's an extremely difficult ability to deal with. Dark memories surface in Berger's mind as laughing heroes surround him from every side, while he recalls the ones who mocked him after his previous defeat. Ralph stares ahead with a cold smile as the memory of the heroes returns, and the Demon King realizes that Bastard was there too. Keeping his eyes forward, Berge admits he wants to tear Ralph apart, but says Draxen comes first for now. Walking beside File, Rosal says that if Ralph Schmitz had arrived after the hero's journey like he did, waiting a little longer could have changed everything. Clenching her teeth beneath a dark aura, Rosal says that with both of them added to the fight, they could have won without suffering any injuries. As the two walk through the battlefield, File says it's good that she's confident in their strength, but warns her not to underestimate the Demon King. Rosal turns back in confusion and quietly asks, "What?" File walks ahead while warning that Demon Kings always keep a final trump card they use right before dying. His expression hardens as he thinks that if Draxen restored the tower after purchasing the key, the heroes might not be able to stop the demonic energy this time, and he may finally witness Draxen's secret weapon. The heroes step into the Beast Tower's 13th floor, where the Demon King waits alone. The heroes slow down in confusion, wondering why there are no demons left on the highest floor when it used to be filled with underlings. Red energy burns around Draxen's claw as he mocks the heroes for returning, revealing he prepared all of this while waiting for their second attempt. Staring at the overwhelming pressure in shock, Rosal realizes the massive demonic energy may be the reason no demons remain on this floor. A red energy sphere flies into Draxen's mouth as he confirms that he gathered everything here to handle all of the heroes at once. Glowing red orbs pulse inside the Demon King's mouth while he declares that he gathered all of his vassals together. File narrows his eyes and realizes Draxen found a loophole by absorbing everything on the highest floor instead of placing monsters there. Draxen's glowing eye locks onto the heroes as he declares that none of them will ever climb again after he kills them here. Ralph Schmitz steps to the front of the group while the heroes stare ahead in silence at the Demon King. File fixes his eyes forward and warns, "Here he comes." Draxen throws his jaws wide open in a terrifying roar. Red spiraling energy explodes outward from the Demon King. A massive red vortex forms before Ralph as he braces behind his shields. Two warriors rush forward through the red energy while others shout for them to stop, warning that the Demon King is trying to grow even stronger. The charging heroes suddenly freeze in shock as the red vortex twists violently around them. Spinning red energy erupts across the chamber as Ralph Schmitz blocks the attack. Several people are thrown through the air as the red vortex tears across the chamber. Ralph braces behind his shields in shock as the impact pushes him back. Ralph's eye narrows sharply as he stares into the storm. Golden sparks explode across the shields as another impact slams into them. A bright green beam cuts straight through the chamber toward the spinning red vortex. The Demon King's silhouette stands before the massive red vortex. Red flames coil around the Demon King's snarling face as he stares ahead. Green energy scatters across the chamber as the Demon King's silhouette remains standing, staring at the battlefield in shock. The heroes realize Ralph's reflection was blocked with ease. Red demonic energy erupts around the Beast Demon King as he steps forward. The Beast Demon King's glowing red eyes lock onto the heroes. Red demonic energy spreads behind the Beast Demon King while the warriors face him. Gripping their swords, the warriors struggle against the sinister demonic energy as one compares it to poison choking the throat. Several people collapse to the floor, gasping for air, while others tremble inside the red demonic energy. A massive phoenix spreads its burning wings. A blazing barrier spreads across the battlefield as File activates advanced defense magic, Phoenix version. The people stare at File in shock, calling him a legendary summoning beast they'll never forget. With Phoenix flames burning behind him, File says he won't let Draxon gather the demonic energy. Phoenix wings spread behind File as he warns everyone not to leave the barrier. Draxon stares at the glowing barrier while the heroes remain gathered inside it. Facing the 4 heroes, Draxon says one of them possesses mana that could become a problem. Draxon reacts after noticing File standing among the heroes. Draxon's eye narrows as he growls, "Yor." A grin spreads across File's face. Draxon roars Burge's name as his glowing red eye locks forward. He lunges toward the barrier, accusing Burge of stealing the Phoenix's power and invading his tower. Raising one finger, Burge calmly says, "Silence." While declaring that his control reigns supreme inside this domain, Draxon hangs frozen above the glowing barrier. Watching the barrier in surprise, Razel says File canceled the Beast Demon King's roar and hid their magic incantation. Golden chains crash down across Draxon as advanced binding magic wraps around his body. Snarling through the chains, Draxon calls the heroes pathetic worms and says a petty trick like this could never work on him. Draxon crashes through the chains and slams toward Burge. Staring down at him with glowing red eyes, Draxon declares this is a hunt and says he'll devour Burge first. Burge looks at him in silence. Smirking beneath the silence effect, Burge says he can't hear Draxon barking anymore. Draxon grits his teeth as his glowing eye narrows. The heroes stare ahead in shock while Rosal calls out File's name. Phoenix wings spread behind Burge as he faces the charging Draxon. Draxon tears across the ground in a burst of debris and red energy. Red energy trails tear across the battlefield as the 2 demon kings move faster than the heroes can follow, surrounded by exploding magic circles. The heroes admit they can't even aim while another reminds them to trust File's plan. Draxon swings his claws through the air and says he doesn't care why Burge is interfering, because there's nothing to gain from understanding his thoughts. Phoenix wings flare behind Burge as he flies forward while Draxon roars that he'll never leave this place alive. Burge turns his head as Draxon screams his name again. Holding up one finger, Burge explains that the Beast Demon King's greatest strength is his speed. The heroes listen in silence as Burge says the Beast Demon King's bulk and agility are both exceptional, so they need to target his legs. Looking at Burge, Hylian wonders if his Thundercleave can even catch the Beast Demon King, while Burge tells him he'll give the signal at the right moment. Draxon lunges toward Burge with red slashes, roaring that he finally caught the pathetic worm. Wrapped in burning phoenix wings, Burge flies through the explosion. Purple energy gathers in Burge's hand as he activates Armin's orb. Flying before the Beast Demon King, Burge raises the glowing orb as Draxon mocks him for thinking it could work. Smiling faintly, Burge explains that Armin's orb passes the master's information to its vassal. Draxon bares his fangs and declares that no vassal here could possibly use that information. Blue lightning erupts around Hylian as he charges forward with his sword drawn. Raising his sword in agony, Hylian screams that his head feels like it's splitting apart and warns Burge never to use that orb again. Draxon stares ahead in shock, calling Diaz a madman for turning a hero into his vassal. Surrounded by flames, Burge grins and tells Draxon to try making a vassal himself if he survives long enough. Blue lightning engulfs the battlefield as Hylian slashes at the Beast Demon King with his sword. A lightning-coated slash tears across the Beast Demon King's chest. Even with the wound across his body, Draxon smirks and mocks them for acting arrogant over a single attack. Golden magic circles surround Draxon as a massive explosion of light erupts around him. Draxon's eyes widen in surprise as he stares into the blast. Facing Rosal, Burge explains that once Hylian matches his signal and creates an opening, Rosal's turn will begin next. Smirking calmly, Burge tells Rosal to pour all of her hatred for her lost eye into this attack. Standing beneath countless glowing magic circles, Rosal glares upward at the Beast Demon King and vows to make him pay for taking her eye. With mana flaring around her body, Rosal screams that she'll use everything she has to eliminate him in a single blow. Massive pillars of flame crash down from the sky as Rosal unleashes her top-tier flame magic, Satellite Cannon. The Beast Demon King throws his head back and roars while the blazing attack engulfs him. Inside a glowing barrier, Burge and Hylian stand silently as the flames rage outside. Ralph braces beside Roselle while the barrier continues holding against the explosion. A massive fireball erupts across the battlefield in a violent explosion of flames and smoke. Smoke pours from the massive crater while Draxon's silhouette lies at the center of the destruction. Bruised and burned, the Beast Demon King glares down at the group and growls, "These pathetic worms. Watching him rise after taking that much damage, Burji realizes he still isn't going down easily. Half of Draxon's face twists grotesquely as he roars, asking who they think he is. A massive wave of red energy erupts outward from Draxon and crashes toward the heroes. Bracing behind his shield, Ralph fails to block Draxon's slash as the Beast Demon King declares himself the Demon King of Beasts. Rozel's body jerks back as the red attack tears across her chest. Blood bursts from Hylian's body as Draxon declares himself a vassal of Arcane and the Demon King who will conquer this dimension. Consumed by rage, the Beast Demon King charges straight toward Burji, roaring that he won't let him live after being reduced to this state. Burji smirks and tells Draxon that his fierce form is gone and he's become a rabid beast now. Draxon lunges forward with his jaws wide open and shouts that he'll make him shut that mouth. A grin spreads across Burji's face as he says he still hasn't shown everything yet. Flames swirl around Burji's hand as he reveals the power of the Phoenix Draxon tried to hide away. Draxon's eye widens as he screams Burji's name. Wrapped in blazing flames, Burji fires a massive fireball toward the Beast Demon King. Draxon snarls through the flames, insisting this much won't kill him yet. Draxon crashes down through the flames as Ralph braces below with both shields raised. Green energy circles around Draxon as he reacts to an attack striking his tail from behind, bleeding on the ground. Rozel reaches out with a glowing magic circle and swears not to let the Demon King escape. Golden chains descend around the Beast Demon King as advanced binding magic. Sage's chain locks him in place while he curses that taking an attack now would be dangerous. Blue lightning surges around Hylian as he crouches with his sword. Draxon bares his fangs and roars Burji's name. Wrapped in blue lightning, Hylian blitzes forward and attacks the Beast Demon King at incredible speed. Burji smiles calmly, saying he'll make good use of the Phoenix before bidding farewell to Draxon. Blood erupts as the Beast Demon King's severed head spins through the air. The massive head crashes onto the ground. The surrounding warriors stare ahead in shock as one of them mutters that they won. Covered in blood, Hylian raises his weapon, while the people shout that he defeated the Demon King of Beasts and cheer his name. Grinning wildly through the blood on his armor, Hylian demands even more praise as he declares himself the hero who will become the strongest in history. Suddenly, the tower trembles violently as debris rains down, and the people shout for everyone to escape while securing the treasure and recovery potions first. Beside the Beast Demon King's severed head, Burj quietly calls out Draxon Daldov's name. Staring at him in silence, Burj wonders if someone like Draxon will also be given a second chance. Watching the collapsing tower, Burji says that even if Draxon returned, it would still be meaningless since he followed the Demon King's standards until the very end. The tower continues collapsing as Burji realizes this outcome was Draxon's plan all along. Sunlight breaks through the jungle canopy as Rozel acknowledges that Hylian claimed the Beast Demon King's head, while the bandaged Hylian awkwardly calls it a misunderstanding and Rozel dismisses it as complete bullshit. Rozel admits she became suspicious the moment Burj suddenly joined the fight, though she still cannot deny that he risked his life fighting beside them. A faded memory surfaces of Rozel leaning against Hylian as he supports her, remembering that he saved her back then too. With a blank expression, Rozel says she already took the Beast Demon King's corpse and asks if Hylian has any objections, while Hylian nervously agrees. Someone calls Rozel over after finding something inside the ruins of the Beast Tower. The rescued princes and princesses are discovered scattered throughout the ruins of the tower. Rozel kneels beside a sleeping girl in confusion as she wonders if the girl is the missing princess. The girl opens her eyes, revealing herself as Lavinia Akan, the third princess of the Akan kingdom, and Rozel immediately panics over finding her inside the tower. Rozel stares at Lavinia in disbelief after learning she entered the tower to gather demonic beast materials for Chamara research, while the surrounding people wonder how she can even understand the princess. Standing behind them, Burj quietly asks if the Beast Demon King harmed her, but Lavinia calmly replies that she traded money for demonic beasts instead. Watching the two leave together, Burji realizes Draxon's massive fortune came directly from the princess, while Rozel tells the reckless royal to head back for now. Burji stares ahead in disbelief as he realizes Lavinia entered the tower alone and made a deal with the Demon King just to continue her Chimera research, calling her a complete nutcase even compared to his previous life. At the Heroes Guild Elder Council meeting, the elders discuss how important the Tower of Beasts had become as a hunting ground. The meeting continues as the elders complain that even after coordinating with sponsors and suppressing the 10-star heroes, someone claiming to be the Phoenix Master still led the hero's journey to victory. The council members question whether a Phoenix Master hero even exists after hearing the figure is not affiliated with the Heroes Guild. One elder declares that abnormalities have continued ever since the Demon King appeared in Arzest and says it is time to tighten control over heroes who have started slacking off. A shadowed figure announces that their first priority will be uncovering the identity of the Phoenix Master. The scene shifts to the Ormuth Royal Banquet Hall, where nobles and heroes gather for a celebration banquet. The king thanks the heroes for slaying the Demon King and rescuing the princes before urging everyone to enjoy the banquet despite the situation. Dressed elegantly while sipping a cocktail, Rozel calls the banquet gloomy and says at least the drinks are good. Hillen approaches Rosal and says the dress suits her, while mentioning that the princess already returned to the Akan kingdom, but Rosal casually brushes off the formal attendants before mocking his flattery. Leaning back with a blue cocktail in hand, Rosal asks why File isn't at the banquet, saying she still has something she wants to ask him. The guests excitedly gather around Rosal, saying they wanted to meet File too, since he was the one who saved them. While she admits she still hasn't thanked him properly, Ralph Schmitz calmly praises the Phoenix Master as incredible, leaving the other guests stunned that Ralph is actually speaking. With an awkward smile, Hillen explains that File already left, and the crowd immediately freezes in shock. Snow falls around Burgie's tower deep in the Urgest Mountains, as someone thanks the Demon King for his hard work. Inside the tower, Gordon nervously asks if the Demon King really killed the Demon King of Beasts and returned alive, and Burgie calmly answers, "I did." Sweating and trembling, Gordon stares in horror at the Demon King, while wondering how he plans to bear the consequences of something so insane. Resting back in a large chair, the Demon King says the other Demon Kings will soon react to Draxon's death, and explains that returning immediately avoids suspicion. His eyes narrow as he admits this battle made him realize he's still weak. Draxon's massive beast form stands surrounded by dark red energy, as he recalls that the Demon King had already been weakened after surviving one hero's journey. Holding a blazing attack in his hand, he admits the strike was meant to kill Draxon, but it dealt far less damage than expected. The Demon King looks down at the glowing phoenix on his chest, and realizes that not only his original power, but the phoenix's power also needs to grow stronger. A holographic call suddenly appears beside the Demon King as he realizes the other Demon Kings finally contacted him. From the interface, Jason suddenly announces that he wants to hold a conference with the Demon Kings immediately, while the Demon King quietly asks why it's so sudden. Jason lowers his head and announces that Draxon Doldov has been killed. A sinister grin spreads across Burge's face in the Demon King's thoughts, as he remembers that he was the one who killed Draxon. While he nervously asks if that rumor is true, Jason reveals that a new Demon King has already descended alongside the news of Draxon's death. Sweat runs down Burge's face as he realizes a new Demon King appeared in less than half a day, far faster than expected. His eyes sharpen as he wonders if Archduke Arcane predicted Draxon's death in advance, but reassures himself that the tower and black box disappeared, leaving no evidence behind. The Demon King walks into a massive conference hall filled with seated Demon Kings, while convincing himself there's no need to worry about being caught. A pink-haired demon girl smiles across the table and calls him the famous Burgedeus. Leaning forward with a smile, the demon girl introduces herself as Vivian Blunt, queen of the Blood Moon tribe. Burgie sits calmly in his chair and confirms his identity. Vivian's eye narrows slightly as she quietly studies him. Archduke Alkane slams his fist against the table, insisting there's no way Draxon could have been defeated so easily and calling the invasion report suspicious. Vivian stands before Archduke Alkane as he calmly orders a full investigation and tells them to keep watch on Burgedeus. Vivian stares forward coldly as Archduke Alkane says that if any Demon King would break the rules, Burgedeus is the most likely suspect. A sly smile spreads across Vivian's face as she says the unfriendly types are the easiest to win over, then calls this a warm-up. Jason announces that everyone has gathered and the meeting is about to begin before suddenly pausing in confusion. Vivian rises from her seat and says the dimension of Arene is amusing, especially how Demon Kings gather together whenever one of them dies. Her heels click across the table as she admits she's more interested in one person instead. Surrounded by pink light and flower petals, Vivian fixes her gaze forward and calls out the famous Burgedeus. Leaning close to Burge, Vivian says she's curious what kind of demon could turn the demonic realm upside down like that. Holding out her hand with a playful smile, Vivian admits she's attracted to him and asks him to spend the night with her. Burge raises his hand to stop her and coldly tells her to keep her hands off him, calling her ugly. Vivian freezes in complete shock, stammering over the word oogly, while reminding herself that she's the succubus queen. Rina interrupts the awkward scene and tells Vivian to return to her seat. With a calm expression, Rina says the meeting is both a welcome reception and an investigation into how Draxon was defeated so helplessly. Jason looks startled as he realizes Rina is overseeing the meeting. Laughing behind Rina's shoulder, Vivian teases her for also desiring Burge before casually backing off for the day. Jason resumes the meeting and explains that the 10 stars were the main force behind the hero's journey this time. The meeting drags on as the Demon Kings monotonously share the information they each gathered. A massive phoenix burns behind a shadowed figure as the meeting shifts toward the sudden appearance of a new powerhouse known as the Phoenix Master. A towering structure rises over the water while the Demon Kings conclude that the Phoenix Master must be investigated carefully. Sitting silently in his chair, Burge admits that since he was disguised as File during the hero's journey, he failed to properly surveil the demons, and now needs to be more careful about exposing his face. The discussion turns toward Vivian Blunt and the secret mission she received from Archduke Arcane, as everyone around the table looks toward her. Vivian blows a playful kiss across the table with a wink and a teasing smile. Burge calmly decides that Vivian is not someone he needs to worry about that much. Cade peeks around the corner inside Burge's tower, realizing the surveillance has grown strangely lax and that no demons seem to be guarding the floor. Glancing toward the doors, she realizes Princess Ernan is nowhere to be found and decides this is her chance to escape. Her eyes lock onto the giant exit doors as she thinks that if she can just get past them, she might finally get out. A voice suddenly stops her in place as Ernan steps into the hall and asks where she thinks she's going. Water spirits swirl around Ernan while she declares that for the tower's peace and for her safety, she'll stop the escape herself. Blue energy erupts around Cade as she grips her weapon and says she never wanted to fight, but staying longer could be even more dangerous. Ernan stares ahead silently. A sharp glare spreads across Cade's face. Gordon suddenly steps between the two and casually tells Cade she can leave if she wants. Holding a feather duster in one hand, Gordon says whatever happens next is not his problem and mutters that this is why humans should never be treated well. Sweat runs down Cade's face as she stares at him in confusion, wondering why the people who kidnapped her are suddenly letting her go. A sharp look fills her eyes as she decides this must be her chance to escape while Gordon is being careless. She lunges toward the massive door, convinced that if she can escape the tower, she can survive in the Regressed mountains long enough to reach Holton Walk and ask for help. The moment her hand touches the door, purple energy suddenly spreads across the surface. Purple light engulfs her face as she freezes in shock and blurts out a confused gasp. A massive explosion erupts at the tower entrance while Gordon and Ernan stare toward the blast in alarm. Gordon looks ahead calmly and explains that touching the door without permission causes the explosion. Cade lies collapsed on the floor. Standing beside the door, Ernan listens in silence as Gordon explains that anyone without the Demon King's permission cannot leave the tower. Blue sparks spread across Ernan's hand as Gordon quickly warns her not to touch the door carelessly, or she'll end up in trouble too. The giant doors suddenly creak open while Gordon and Ernan stare forward in shock. Gordon's eyes go wide in disbelief. Ernan tilts her head in confusion and awkwardly admits that she just felt like it would work. Closing the door, Ernan stares in disbelief and wonders why it actually worked. A black, gloved hand suddenly grabs the edge of the door before it can close. Snow falls over Burge's shoulders as he steps through the doorway and calmly asks Princess Ernan if she's finally trying to escape on her own. Gordon immediately bows his head and welcomes the Demon King while Ernan freezes beside the open door in awkward silence. A snow rests across Burge's hair as he stares at the scene in confusion and asks what everyone was even doing. Inside the Demon King's chamber, Gordon reports that Princess Cade attempted to escape, and Burge orders her to be locked in the underground prison. Gordon hesitates and asks what happened with Princess Ernan outside the tower, but Burge simply asks what he means. Still stunned, Gordon explains that only people with Burge's permission should be able to leave the tower, yet Princess Ernan opened the main door herself after the tower already recognized her as one of its members. A blue screen glows before Burge's eyes as he realizes that if Princess Ernan truly has a contract with a high-ranking spirit, escaping the tower and crossing the Regressed mountains alone would not actually be that difficult. Burge narrows his eyes and wonders why Ernan still hasn't escaped even after he spent so much time away from the tower, questioning what her true objective really is. Inside the interface, Ernan Hilderin lowers her gaze in silence. Inside the underground prison beneath Burge's tower, Ernan stands outside the cell. Cade bitterly tells Ernan that kindness without reason does not exist and insists the Demon King must be planning something with her too. Ernan slowly turns back toward her in confusion. Pointing at herself in surprise, Ernan blurts out that she came there willingly on her own. Burge stares downward in silence, realizing she may have noticed him watching her. Smiling casually, Ernan explains that she hated the royal palace, the royal family, and her father, and admits that while she was technically kidnapped at first, she never wanted to go back afterward. Burge lowers his gaze and quietly asks Princess Ernan if those words were meant for him. Gripping the prison bars, Cade insists that among Hilderin's many princes and princesses, only Princess Ernan was born with overwhelming talent and destined to become the next queen. Facing Ernan from inside the prison cell, Cade questions why someone with such a brilliant future would choose to become the Demon King's subordinate instead. Standing beneath the silhouettes of countless royal figures, Ernan reveals that Hilderin has 62 princes and princesses, yet aside from her, not a single one of their names is publicly known. Cade stares in shock as Ernan points out that Hilderin officially claims there are only 28 princes and princesses. Lowering her face into shadow, Ernan quietly says that explanation is only the official story. Turning back with a calm smile, Ernan tells her to ask the Emperor after returning to the Empire, since he would likely know the truth. Clutching the prison bars, Cade anxiously asks if Ernan truly does not care what would happen to the kingdom and the royal family's honor if that truth became known. Smiling with a teasing expression, Ernan says those words do not sound like something a runaway princess who refused marriage should be saying. Cade grips the bars with a flushed face and a stunned expression as Ernan's teasing leaves her speechless. Laughing it off as a joke, Ernan walks down the underground prison corridor and tells her she will see her again tomorrow. Seated alone in the massive chamber, the Demon King quietly thinks about Hilderin's royal family's secret. A glowing blue screen reflects across his face as he mentions that the secret is known only to the high nobility, then orders Gordon to prepare Ernan because he is heading out to search for spirit blossoms. Snow-covered peaks stretch across the frozen Regressed mountains beneath the dark sky. Naruniel races through the snowy mountains while yelling for everyone to go search for spirit blossoms and leave the Demon King alone with the princess, while Ernan nervously asks if she is thinking strange things again. Standing beside the Demon King through the falling snow, Ernan laughs and says Naruniel must be excited since she has not been outside in a while pointing out that the Demon King has been leaving frequently lately. Hearing the Demon King suddenly call her Ernan Hildurin, the princess freezes in shock and realizes he used her real name, Hoff. Hidden beneath the dark shadows, the Demon King says he does not believe everything she said was the truth. Purple flames gather around his hand as the Demon King stares down at Ernan and orders her to reveal everything she is hiding. Bathed in the glow of the purple flames, Ernan stands silently with a nervous expression. The Demon King's face remains cold and unreadable beneath the falling snow and flickering purple light. Far out in the snowy mountains, the Demon King and Ernan stand facing each other. Snow continues falling across the empty mountain range as the two remain standing. Buried beneath the snow in the frozen mountains, a figure quietly watches them. A masked figure hidden beneath the snow peers through a scope and says he finally found Regressed Demon King. Ernan stares ahead nervously, hesitating. Bathed in purple light, the Demon King calmly says there is no helping it now. Purple energy erupts from the Demon King's outstretched hand in a sudden blast. A massive purple explosion bursts across the snowy mountains as the Demon King tells Ernan he will hear her out after dealing with the nuisance first. The masked man is thrown back in shock as he realizes the Demon King noticed him from that distance, despite his concealment arts. Purple flames tear through the masked figure as he stares in disbelief at his destroyed clone. Wind sweeps past the Demon King as he coldly dismisses the concealment arts as petty tricks. Ernan stares at the Demon King in shock and asks if that masked man was a hero, and he calmly explains that the man had been irritating him for a while. As snow blows across the mountains, Ernan realizes the intruder must be the 10 Stars hero, Dapner Filion, a reconnaissance mercenary famous for concealment arts and clone techniques. The Demon King silently recalls hearing Dapner's name in his previous life and remembers that much of his information had once been leaked because of him. Worried, Ernan asks if the tower will be safe, but the Demon King answers without hesitation that it is not a problem. Deep within the snowy Regressed mountains, Berger's tower stands hidden among the blizzard-covered cliffs. Meanwhile, Dapner wanders through the snow in confusion, unable to find the tower even though he knows a Demon King should be nearby. Mana's phantom remotely renders the tower invisible at the cost of 10 demonic energy points per second. The Demon King taps the interface and reveals that he used Mana's phantom to make the entire tower invisible, planning to avoid the hero's journey with it as well. His remaining demonic energy points begin dropping by 10 every second as the system confirms the tower will stay hidden until the energy is completely depleted. Looking at Ernan, he tells her to continue the conversation and reveal everything she has been hiding. After warning that he will no longer allow her into the tower, Ernan freezes for a moment before quietly lowering her head. Facing the Demon King, she finally says she will reveal the truth about herself. Her expression hardens as she asks if he has ever heard of a spell called the World Tree's Child. Meanwhile, Dapner moves through the snowy mountains. From the snowy cliffs above, two figures watch the lone traveler moving toward the fortress below. Krutu quietly observes the hero beneath the falling snow. A report reaches the Demon King confirming that the hero already left the Regressed mountains without using concealment, and that the figure near the tower was only a clone. Praising the result, the Demon King orders the remaining clones to be tracked down and followed. The system continues counting down the remaining demonic energy points as Mana's phantom keeps the tower completely invisible. Watching the falling numbers in silence, the Demon King realizes the tower was dangerously close to being exposed and decides he needs to deal with Dapner Filion directly. Ernan quietly says Dapner was likely sent by her father to search for her. Facing her across the snow, the Demon King wonders if it is because she is the first princess or if it is connected to the World Tree's Child spell she mentioned earlier. Snow drifts across the mountains as Ernan admits the story behind it is long, and Bergi calmly answers that he has time to hear it. Ernan reveals that long ago, Hildurin was once a powerful empire before endless wars caused its strength to collapse into a mere kingdom. As shattered fragments fall through the darkness, she says her father still dreams of restoring those glorious imperial days. Standing alone across a battlefield filled with corpses and fire, a single mage overwhelms the entire war zone as Ernan explains that one genius mage was worth more than 10,000 soldiers. Facing the Demon King, she says true geniuses cannot be created through education alone and are nearly impossible to find naturally. The realization leaves the Demon King staring ahead in shock. Ernan finally reveals that the World Tree's Child is a spell designed to create enhanced humans like herself. The Demon King's eyes narrow silently at the revelation. Ernan reveals that massive amounts of mana are forcibly injected from the fetal stage to create children with overwhelming sensitivity to magic. Looking over the horrifying experiment, The Demon King remarks that humans are not much different from demons after all. As snow sweeps across the mountains, Ern admits that countless mothers and children died during the process. Lowering her eyes, she says even the survivors were often left deformed or lived painfully short lives. A giant eye-like monster suddenly appears as Ernan explains that only the successful cases are ever shown to the public. Purple demonic energy gathers around the Demon King's hand as he realizes the creature was drawn in by the mana Ernan released moments earlier. Calling it a top-tier monster, the Demon King tells the princess to step aside. Ernan silently moves in front of him instead. Neruniel appears behind her and reveals that among the successful cases, she was created to become an overwhelmingly gifted genius. A magic circle forms before the giant eye monster. A massive red beam tears across the ground as the giant eye monster fires straight toward them. Blue magic circles spread in front of the princess's hand as she raises a barrier against the attack. The princess and the water spirit brace behind the glowing circle, while towering ice erupts upward to stop the crimson blast. Blue flames flicker around her hand as the princess stares forward with complete focus. A gigantic wall of ice surges across the battlefield with the Demon King standing behind the princess. Towering ice spikes crush through the giant eye monster's body. Staring at the frozen monster in shock, the Demon King wonders how a human defeated a top-tier monster in a single blow, saying it is no surprise the king refuses to give up on her. Looking down quietly, the princess calls this bloodstained power. Standing before the frozen monster's corpse, the Demon King asks why someone with this much power and a claim to the throne would refuse to return to the kingdom. Frowning at her suspiciously, he asks if she really expects him to believe that now. The princess insists she is telling the truth and tells him to use the magic tool given to Hillen, while Burjay explains that Armin's orb breaks against a spirit's mana and cannot be used on a spiritist like her. Purple energy swirls around the Demon King's hand as he warns her to speak her true intent, threatening to show her what a real Demon King is if she tries deceiving him again. Her cheeks puff up in frustration as anger spreads across the princess's face. The princess suddenly grabs his wrist before the purple energy can spread any further. Clutching his hand tightly, she shouts that she is telling the truth as bright energy bursts between them. Staring at her in panic, the Demon King blurts out, asking what she is doing. Grabbing his hand against her chest, the princess shouts for him to listen to her heartbeat, insisting she has only told the truth while he stares at her in confusion. A glowing phoenix-shaped presence flares inside the dark space around them. His eye widens in shock. Through the phoenix, the Demon King senses Ernan Hildren's heartbeat, pulse, and emotions flowing directly toward him. As the emotions spread through the connection, he senses anger, sorrow, and embarrassment mixed together. Blushing while still holding his hand, the princess explains that this is how spirits communicate, using pure mana vibrations to understand each other's thoughts, and insists once again that she truly told the truth. Snow falls quietly around him as the Demon King realizes she is speaking the truth. Lowering her head, the princess admits that the moment she first saw him, she already knew. Looking up at him quietly, the princess says she knew from the beginning that he was different from the other Demon Kings, and that he could help her. Sweat runs down his face as he stares at her in confusion, asking what she means by helping her. Still gripping his hand against her chest, the princess begs for his help and declares that she wants to bring down her father and the kingdom of Hildren. His expression stiffens as he realizes even these words are sincere. The two stand alone in the snowy field in silence. Facing the blushing princess, he finally tells her that he believes her, and she quietly thanks him. Neruniel suddenly leans forward with wide eyes, muttering in confusion about what she's seeing. Neruniel starts shouting at the embarrassed princess, asking when the two became so close and teasing her for acting innocent, while the princess hurriedly insists it was only the spirit's communication method. After accepting her sincerity, he tells the princess that they will discuss the matter of Hildurin further once they return to the tower, and the princess happily agrees. Before leaving, he suddenly gives a new order and tells them to use the spirit to locate Dapner Filian's real body, because they are going to capture him. Far away in the snowy mountains, countless cloaked figures begin moving through the blizzard. Using Dapner's Doppelge Injure magic, the clones split themselves again and again, spreading across the entire region to widen the search area, even though each duplicate grows weaker after dividing. Multiple detection points appear across magical maps as the clones continue sweeping through the frozen wasteland. Dapner kneels beside the search devices in confusion, explaining that despite searching an enormous area around the Demon King's tower, they still have not found even a trace of the target. Using the information gathered from Wharton and Hillen, Dapner calculates the possible location of the Demon King's tower by analyzing the Harrow's route, search time, and movement patterns. A single glowing point appears on the map as he concludes that the tower should be located there. Standing in the middle of the snowstorm, the Doppelgänger stares at the glowing outline of a massive tower appearing right in front of him. Confused by the empty landscape, he wonders why nothing is actually there despite the tower being detected at that exact location. A red warning signal suddenly appears across the map display. Sweat runs down his face as he realizes that even high-ranking monsters normally avoid his clones. The entire search grid lights up with red warning markers as he realizes that countless clones have been destroyed at once. A gigantic blue warrior stands over the shattered remains of the clones while reporting to the Demon King that he destroyed every intruder. Burji smirks as he orders the warrior to destroy anything it finds, saying he still has plenty of remaining points. Standing beside a glowing magic circle in the snow, he says that once every Doppelganger is eliminated, he'll capture Dapner and make him his vassal. A grin spreads across his face as he says controlling Dapner would let him control the entire continent. Burji turns toward the transmission screen as a subordinate suddenly warns him that something is wrong inside the tower. The massive red structure of Mana's phantom pulses violently while Loger warns that it's overheating badly enough to explode at any moment. Warnings appear one after another, stating that prolonged invisibility is overloading the tower and raising the invisibility cost to 100 points per second. Staring at the rapidly draining point total, Burji realizes they have less than 10 minutes left before the tower is exposed. Sweat runs down his face as he realizes that if he fails to capture Dapner in time, the hero's journey will lead directly to the tower. Snow-covered clones stand motionless around the glitching outline of Burji's tower, as Gordon reports that many of them are gathering outside. Hidden beneath a white cloak, Dapner stares toward the invisible tower and insists his calculations couldn't have been wrong. Purple explosions erupt across the snowfield as multiple clones are destroyed at once. Black demonic energy spreads around Burja as he orders Krutu to search the entire area while keeping the remaining clones away from the tower. Turning toward the transmission screen, Burja orders Gordon to send the locations of every destroyed Doppelganger immediately. A massive map spreads open as Burja realizes that clones created through Doppelganger magic can't move too far away from the true body. A red marker locks onto the center of the destroyed clones as Burja realizes Dapter's true body should be there. Sweat runs down Dapter's face as he realizes the Demon King himself has appeared near the tower. Burji and Dapner lock eyes at the same moment as Burja identifies his location. Inside a frozen cave, Neruniel turns toward the cloaked figure as he says he'll return to report. Dapner's eye widens behind the mask as Neruniel suddenly stares back at him. A glowing magic circle erupts in front of Neruniel as she shouts that the true body has been found. Neruniel's blast tears across the snowfield while Dapner throws himself away from the attack. Watching Dapner escape, Neruniel shouts that he's fleeing. Rushing forward at full speed, Burji yells for Ernan and demands to know where Dapner went. Ernan raises her hand, shouting, "Over here, Neruniel," as Neruniel raises a pillar of ice in her hand. A beam shoots into the sky as Burja notices it while flying through the snow. Dapner stares upward in shock as Burja flies above him. His eyes widen beneath the gas mask as burning feathers begin surrounding him. Flames erupt around Burja as he lands directly in Dapner's path and calls out his name. Phoenix flames blaze above Burja as he gives Dapner a choice, warning him to obey if he wants to live. Staring at the flaming wings behind the Demon King, Dapner mutters in shock about the Phoenix. Frozen in place, Dapner realizes the Phoenix's master was supposed to be File and wonders if there are actually two Phoenix masters. Sweat runs down his face as he stares at Burji and wonders if File himself could actually be the Demon King. Sweat pours down Dapner's face as he wonders if Hillen Cargill is secretly working with the Demon King too. Staring at Neruniel outside the cave, Dapner realizes a spirit is helping the Demon King and insists that it makes no sense. Burji stands beside Ernan in the snow as Dapner concludes that the Imperial Princess must also be helping the Demon King, creating ice clones as he runs. Dapner rejects Burja's offer and says a scandal this massive could make him rich for life. Multiple clones suddenly surround the area as Dapner prepares to escape. Bathed in purple light, Dapner freezes as a voice calls him a fool and reminds him that he was given a choice. A massive sphere of purple and golden flames forms above the clones while they stare up in shock. The Demon King's cold gaze fills the darkness as he orders the 10-star hero to disappear. Wrapped in purple light, Dapner wonders how a Demon King who descended less than a year ago could already possess this much power. His cracked monocle trembles as Dapner curses in panic and questions why he ever accepted this request. A shattered ice cavern sits buried in the snow while Dapner regrets chasing money instead of abandoning the mission. Dark shadows creep across the broken ice as Dapner admits he never would have come if he knew the Demon King was this strong. A massive sphere of purple and golden flames tears across the battlefield as he admits he never would have accepted this request. Purple flames explode across the snowy ground as the glowing bird streaks past the blast. The glowing bird flies through the night sky above the kingdom of Hildurin. A messenger drops to his knees before the throne and announces that a letter from Dapner Filion has just arrived at the kingdom's information bureau. The king grins as he learns Dapner sent the tower's exact coordinates, but his expression tightens when the report continues. Officials stare in shock as the glowing mana bird on the window burns away in black flames right after delivering the letter. Sweat runs down the king's face as he realizes the mana bird's sudden death can only mean one thing. The vast throne room falls silent as the king concludes that Dapner Filion's true body died in the Demon King's hands, just like the mana bird. His trembling hand clenches tightly as he admits they underestimated the new Demon King far too much. The king raises his hand in the throne room and orders the heroes guild to gather all 10-star heroes immediately. With fury twisting his face, the king declares that this time they will kill the Greenhorn Demon King and bring back the Imperial Princess. A massive crater smolders beneath the snow as black smoke spirals into the sky. The Demon King kneels in the scorched ground, breathing heavily through the heat. Sweat runs down his face as he admits that adding the Phoenix's power makes the ability unimaginably strong, but the exhaustion is just as overwhelming. Lowering his head, he mutters that the strain has gone beyond his expectations. Ernan supports the exhausted Demon King in her arms and asks if he's alright. Smoke rises from the princess's knees against the burning ground as the Demon King points out that her knees are being scorched by the heat. Smiling through the sweat, the princess says the spirit of water specializes in recovery and assures him she can handle this much. Smiling softly, the princess says he hates showing weakness because the Pule orcs might still be watching nearby. Closing his eyes, the Demon King quietly says he'll take a short rest if that's the case, and the princess tells him not to worry. A newspaper headline spreads across the page, reporting that dozens of succubi invaded the royal palace. Another article claims public fear is growing, with people demanding that all Demon Kings be hunted down. A gloved hand crushes the newspaper as someone mutters Vivian's name. Leaning over the torn newspapers, Jason says he warned Vivian not to send her vassal troops outside the tower, and told her to be careful. Holding a glass of wine beside the round table, Vivian declares that she is the queen and doesn't need to follow his orders. Jason sits across the massive table, saying humanity's wariness has grown because of this situation, while Vivian dismisses the concern and says they're only heroes after all. Vivian sips her wine and says heroes are nothing more than prey for demon kings, claiming her subordinates only encountered a hero in the royal palace because of bad luck. Jason sits silently in his chair, pressing a hand against his face. He sighs and asks the Archduke why he sent down such a scatterbrained nymph, making Vivian snap in anger. Standing proudly with her wings spread wide, Vivian shouts that she's the succubus queen now, and calls herself the ultimate nymph. Jason looks up at her, then lowers his gaze with a grin and quietly laughs. Sitting across the table, he asks Vivian how many heroes exist in this dimension. Vivian casually says the world she conquered only had around 10 heroes, then wonders if Irene really has just 50 heroes despite everyone making such a huge fuss over it. Smiling from his seat, Jason says she clearly hasn't heard anything from the Archduke, because otherwise she never would have chosen to come to this dimension. Smiling calmly, Jason reveals that the Hero Guild currently has 4,732 registered heroes. Vivian freezes in disbelief and stammers that there's no way a single dimension could possibly have that many heroes. A faint smile spreads across Jason's face as he says that if this world had limits, the previous demon kings would have conquered it long ago. Sweat runs down Vivian's face as Jason tells her that encountering heroes in this dimension is simply an everyday occurrence. Shaking nervously, Vivian mutters that the Archduke promised her something different. A memory surfaces of the Archduke praising Vivian Blunt for conquering a dimension and promising that taking over Irene would not be difficult. The Archduke promises Vivian the position of the next Archduke if she succeeds, while also ordering her to keep an eye on Burjadeus. Still smiling, Jason suddenly asks if the Archduke promised her the Archduke position and secretly ordered her to monitor Burjadeus. Vivian jolts in shock, but Jason calmly says he knows the method well because he uses it himself sometimes. Jason raises a finger wrapped in purple energy and calmly says that he treats people like disposable informants before throwing them away. The glowing finger snaps downward. Vivian stammers in shock just before an invisible force slams her face, first into the floor. Looking down at her with cold eyes, Jason says she's simply been abandoned, calling her a stupid succubus queen. His expression darkens as he orders Vivian to stop thinking for herself and obey his words unconditionally from now on. Lying trembling on the floor, Vivian stares up in fear before quietly answering that she understands. The massive round chamber falls silent as Vivian disappears from the room. Jason remains seated alone, looking over the newspapers. Newspapers announce that 10 Stars hero Dapner Filion has died, while Wharton Kolo is selected as the replacement 10 Stars hero. Another headline reveals the location of the Tower of Urgist and declares that the Demon King of Urgist has received the new alias, Demon King of Blazing Fire. More reports claim the Heroes Guild will fully support the conquest of the Demon's Tower as anxiety spreads across the continent after Dapner Filion's death. Sitting alone beside the newspapers, Jason quietly says the world is trembling in fear, but this still isn't the outcome he wanted. The empty chair and spilled wine remain beside the table as he says Vivian Blunt is easy to manipulate, but Burjadeus is the real problem. Burja appears seated beneath the glowing window, while Jason calls him the arrogant black flame dragon. Purple light reflects across Jason's glasses as he says he wanted to leave Burja alone a little longer, but now he has no other choice. Dark cracks spread across his face as he stares forward and declares that he has no choice but to deal with Burja himself. Steam rises from a large pot of soup boiling over the fire. Warm golden lights glow across the wooden ceiling of the cabin. Lying on the bed with a confused stare, Burji quietly asks where he is. Standing beside the fireplace with a smile, Ernan asks if the Demon King is awake and offers him some soup. Staring at the peaceful cabin in disbelief, he wonders if this place is really inside his tower, while the narration reveals it is Ernan's house on the 4th floor of the Tower of Burji. Pushing himself up from the bed, he asks how much time has passed and how they entered the tower, while Ernan cheerfully says not to worry because nobody caught them. A flashback shows Ernan slipping through a 5th floor window while carrying him, explaining that Gordon was away and less than 10 minutes have passed since they entered the tower. Blue energy surrounds his body as he stares at his hands and says his exhausted body should have collapsed, yet he can feel power surging through him instead. Neruniel looks down at him and calmly reveals that she shared her mana with the Demon King, leaving him stunned that a spirit restored him with mana. Neruniel explains that after absorbing a summoning beast, his body gained the ability to absorb mana, allowing him to use the spirit's communication method. She then trembles in embarrassment and screams that he touched and hugged her, declaring she is dying from the shock. Standing between them, the Demon King tells Ernan to keep this matter secret because showing weakness could create problems with leadership. Raising her finger with a serious expression, Ernan says she understands and demands one condition instead. Smiling brightly, Ernan excitedly asks him to grant her one wish later. The Demon King quietly repeats the word, wish, then agrees as long as the request stays reasonable while Ernan celebrates happily. A sudden communication message appears before the Demon King, warning that there is a problem. He asks what happened, and the report begins mentioning the Hilduran kingdom. Gordon panics as he reports that the heroes have discovered the location of their tower and are preparing to begin the hero's journey again. The Demon King stares at the floating newspaper article as the report explains that Dapner Filion revealed the location of the Tower of Urgest before his death. A tense look crosses the Demon King's face as he recalls that this dimension has no communication magic and wonders if Dapner already sent carrier pigeons before they met. Sweat runs down his face as he realizes the fact that he is the Phoenix's master file was never reported, making him question whether this is actually a blessing in disguise. Ernan leans toward the glowing article in confusion after noticing something inside the report. Standing inside the room, they listen as the article reveals that the new hero's journey will gather all 10-star heroes on the largest scale ever, with preparations expected to take at least 6 months. Standing alone in the darkened room, the Demon King lowers his head in shock after realizing the tower's location has already been exposed. Images of an avalanche and a giant monster appear as the Demon King concludes that tricks like monster lures or avalanches will no longer work once multiple 10-star heroes arrive. A blood-red sky looms over the tower as the Demon King realizes that hundreds of heroes will arrive there in perfect condition only 6 months from now. Slumped against the ruined throne, the Demon King wonders if he's destined to be toyed with and killed all over again. Sweat runs down his face as he desperately searches for any possible way to overcome the coming disaster. Grabbing the Demon King's hand, Ernan says she knows a method that only the Dark Spiritist, the Demon King's subordinate, can use. The Demon King lowers his gaze in silence after hearing her proposal. A faint smile spreads across his face as he laughs that the idea sounds ridiculous, calling it such a childish name. His expression steadies as he apologizes for causing unnecessary worry and orders everyone to begin the strategy meeting immediately. Clenching his resolve, the Demon King swears he will not fall before taking revenge on the heroes who toyed with and killed him. Ernan looks at him and reveals that the only way to stop Hilduran's hero's journey is to kidnap her younger sister, Elena. Sweat runs down the Demon King's face as he stares at her in shock, muttering, "What?" Grabbing his hand with sparkling eyes, she excitedly declares that they should save Elena to stop the hero's journey. The Demon King lowers his gaze as he realizes Elena is the 13th princess of Hilduran, the same girl he originally planned to kidnap. Clutching her chest, Ernan explains that Elena is her younger sister, and despite having different mothers, they're as close as real sisters. Staring at the newspaper image of Elena, she says the article claimed Elena was kidnapped by the Demon King of Absolute Hardness, leaving her worried about her safety. Standing across from her with his arms folded, the Demon King says other Demon Kings do not treat hostages the way he does, while she quickly insists that is not the only reason. Rows of patients lie connected to glowing mana devices as Ernan reveals that Elena was subjected to magic from the World Tree's child, the same mana sensitivity enhancement she mentioned before, and says Elena is one of them too. Under the moonlit sky, Elena stands alone by the window while Ernan explains that unlike her, Elena's mana sensitivity exceeded its limits, leaving her with an extremely frail body. Watching Elena hold a glowing ball of mana, Ernan says that if she stays inside the tower where mana is scarce and learns to control mana properly, she could become incredibly powerful. Meeting his gaze confidently, Ernan says she can guarantee it. The Demon King lowers his gaze in thought, admitting that having another person with abilities like Ernan's would be useful. Staring at her in disbelief, he mutters that rescuing a princess is something a hero would do. But Ernan immediately smiles and says they can just make a hero handle it instead. A nervous sweat runs down his face as Ernan proudly declares that ordering people around comes naturally to her, because she is a princess. His expression hardens as the Demon King orders Hilan Karjal to organize a hero's journey to rescue the 13th princess, leaving Gordon shocked as he blurts out, "What?" Another princess. The Tower of Absolute Hardness rises above the cliffs like a massive iron fortress. Inside the Demon King's chamber, Ugar stares down at Burjay and says he heard another hero's journey is preparing to invade his tower. Leaning forward with a furious grin, Ugar asks why he should help an idiot who insulted the Demon King's standards. A burst of purple energy erupts across the floor as Burjay coldly calls him foolish. Floating before Ugar, Burjay says he did not come to ask for a favor and instead came to help Ugar because a hero's journey is targeting this tower. Looking up at the giant Demon King, Burjay says that if Ugar places the kidnapped 13th princess on the first floor, the hero's journey will simply rescue her and leave. Ugar glares at him and shouts that no new hero's journey has been announced, while Burjay quietly mocks the limits of a Titan's intelligence gathering. A dark red glare spreads across Ugar's face as he growls, asking why Burjay is speaking to him so casually. Ugar's massive body glows with Titan magic as he roars that Burjay has become far too cocky after insulting the standards. Without changing his expression, Burjay calmly lists several princes and princesses from different kingdoms. Ugar's massive hand stops above Burjay as he silently floats in front of him. Floating in the air with his arms crossed, Burjay says those who were pushed out of succession or lacked the resources to launch a hero's journey would not trigger one, even if kidnapped. Sweat runs down Ugar's face as he admits he had considered targeting those royals himself before asking how Burjay learned that information. A grin spreads across Burjay's face as he asks whether that really matters, saying the safety of the tower is what matters most. Standing beneath the towering Ugar, Burjay says that even if the information about the hero's journey, rescuing the 13th princess, turns out to be false, keeping one hostage on the first floor would not harm the tower. Lowering his voice, Ugar finally asks why Burjay is trying to help him and what he really wants. A sharp grin spreads across Burjay's face as he realizes Ugar completely took the bait. A crowd of armed heroes fills the battlefield while Burjay says that in Aryan, brute force alone can never withstand the sheer number of heroes. The empty hall stretches behind him as Burjay thinks Ugar already understands deep down that he is not smart enough to stop the heroes himself. Elena's image flashes before his eyes while Burjay thinks Ugar only kidnaps royals who will not trigger a hero's journey because he fears the heroes. His smile darkens as he says nothing has changed from before his regression. A massive figure reaches toward a man standing in the light, while Burjay says the foolish Ugar will eventually cling to the one person who can become his ray of hope in this world. Purple energy bursts behind a smiling Jason as Burjay reveals the name Jason Kochmund. His footsteps echo across the floor while he calmly says he does not want anything in return. Ugar falls silent after hearing Burjay say he simply believes a great demon king deserves to live longer. Burjay internally decides that he will become the person Ugar depends on while also eliminating one of Jason's future allies. The scene shifts to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild base and then to a teleportation circle station where a group prepares to depart. Burjay, now disguised as File, asks whether preparations for the hero's journey are complete. A confident young hero named Hillen replies that everything is ready and they can leave immediately. The Archmage Rosal explains that she volunteered to oversee the tower raid because she has climbed the Tower of Absolute Hardness several times before. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild enthusiastically gathers around their mysterious benefactor, proudly declaring they will show the true strength of their guild during the raid. Looking at the group, Burjay says the first floor alone should be enough before asking Granada and Ammon Katrashu what happened to the elf slaves. Aemon reveals that 33 elf slaves were rescued from across the continent, and every one of them willingly swore loyalty to Granada. Jettison proudly boasts that none of them would have even been able to bargain without his help. As Burjay hands over a gold pouch, he tells everyone they did good work and says he will see them again soon. Staring ahead with a cold expression, Burjay declares that the hero's journey departs now and that they will rescue the 13th princess of Hildurin. Inside the underground warehouse of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, the rescued elves gather in formation before Burjay and Granada. Burjay asks whether they truly swore loyalty to Granada, and Granada confirms they swore upon the World Tree itself. The rescued elves smile as they explain that Granada saved them from a lifetime of disgrace, and that expressing their gratitude is the least they can do. One of the elves adds that serving the great Granada is an honor for them as well. A faint smile spreads across Burjay's face as he quietly says, "Very good," and congratulates them. Black wings erupt behind Burjay as purple demonic energy floods the warehouse, and the stunned elves stare at him in shock after hearing they have become vassals of the Demon King of Blazing Fire. Looking completely unfazed by the reaction, Burjay wonders why elves always respond the same way whenever he reveals that he is a demon king. Granada lowers his head and apologizes for hiding the truth before admitting that he already swore loyalty to the Demon King upon the World Tree. The rescued elves explode in outrage, screaming that betraying the World Tree should be impossible. Granada shouts that everything he has done was for revenge against the humans, declaring that he can never forget the disgrace he suffered. The elves fall silent as Granada's words about revenge on humanity sink in. A brutal memory flashes through Granada's mind as a laughing human presses a blade toward a terrified elf woman begging for mercy. Another memory shows an elf prisoner curled inside a freezing stone cage while someone mocks her for wearing nothing but slave clothes. One trembling elf admits that humans did the same thing to him, and voices throughout the crowd begin echoing the same hatred. The rescued elves glare forward in fury as they declare their support for Granada and demand revenge against humanity. Burja quietly observes that even pure elves can fall this far once they witness the ugliness of humans. Burji calls Gordon through a communication screen and orders him to gather information on the elves and create routes to secretly infiltrate the girls into human society. A dark vision forms in Burjay's mind as he states that, in 6 months, all 10-star heroes will gather together to kill him. Blue flames surround shadowed figures as Burjay decides that he must bring in new talent to strengthen the tower and expand his influence before that day arrives. A figure with glowing green eyes stands within swirling flames, while Burja declares that causing chaos across society is also necessary to delay the hero's journey. Staring ahead with determination, Burji reminds himself that only 6 months remain until all 10-star heroes gather and vows to survive no matter what. The massive Tower of Absolute Hardness rises above the cliffs beneath a dark sky. Inside the first floor of the Tower of Absolute Hardness, monster corpses and blood cover the shattered stone battlefield. Walking through the destroyed first floor, one mercenary jokes that maybe he should quit being a mercenary and just climb towers instead, while Rosal warns everyone not to lower their guard, just because the first floor monsters are weak. A shocked voice suddenly calls out to Hilen Karjal, announcing that they found her. Curled up on the stone floor, the unconscious girl is revealed to be Elena Hildurin, the 13th princess of the Kingdom of Hildurin. As Granada carries Elena in his arms, Hilen says they should retreat now that the princess has been recovered and offers to stay behind to guard the rear. Walking toward the exit of the tower, the group finds it strange that the Demon King of Absolute Hardness left a hostage so openly on the first floor, while Rosal remarks that it almost feels like the Demon King wanted them to take her without resistance. As they leave the tower safely with the rescued princess, Hilen says maybe the Demon King was actually afraid of them since their party barely suffered any damage. Rosal suddenly stares at Hilen suspiciously and says he has been acting strangely ever since entering the tower. Hilen nervously laughs and asks what she means, but Rosal reminds him how obsessed he used to be with glory and recognition back when he served in her assault unit. She points out that the old Hilen would have insisted on climbing all the way to the Demon King's chamber, even if it meant recklessly overdoing things just to gain popularity. Hearing those words, Hilen freezes as sweat runs down his face. Inside his head, he panics and wonders if he acted too relaxed because the Demon King had already revealed the entire plan to him. Rosal studies him carefully before calmly saying that whether she is overthinking things or not, this calmer and more composed version of him is not necessarily a bad change. That night, the scene shifts to the moonlit kingdom of Hildurin as the group finally returns from the rescue mission. The grand banquet hall of the kingdom of Hildurin fills with gathered nobles. Elegant cakes, desserts, and expensive dishes cover the royal banquet tables. As the celebration continues, the king warns that if the Hildurin royal family's prestige had been tarnished, the morale of future heroes could have collapsed as well. Staring ahead with wide eyes, the king praises Hilen Karjal for preventing the disaster and calls him the true hero of Hildurin. Wearing a calm smile beside Rosal, Hilen humbly says the mission only succeeded thanks to her help. The king praises Hilen once again, calling him humble and an example for everyone as Hilen politely accepts the compliments. While sitting beside the king in the grand banquet hall, Hilen notices Princess Elena's absence and asks about her condition. The king calmly explains that Elena is resting in her room and assures him that security around her has already been tightened. A dark look spreads across the king's face as he wonders if Hilen has developed feelings for the 13th princess. A greedy grin spreads across the king's face as he realizes that marrying the princesses to Hilen Karjal would bind him completely to the Hildurin royal family. Raising his glass before the banquet hall, the king tells everyone to remember this day. Guests across the hall lift their wine glasses as the king praises Hildurin's hero, Hilen Karjal, for destroying the Tower of Absolute Hardness and rescuing Princess Elena. Holding their drinks high, the heroes are told to enjoy the night as the king dedicates the entire banquet to them. The king roars that no one shall ever look down on Hildurin and declares that the kingdom stands proudly beneath the heavens. Wine glasses rise throughout the hall as the crowd shouts that Hildurin shall prosper forever and long live the king. Under the moonlit sky, a glowing green signal arcs above the distant palace towers. Beside the king's palace, the isolated annex tower stands quietly beneath the night sky. A small spirit floats through the night sky, wearing a facial recognition jamming mask. Ernan rushes through the tower while saying that every hero capable of sensing demonic energy is busy enjoying the banquet at the castle. Dark energy swirls around Burja as he warns her not to raise the output too high, since even distant heroes might notice it. Inside the towering stairway, they freeze as a loud warning echoes through the tower about intruders and orders the bell to be rung. A guard sprints toward the giant bell, while the floating blue spirit suddenly blocks his path. Pointing forward with confidence, Ernan shouts that she refuses to be underestimated. The giant water spirit explodes across the tower chamber, sending guards, weapons, and the bell flying through the air. Guards stare upward in panic at the massive water spirit, as one of them shouts in confusion about a water spirit and demands to know who the intruders are. Grinning behind her mask, Ernan proudly declares herself one of the 4 heavenly kings, serving the demon king of blazing fire, and calls herself a dark spiritist. Pointing beside her, Ernan starts introducing her companion as someone from Regressed before suddenly freezing in shock. Burji's clawed hand reaches forward as he coldly says being looked down on is annoying and that he wants to finish this quickly. Ernan flails in frustration, yelling that she was still introducing the demon king. The armed guards stare at the pair in disbelief, asking if the demon king and one of the 4 heavenly kings came to kidnap the princess. Burji launches upward through the center of the tower, asking if they really thought he wouldn't notice the powerful defensive magic cast on the windows. Standing over the stairway with his sword drawn, the bald guard shouts that the intruders must be trying to kidnap the princess quietly without alerting the heroes, meaning he cannot use demonic energy right now. The Hilduran guards charge with their swords raised, shouting for everyone to show the demon king of blazing fire the terror of the royal guard. Surrounded from every direction, Burji calmly admits that he cannot use demonic energy right now because attracting the heroes would only become troublesome. A dark red aura suddenly spreads around him as he coldly asks the guards if they really believed they could handle him even without his demonic powers. The guards instantly freeze in fear as the pressure pouring from Burji overwhelms the entire tower. At that exact moment, the violent shaking finally reaches the princess's bedroom, causing the chandelier and furniture to rattle while the sleepy blonde princess slowly opens her eyes in confusion. Standing among the collapsed guards, Burji explains that he controlled his strength to avoid collapsing the tower completely, then declares that only 1 guard remains. Sweat pours down the bald guard's face as he realizes the royal family's strongest guards were defeated effortlessly. Finally understanding why Burji is feared as a demon king, the guard swings his blade, sending blue slash waves tearing across the staircase. One of the guards crashes through the wall while thinking he has to quickly call the heroes. Glowing stone fragments rise through the air as the bald guard stares in disbelief at the cut stairs, restoring themselves to their original form. The bald guard remains stuck halfway through the repaired wall while shouting about the dark spiritist, as Ernan beside Burj quietly apologizes. Surrounded by unconscious guards, Ernan says the kingdom's prestige will collapse if the princess gets kidnapped again less than a day after being rescued. A gloved hand slowly opens the princess's door as Burji says he is looking forward to it. Smiling, he says he has come for the 13th princess of Hilduran, Alina Hilduran. The smile fades from his face as he suddenly freezes in surprise. A terrified scream bursts from the princess's mouth as she calls out Ernan's name. Alina suddenly lunges forward and wraps Ernan in a tight embrace. Clinging to Ernan with tears streaming down her face, the princess cries out that it really is Ernan. While Alina repeatedly calls her name, Burja quietly asks how she recognized her despite the jamming mask. Resting against Ernan's chest, Alina says she read the letter and knew the only person who would come for her with the demon king was her sister, while Burji blankly wonders if all Hilduran royals think alike because the sisters are so similar. Still staring in confusion, Burja asks if she means the letter given to Hillen, and Ernan calmly replies that he already knew about it because it happened in his tower. Purple demonic energy gathers in his hand as Ernan asks if he was not curious about the letter's contents, while Burja replies that Hillen would have reported any problem since he personally ordered him to open it. Surrounded by blazing purple demonic energy, the Demon King calmly says it's time to head back. The kingdom rests quietly beneath the star-filled night sky. At the royal banquet table, a trembling servant reports that the 13th princess and the black flames are involved again. A goblet skids across the table as wine splashes out. Veins bulge across the king's face as he furiously screams that the princess has been kidnapped again. The palace stands beneath the night sky as the king roars that the banquet is cancelled and demands to know how much the demon king of blazing fire looks down on Hilduran. The Tower of Flames rises through the snowy mountains. Inside the Tower of Flames, the Demon King stands beside the 2 sisters in a hall lined with giant cannons. Alina stares at the massive mana cannon in amazement and excitedly asks if the blacksmith built it himself. Surrounded by giant weapons and machines, the dwarf proudly introduces himself as Loger Frederick and declares the mana cannon his creation. Clenching her fists with sparkling eyes, Alina excitedly asks if she can try making one too, while the laughing Loger immediately offers to make her his assistant. Cade, carrying a damage practice scarecrow, asks Loger to repair it before noticing the group. Blushing beside Keed, Alina gasps at how pretty she is and says she can tell Cade has a solid body even through the armor. Cade clings tightly to Ernan in excitement as Ern introduces Alina as her younger sister. Standing beside the stunned Cade, Ernan explains that Alena is sincere and spent most of her life lying in bed inside her room. Alina smiles brightly before the glowing machinery as Ernan says the world she once only knew through books is finally becoming real to her, while the flustered Cade quietly wonders if she is really that pretty. Gordon panics at the Demon King, shouting that dwarves, elves, heroes, and princess knights are one thing, but letting even a child stay inside the Demon King's tower is too much. Alena walks up to the shocked Gordon and quietly asks if he is Adjutant Gordon. Glaring with trembling rage, Gordon warns the 13th Princess of Hilderin not to speak to him, saying rumors about the Demon King raising a brat would destroy the fear and dignity of the tower. Smiling brightly, Alena says she heard Gordon always prepares delicious meals, manages the tower, and works harder than anyone behind the scenes. Alena bows deeply and sincerely thanks Gordon for always helping her sister. Gordon stands frozen in silence with his back turned after hearing Alina's words. Excitedly bouncing beside her sister, Alina says the Demon King's tower suits her perfectly because it is clean, free of scary monsters, and filled with kind people, while Gordon quietly trembles in the background. Smirking down at Alina, the Demon King wonders what kind of sweet talk she would use to charm him too, before asking what her sister wrote about him in her letters as Alina freezes in shock. Alina nervously stares up at the Demon King and hesitates, mumbling about what was written in the letters. Turning toward her sister with a stiff expression, Alina quietly starts to answer before falling silent again. Ernan's entire face turns bright red as she trembles in embarrassment without saying a word. Standing behind her sister, Alina blurts out that she does not know anything while the Demon King watches in confusion. Holding Alina close, Ernan explains that the 13th princess was once so sick she could barely leave her bed, but the Demon King's tower changed that. While Alina hugs her sister's waist, she explains that Alina suffers from mana overload because her massive innate mana is trapped inside a body too weak to handle it. An illustration compares the Tower of Flames and Spirit Blossoms, as the explanation reveals that dense demonic energy naturally depletes mana. Resting quietly against her sister while a hand strokes her head, Elena's condition is explained further as her coughing inside Ugar's tower was caused by her mana being depleted there. As Alina happily runs across the hall with her arms spread wide, her sister confidently declares that the little princess can now make a full recovery. Watching the group in the distance, the Demon King asks if Alina can become strong enough in 6 months, while Ernan admits becoming a full archmage may be impossible, but reaching upper-level mage should still be possible. Walking away without hesitation, the Demon King accepts the plan, announces that the 13th princess will stay on the tower's 3rd floor, and orders Ernan to take good care of her. Before he can leave, Ernan suddenly stops him and says she has one request. With a serious expression, she asks him not to let Alina participate directly in combat, because Alina is still too young to witness bloodshed. The Demon King silently recalls that Ernan once wanted to destroy Hilderin because of Alina, then calmly tells her to raise Alina properly so he can make that happen. The scene shifts to the strategy meeting room on the 5th floor of the Tower of Flames. Staring around the expanded strategy room in disbelief, Gordon speaks to the Demon King while the Demon King casually explains that he expanded the place using the points earned from kidnapping the 13th princess. Standing beside a glowing map above the strategy table, the Demon King explains that handling everything from the throne is no longer enough if they want to face the heroes of the 10 stars with a proper system. Leaning over the table, the Demon King grants Gordon full authority over the strategy room and tells him to freely expand any future facilities they may need, leaving Gordon shouting his thanks in shock. With a serious expression, the Demon King states that 2 things are necessary to stop the hero's journey: strengthening the tower and delaying the gathering of the heroes of the 10 stars. Sitting at the head of the table, the Demon King asks about spreading the elves, while Gordon calmly reports that the operation through the Golden Moon Merchant Guild is proceeding smoothly. A holographic image of Krutu suddenly appears as the warrior urgently announces that there is a problem, leaving the room stunned. The scene shifts to the Akan Kingdom's massive royal tower as news spreads that the princess has disappeared once again. Inside the royal hall, a kneeling messenger presents a letter to the king while announcing that it was found inside the princess's room. Holding a childish drawing labeled with Chemera ingredients and Cold Mountain, he realizes that Princess Lavinia has gone off once again to gather Chemera ingredients. Sweat runs down the king's face as he mutters that there is only one Cold Mountain the princess has not visited yet. The king shouts for a search party to head to Regressed immediately and bring Lavinia back safely. A giant beast tears through the smaller monsters as blood bursts across the snow. Blood covers the monster's jaws as it crushes another creature in its mouth. Snow falls across Regressed while the giant beasts stand over the frozen battlefield. Lavinia sits atop the giant beast's head. From above the snowy battlefield, someone watches Lavinia in silence. Standing atop the giant beast, Lavinia quietly stares across the snowy mountains and mutters that there are so many of them. Krutu reports that a human mage leading monsters has invaded their tribe's territory. Burjay and Gordon stare at the projected image as the report reveals reveals that the girl is approaching the tower and cannot be stopped easily. Staring at the projection, Burji freezes as he recognizes Lavinia Akan. Gordon explains that Lavinia is Arian's only chimera creator, while Burja asks if chimera creators are not common even in the demonic realm. Sweat runs down Burji's face, as he says Lavinia stands on an entirely different level from the chimera creators in the demon realm, and that he witnessed her power before the regression. A massive chimera army marches forward as Burja reveals that Lavinia once invaded alone and kidnapped almost all of his vassals. A terrified demon screams while Burja reveals that the tower nearly collapsed. Lavinia Akan's glowing smile fills the darkness as Burji reveals that she earned the nickname of the solo hero's journeyer. Watching the group from a distance, Burji realizes her full-scale activity should have started 3 years later and wonders if Draxon's death caused her to move sooner. Leaning over the table, Burji says Lavinia will never stop until she gets her ingredients and would even target a demon king's flesh if unsatisfied. Even so, he questions why she chose Regressed of all places. Gordon warns that Lavinia Akan is the third princess of Akan and high in the line of succession, meaning the Akan kingdom would invade if she were killed or kidnapped. Burji clenches his fist on the table as he says they would never win if they had to face the Akan kingdom alongside Hilderan's hero's journey. Sweat runs down Burji's face as he orders Krutu to lure Lavinia away from the tower without starting a full-scale battle, while Gordon is ordered to support from the tower, and both immediately accept. Walking through the doorway in silence, Burji compares the situation to the time before Draxon died, and recalls sending the dwarf princess toward Draxon back then. Burja walks forward in silence through the empty hall. Stopping mid-step, Burji realizes the situation feels far too familiar and wonders if someone deliberately sent Lavinia Akan to harm him. Burja dives through the snowy sky while ordering Krutu to retreat east, and a distant voice answers, "Yes, sir." Flying through the blizzard, he concludes that Lavinia Akan could not have arrived here without information, and that someone must have deliberately lured her to this place. A smiling image of Jason Kochman fills his thoughts as he identifies him as the most likely mastermind behind the situation. His narrowed eyes harden with resolve as he declares that if Jason truly is behind this, he will not simply accept it. He cuts across the snowy mountains, leaving long trails through the storm-filled sky. In the frozen wasteland, a massive chimera stands before the kneeling Krutu. Kneeling in the snow, Krutu feels relieved that his subordinates seem to have escaped safely. A warm image of smiling tribe members appears in his mind as he believes that even without him, the tribe will endure as long as everyone remains together. Raising his axe in the snow, Krutu declares that as long as he can protect the tribe, his own life is a small price to pay. Bathed in a crimson aura, he faces the looming beasts and apologizes to the Demon King. With his eye glowing red, he roars for the Demon King to please look after the tribe. A massive surge of purple flames engulfs the snowy battlefield, swallowing the chimeras at its center. Staring up at the towering flames around him, Krutu recognizes them as black flames. The Demon King looms over Krutu and asks, "Said I order you to die?" Surrounded by drifting purple flames, the Demon King asks, "Who said you could die?" Kneeling in the snow before the Demon King, Krutu apologizes and offers to accept any punishment, only to be told to raise his head. The Demon King tells him that he fulfilled his duty as a chief and shouldn't throw his life away so easily, adding that loyal subordinates like him are hard to find. Still kneeling in the snow, Krutu stares up at the Demon King in shock. Snow resting on her hair, Lavinia looks ahead in confusion and softly repeats, "Demon King," standing before the blazing purple battlefield. The Demon King remarks that things worked out well and that the Chimera army is dangerous. Purple energy gathers in his hand as he says it would be better to thin their numbers, even by a little. Hearing someone shout, "Sister," Lavinia turns toward the voice. As Chimera monsters stand before the purple flames, voices call out for the princess, saying her father is worried about her, and Burgess says they came looking for Lavinia. Kane Akan, the fifth prince of the Akan kingdom, points toward the blizzard and shouts that the princess must be there, because he can see chimeras beyond the storm. Standing within the purple flames, the Demon King says he has no intention of making an enemy of the Akan kingdom, but warns that next time none of them will be spared. Purple flames fill the entire scene as his threat echoes across the battlefield. The purple flames drift through the snowy air. Several Chimera creatures remain visible on the snow as the purple flames clear around them. Lavinia quietly looks ahead and repeats the words, "Demon King." Soldiers rush forward beneath a green barrier, while calling out that the light came from this direction, and shouting for the princess. A small round creature stands in the snow holding a note while Kane stops and looks at it in confusion. The note reads, "Jado, don't look for me," clutching his head in frustration. Kane shouts for his sister and complains that she disappears like this every time, while a companion urges him to turn back before they encounter dangerous monsters. Standing beneath the green barrier, Kane falls silent before agreeing that his sister would never be defeated by monsters and declaring that she was not kidnapped by the Demon King of Blazing Fire, so they are heading back. Snow sweeps across the mountains as a lone Chimera watches a glowing red tower in the distance. Standing near a window, Burgess says that Lavinia Akan will not return until she gets what she wants, adding that this is exactly what he expected from someone obsessed with obtaining the Demon King's flesh, even before the regression. A report reaches the Demon King that the Akan scouts have left Regressed, and Burja asks whether the princess descended the mountains separately after meeting them. The Demon King concludes that the princess deliberately shook off the search party because of her obsession with chimera materials, noting that if they knew she was heading for the tower, they would have come there as well. Thinking about the possibility that the chimera princess could disappear forever within dangerous Regressed, Gordon pauses and mutters, "Forever." A faint smile appears on the Demon King's face as he says the Akan kingdom would have no justification to invade by using him as the culprit. Sweat runs down Gordon's face as he proposes launching an all-out attack immediately. Staring ahead in silence, Burja falls into thought and admits that this may be the only chance to deal with her, yet a nagging sense of unease remains. Hovering before Lavinia with his wings spread wide, the Demon King declares that he will deal with her himself. Lavinia sits atop the giant chimera as it lifts its skull-covered head. Several glowing eyes stare out from beneath thick black fur as a shocked voice blurts out, "No way." Jason's glowing eye appears as he watches Burja Diaz and realizes the Demon King came out personally to hide whatever is inside the tower, admitting that he is far more cautious than expected. A sinister grin spreads across Jason's face as he utters the name, Burja Diaz. Burja suddenly calls out, declaring that he knows Jason is listening. Seated atop the massive chimera, Lavinia listens as the Demon King says he can sense a faint trace of Jason's energy within the creature and asks if a body infused with demonic energy was used as material. Sitting calmly in a chair, Jason praises him for noticing before adding, "But," a grin spreads across his cracked face as he asks what the Demon King could possibly do even after discovering the truth. A vast line of chimera creatures stretches across the snowy landscape as Jason compares facing a chimera army to a hero's journey. Purple energy gathers in the Demon King's hand as he observes that there are many chimeras, each at the level of a high-ranking monster, and focuses on capturing Lavinia Akan. His expression turns serious as he notes that the chimera contains another energy besides Jason's. Turning toward a glowing communication screen, the Demon King receives new information from Hillen Cargill. A report states that the corpse of the deceased Beast Demon King, recovered by the 10-star hero Rosal Charnt, eventually passed into Lavinia Akan's hands. The massive chimera stands as the report identifies Lavinia Akan as the one who obtained the Beast Demon King's corpse. A close-up of the chimera's face shows its glowing green eye staring forward. Stunned, the Demon King realizes that even Draxon's corpse was used as material. Jason grins and confirms the suspicion, adding that the chimera can briefly replicate the speed Draxon possessed in life. Coins, treasure chests, and valuables fill the scene as Jason remarks that Demon Kings normally strengthen themselves with demonic energy points, while most of those points were converted into money. Lavinia sits atop the chimera as Jason warns that the current Demon King has not been strengthened at all, making defeating both the chimera and Lavinia far from easy. Several monstrous chimeras covered in glowing eyes stand together, as he reveals that he has placed eyes and ears on multiple chimeras, and warns that even one entering the tower would be a problem while the Demon King chases Lavinia. Jason displays a book and claims it allows him to grasp the tower's internal situation and devise the perfect strategy to conquer it. Smiling confidently, he says this is exactly what heroes do to Demon Kings. With his head lowered in shadow, the Demon King is challenged with the question of what he will do now. Demon King of Blazing Fire, Burja Diaz. A strained smile crosses Burja's face as he admits he has been completely played by Jason and ended up just like Draxon. Purple energy flickers around his gloved hand as he declares that once the battle starts, there is no turning back. Gripping his cloak tightly, he steels himself and says that since it has come to this lull. Throwing off his cloak, he declares that it is all or nothing and calls out Lavinia Akan's name. Appearing through a communication screen, Gordon frantically warns the Demon King that revealing himself in front of those chimeras is dangerous. Jason narrows his glowing eye and wonders what the Demon King is trying to do. Standing before the towering chimera, the Demon King calls out to Lavinia and proposes a deal, leaving her questioning his offer. With a confident grin, he offers one of his horns if Lavinia cancels her deal with the Demon King of Lies. Fixing her with a steady gaze, he swears the offer on the standards of a Demon King. Lavinia thrusts a contract forward and cheerfully declares, "Deal!" Contract. Holding the contract in his hand, the Demon King hesitates and nervously answers, "Sure." Purple smoke billows around a small object on the snowy ground as crackling energy surrounds it. As the Demon King walks away, Lavinia bluntly demands, "Jimmy Horn," and he replies that he knows, but this is not a very dignified place and they should go inside first. Lavinia turns with a sharp, focused look, smiling confidently. The Demon King says there is no need for a contract because he already swore on the Demon King standards, while Lavinia silently stares back at him. The massive doors stand open as the Demon King and the giant chimera head inside through the snowy entrance. Watching from afar, Jason breaks into a wide grin. Laughing to himself, he marvels that the one who considers the Demon King's standards garbage actually swore by them, admitting that the trick worked and that Burgideus got him. Standing before a massive glowing map of Jespine, he admits that Burgideus is the first person to cause him this much trouble. The name Jespine fills the glowing map as he declares that he still has his next move. A grin spreads across his face as he says, "Let's see how long you can hold out, Burgideus." Lodger stands frozen beside enormous mechanical weapons, staring ahead in surprise. Cade pauses with her hammer raised, her eyes widening as she looks ahead. Kneeling behind Elena, Ernan pauses while tying her sister's hair and looks ahead. Walking through the vast hall beside the Demon King, Lavinia looks around in confusion. Looking around the hall, Lavinia finds the place strange and asks where the materials are, while the Demon King points out that he never promised any materials besides monsters. The dwarf knight and princess stare after the pair in disbelief, recognizing Princess Lavinia and wondering what brought her here. The scene shifts to the Tower of Flames, 5th floor, where the Demon King sits on his throne facing Lavinia. Lavinia catches the horn as the Demon King says, "Hair, take it. My horn is promised." Clutching the horn, Lavinia immediately protests, shouting that this is not the one she wants and demanding the Demon King's horn instead. Grinning, the Demon King says he doesn't care about the Demon King's standards and refuses to give his own horns to a human, calling them the pride of a black flame dragon. An annoyed twitch appears on Lavinia's face as she stares back in silence. Perched atop a giant beast and surrounded by crimson monster silhouettes, Lavinia points forward and roars, "D," while calling him a liar. Gordon steps in front of Burja with his blade raised and warns that the Demon King is in danger, but the Demon King calmly tells Gordon that everything is fine. Still perched atop the giant beast, the furious Lavinia hears the Demon King say not to be angry, because the horn is not his, but it contains a power just as strong. Flames swirl around Lavinia as the Demon King reveals that the horn holds the Phoenix's flame, a power comparable to a Demon King and perfect Chimera material. The excited Lavinia repeatedly shouts for more, and the Demon King watches from his throne, pleased that she likes it. Holding a glowing purple orb labeled Armani's orb, the Demon King says he cannot keep giving things away for free and tells her to swallow it if she truly wants the power. Lavinia immediately swallows the orb, her eyes squeezed shut in excitement. Now marked with the status, Demon King's vassal, Lavinia grins eagerly and demands the flame, while the Demon King looks on with visible concern and nervously agrees to hand it over. Surrounded by her companions and the others, Lavinia stands as the Demon King declares that Lavinia Akan has now become his vassal. A lineup of powerful heroes fills the scene as the Demon King says he finally has a force capable of taking on the massive numbers involved in the hero's journey. Lavinia sits atop a towering beast surrounded by monsters as the Demon King notes that he now only needs to prepare for the 10 stars. Seated on his throne, the Demon King receives a report that all traces of the Chimera's movements have been erased, and he praises Krutu for the work. Looking thoughtful, the Demon King says the Akan Palace will never imagine that Princess Lavinia is inside his tower, though he still wants to take precautions. Clutching the horn against her shoulder, Lavinia turns toward the voice calling her name and responds with a puzzled look. The scene shifts to the Akan Kingdom as a message arrives announcing that a letter has been received from Princess Lavinia. A pair of hands opens the letter, revealing a cheerful drawing that reads, "Lots of materials, and don't look for me," inside the royal court of the Akan Kingdom. A kneeling official asks whether another search party should be sent to find the missing princess. The elderly king sits on his throne holding Lavinia's cheerful letter and refuses. He points out that the previous search teams could not even retrieve the 5th prince, and seeing how happy Lavinia seems, he decides to leave her alone for now. As the magnificent tower rises over the kingdom, the king jokingly remarks that if the princess somehow turns Urgest into a wasteland, he will personally take responsibility, and the official reluctantly agrees. Far away at the Tower of Frost, the conversation shifts to a different matter. A delicate hand takes a colorful candy from the jar as someone asks whether Burgideus was truly helpful. A projection of Ugar appears, explaining that Burja discovered the hero's journey in advance, warned him beforehand, and provided valuable information. Enjoying a candy, Rina, the Demon King of Winters, questions whether Burgideus is really more trustworthy than Jason. With a calm but skeptical expression, Rina points out that Jason has been supplying useful information for much longer and in far greater quantities. Ugar admits that Jason Kochman has provided the information they need to survive in Irene, yet for some reason he still cannot fully trust him. Inside the icy chamber, Rina asks if she may offer an explanation. Holding a glowing sphere filled with images of towering structures, Jason appears as Rina points out that she, Draxon, and the others survived in Irene for decades with Jason's help. A field of fallen bodies fills the scene as she points out that new demon kings always fall to the hero's journey in less than 3 years, like the Demon King of Lust, who died fighting the hero Hillen Cargill. A close-up of Reyna's eye accompanies the claim that Jason could have saved those new demon kings if he had truly wanted to. Staring ahead, Ugar asks if that is true, whether it means Jason killed Draxon, and what they should do now. Turning away from the projection, Rena says that as a demon king, he should think and judge for himself, adding that she does not trust Burgideus either. Reina's expression hardens as she says there is a way to learn the truth, though it means asking that vulgar woman, unpleasant as it may be. A smoking volcano towers over a massive stone gate as the location is introduced as Burfet. Far below the cavern ceiling, Burfet Palace comes into view, revealing a fortified city beneath it. Floating in midair under the status of invisibility, Vivian, the demon king of lust, asks if they want her to kidnap the dwarven princess. With Reina's projection beside her, Vivian listens as it is explained that Draxon's death began with the dwarven princess's invasion, and they suspect one of the demon kings sent her to Ormouth. The city stretches across the cavern, while Reina explains that Vivian arrived after Draxon died, placing her outside the list of suspects and making her suitable to uncover the truth impartially. While a smug Vivian proudly agrees, wearing a sly grin, Vivian remarks that she still has not heard those words yet, while Reina's projection visibly tenses beside her. Reina's face reddens with embarrassment as she struggles out the words, "Please do it." Heart-shaped eyes light up Vivian's face as she excitedly declares that she never asked Reina to say that, and jokingly wonders why she is being made out to be the bad guy. Landing in the dwarven city, Vivian cheerfully asks if she should show off her skills a little. Peeking around a corner while hidden, Vivian reminds herself that she came under Archduke Arcane's orders to find the culprit behind Draxon's death. Facing the Grand Dwarven Palace, Vivian thinks that completing this mission should earn her a return home, while wondering if Arcane would really turn the entire succubus race into enemies. Inside the palace halls, Vivian confidently strolls past a dwarf and boasts that nobody can see her while her invisibility remains active. A mischievous grin spreads across her face as she notes that only a top-tier hero could notice her, and that the dwarven princess's room is just around the corner. As she rounds the corner, Hillen turns to look at her. Vivian freezes in place, her eyes going wide with shock. Sweat forming on her face, Vivian nervously asks if he can actually see her. Blue lightning crackles around Hillen as he draws his sword, smirks, and calmly confirms that he can see the demon king of lust. A surge of blue energy explodes from Hillen's attack, crashing directly into Vivian as she lets out a scream. Thrown back through the lightning, Vivian panics that a top-tier hero can see through her stealth and wonders why someone like him is guarding the princess. Sweat pours down Vivian's face as she yells that she can't stand this filthy dimension. Hillen swings his sword, unleashing a surge of blue energy that slams into Vivian. Tears in her eyes, Vivian panics and screams, wondering why a top-tier hero is even here. Rushing forward through the crackling aura, Hillen realizes the Demon King's warning was correct, and that Vivian truly came to kidnap Princess Louise. Speaking through a projection, the Demon King warns Hillen that the Dwarven Princess is certain to be targeted by kidnappers and must be protected. Trusting the Demon King completely, Hillen believes following his guidance will make him even stronger. Lightning surges around him as he declares that defeating the Demon King of Lust will only add to his achievements. A dark crimson mist swirls around Vivian as she glares back and shouts that she won't be defeated in a place like this. Leaving a red trail behind her, Vivian sprints through the palace halls and desperately calls out for the Dwarven Princess. Vivian suddenly freezes as Louise appears behind her and asks, "Were you looking for me?" Her eyes widen as she suddenly realizes something. Louise charges at Vivian, screaming for her to die, while Vivian stares at the incoming axe and blurts out that there's no way she can be a princess, only for Louise to shout back and ask what a princess is supposed to be. Hillen closes in from behind and declares that this is the Demon King of Lust's grave. Cold sweat covers Vivian's face as she realizes a hero is guarding the princess while the princess herself is charging at her with an axe, leaving her wondering what is wrong with this dimension. A burst of pink energy explodes outward as Vivian lashes out in frustration, calling the whole situation seriously annoying. Hillen braces against the blinding surge, then stares ahead in surprise. Red trails scatter through the air as Vivian breaks away, but Hillen immediately swings his sword and warns her not to even think about escaping. A cloud of crimson smoke fills the doorway as Vivian vanishes from sight. Hillen and the Dwarven Princess scan the area for any trace of the fleeing Demon King. The princess angrily points out that Vivian escaped, then snaps at Hillen for calmly stating the obvious. Furious, the princess shouts that the Demon King came to kidnap her and should have been captured and killed, ordering everyone nearby to begin the chase immediately, but something catches Hillen's eye. Far away in the snowy mountains, Hillen reports through a magical projection that the Demon King of Lust appeared exactly as predicted. Seated before the projection, Berger explains that ever since he first met Vivian, he expected this to happen and asks how the encounter went, and Hillen admits that he failed to eliminate the Demon King of Lust. Berger looks surprised when Hillen adds that he did manage to obtain a trophy and plans to send it to the tower. A glowing pink object appears before Berger as Hillen reveals that the trophy is the Demon King of Lust's tail. A violent storm rages across the Eastern Triangle Strait in the Sea of the Sea King. Towering above the crashing waves, the calamity-grade monster Krutolerd stands over the ocean with 4 glowing eyes and massive spears in hand. Facing the giant alone, 10 Stars hero Palav Disrod demands to know why a calamity-grade monster already looks scared and declares that the battle is only beginning. Palav's confidence slips as he suddenly freezes and mutters, wait. Oh no. A blazing fireball descends from the storm clouds while Palav shouts a warning from the rock below. Even Krutolord looks alarmed as the massive fireball hangs directly above it. The fireball crashes into Krutolord in a massive explosion that engulfs its body. Standing within the flames, 10 Stars hero Rosal Chart appears holding a staff and simply lets out a relieved whew. Palav Disrod complains that Rosal interrupted him just as the fight was getting interesting, but Rosal announces that all 10 Stars heroes have been summoned to a hero's journey in Regressed. Hearing that Regressed is packed with calamity-grade monsters, Palav immediately perks up, only for Rosal to remind him that they are going there to capture the Demon King, not pick fights with monsters. Floating against the bright sky, Rosal calls Palav a battle maniac and asks if fighting with nothing but an ordinary sword really makes him that happy, while Palav proudly insists that it feels amazing and tells her to try it herself. Grinning behind Rosal, Palav remarks that her magic has become much stronger and eagerly asks if she has been training on her own, but Rosal coldly tells him to go fight by himself and die. Standing together on the glowing magic circle, Palav asks how Rosal managed to find him when he came here secretly, and she replies that someone told her he would be out here playing around alone. Turning her head, Rosal reveals that the person who gave the information was the Guild Master of the Heroes Guild. A glowing screen displays the Guild Master's silhouette as he calls out to 10 Stars hero Hillen Cargill. Inside the guild hall, Hillen is praised for defeating 2 demon kings and protecting the Princess of Burfit from a kidnapping, with his recent achievements described as outstanding, and he simply responds with a calm thank you. Gazing at the sword, Hillen hears the Heroes Guild announce that, in recognition of his achievements, it intends to appoint 10 Stars hero Hillen Cargill as an Argon. A grand display explains that Argons stand alongside the Guildmaster and the 4 elders in determining the direction of the Heroes Guild, a position influential enough that even kings seek their favor. Bathed in light beside a ceremonial sword, the title is described as a position of immense power and authority. Staring ahead in disbelief, Hillen thinks that an ordinary boy from a small countryside village has finally made it this far. His armored hands reach toward the sword as he tells himself that he only needs to go a little farther. Gripping the sword before him, Hillen declares that he will fulfill his duties as an Argon and become the greatest hero in history. The ceremony is interrupted when a voice wonders when that former greenhorn became such a big shot, leaving Hillen visibly startled. Palav Disrod and Rosal Chart arrive together, and nearby voices immediately recognize the 2 10 Stars heroes. Palav places a hand on Hillen's shoulder, praises him for defeating 2 demon kings, and immediately asks for a sparring match. Standing beneath the gathered projections, the Guildmaster announces that Palav Disrod and Rosal Chart have arrived and reveals that he has summoned them for a grave mission. Pointing at the Guildmaster with an angry glare, Palav warns that the mission had better be worthwhile, or the Guildmaster is a dead man. The Guildmaster, with a glowing eye, calmly assures Palav that this mission will satisfy him as well. Over a map of the Jespian Empire, the Guildmaster orders that all 7 10 Stars heroes involved in the Empire's succession war be brought back by force. His glowing eye remains fixed as he declares that any necessary means are acceptable and that the Heroes Guild will handle the aftermath, making the 10 Stars heroes' journey the highest priority. Huffing with excitement, Palav eagerly asks if they can beat the 10 Stars into submission and drag them back, while Rosal tells him not to get carried away, and the Guildmaster reminds him not to break them to the point where they can no longer participate in the hero's journey. Hillen's face turns pale as he realizes they are gathering all the 10 Stars, and concludes that the hero's journey will begin earlier than expected. His eyes widen with alarm as he insists that the Demon King is his path to success and cannot fall before he becomes the greatest hero. A snow-covered tower stands alone among frozen mountains as Hillen reveals, "That is what they said." Seated before a floating projection, Berger reacts in shock as he learns the hero's journey is being moved up, and Hillen explains that bringing back the heroes employed in Jespian will cause it to begin immediately. Staring at the projection with a worried expression, he asks why the schedule is suddenly changing, only for Hillen to reply that even the Guildmaster gave no explanation. Lowering his gaze in thought, he says the situation feels too sudden, almost artificial, and wonders if Jason interfered. Looking toward Hillen's projection, he asks how they plan to move up the hero's journey and learns they intend to intervene in the Jespian Empire's succession war. A jeweled crown rests in darkness as the narration explains that Jespian's succession wars decide the next emperor through a deadly competition among princes and princesses competing with their lives on the line. A glowing imperial decree unfolds as the narration explains that princes and princesses hire mercenaries when the emperor assigns a troublesome task to the empire. Silhouetted figures stand in radiant light as the narration explains that mercenaries carry out the empire's tasks alongside the heroes, with the succession war divided into 5 stages and usually lasting around 6 months. Seated before the floating projection, he learns that 7 of the 10 Stars have already been hired as mercenaries in that war. Palav Disrod stands atop a mountain of bodies, as Hillen warns that his involvement could shorten the war to mere weeks and gather all 10 Stars in one place. Rising with a determined expression, he decides that whether Jason interfered or not, he has no time to waste and must act immediately. Walking across the room, he tells Lodger it is time for the next stage and orders him to create a golem, leaving the shocked Lodger staring in disbelief. As the floating projections surround him, he reminds them that Magitech is essential for creating a golem, recalls fighting such weapons in his previous life, and asks Lavinia to help Lodger build one. A glowing purple item labeled the tail of the succubus queen hovers above his hand as he offers it as a reward, instantly exciting Lavinia when she learns it is a crafting ingredient. Looking ahead with urgency, he asks Ernan how Elena is doing. Ernan reports that Elena's mana has almost completely drained away, but starting tomorrow, she will begin teaching her basic magic, earning a satisfied nod and a firm promise to continue. Brilliant feathers drift through the air as a massive fiery wing unfurls. With blazing wings spread behind him, the Demon King tells Gordon he will buy them some time and leave the tower in his care, while Gordon anxiously asks where he is going. Surrounded by glowing feathers, the Demon King declares that he will personally take part in the Jespine Empire's succession war. The scene shifted to the territory of the Jespine Empire, revealing Udera Island surrounded by the open sea. A narration explained that a massive outbreak of undead monsters had recently spread across the island, leaving the Empire's citizens trembling in fear. Deep within a dark chamber, the final task of the succession war was officially announced. The target was revealed to be the Black Mage of Utura Island, a high-rank monster with dark and cold attributes whose whereabouts remained unknown. As the focus returned to the island, purple energy erupted across the forest, and an undead army began pouring out from every direction. The moment the monsters appeared, voices immediately shouted for everyone to protect the First Prince. Seated atop an ornate throne carried by his followers, First Prince Rufus Jespin ordered them to sacrifice as many vassals as necessary, declaring that the path to the throne was paved with blood. His men charged directly into the undead horde, repeatedly shouting their loyalty to the First Prince as they cut down monsters. Watching the slaughter, Naya Diaprin warned that even though this was the final task, there would soon be no vassals left at this rate. Resting his chin on one hand, Rufus coldly reminded her that regardless of how famous a hero might be, she was still a subject of the Empire. He then asked whether she dared oppose his orders. Naya immediately lowered her head and quietly assured him that she would never oppose His Highness. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a desperate princess begged her older brother for mercy and offered to abandon any claim to the throne. Kneeling before a green-haired prince, she trembled in fear as he gently touched her face and calmly assured her that he could never harm his own sister. A moment later, blood erupted behind her as one of his subordinates struck, leaving the horrified princess frozen in place. Smiling at the sight, Second Prince Florian Jespin declared that there was no need for him to dirty his own hands because he intended to become a noble emperor. Standing beside Ralph Schmitz, Florian remarked that since this was the final task, it was the perfect opportunity to do some cleaning in advance. With that, he ordered his men to locate the remaining heirs. As explosions continued tearing through the undead army, the focus shifted to another part of the battlefield. Watching the fighting, Princess Tiorin praised Gillian's authority and claimed his bearing was worthy of a monarch. Gillian modestly replied that the princess was flattering him. Grinning as undead monsters approached, Tiorin declared that every citizen of the Empire should possess a magnificent physique like his, because the current generation was far too weak. A vicious smile crossed her face as 4th Princess Tiorin Jespin announced that once she became Empress, she would begin by purging her frail siblings. She laughed loudly and insisted that the Empire would prosper once only the strong remained, while Gillian Ain't awkwardly agreed that she was absolutely right. 2 hours after the Black Mage subjugation began, the number of surviving heirs dropped from 17 to 15. Sunlight filtered through the forest canopy as a massive wave of undead monsters continued rampaging through the island. Among them, 17th Prince Noah Jespin desperately ran for his life while screaming for the monsters to stop chasing him. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched several artifacts to his chest and cried that the undead had wiped out all of his vassals. To make matters worse, even the heroes he had hired had abandoned him. As he fled through the forest, Noah reflected that the only things he had left were the artifacts his brothers and sisters had given him after he failed the previous task. Unfortunately, he did not even know how to use them. While running, he suddenly became entangled in a vine and cried out in shock. The accident sent him tumbling through the air as all of his belongings scattered across the ground. Noah crashed hard onto the forest floor, and with undead monsters rapidly closing in behind him, he struggled through the pain and refused to give up. Images of the First Prince, the Second Prince, and the 4th Princess flashed through his mind. Realizing that the Empire would be drowned in bloodshed if any of them became emperor, he remembered the people who had sacrificed their lives protecting him. Their desperate pleas to safeguard the Empire echoed through his thoughts. Tears continued streaming down his face as Noah clenched his fists and resolved to stop them. Reaching toward a nearby artifact chest, he realized that a true emperor was someone who protected everyone. However, as his hand stretched forward, he suddenly noticed an undead standing directly in front of him. More undead quickly gathered around him, their glowing eyes fixed on the helpless prince as terrifying shrieks filled the air. Looking at the monsters surrounding him, Noah quietly wondered if this was truly the end. A tear rolled down his cheek as he apologized to his brothers and sisters and admitted that he could not continue any longer. At that exact moment, a massive pillar of blue lightning erupted from the ground. The sudden display instantly drew the undead's attention away from Noah. Blue lightning crackled across the battlefield as a mysterious figure appeared and calmly remarked that he had arrived just in time. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Noah froze and looked up through his tears. Wrapped in a cloak of blue lightning, Hillen stood before him and asked whether Sir Noah Jespin had been injured. Noah stared in disbelief after recognizing one of the legendary 10 stars, Sir Hillen Cargill. Before he could even process what was happening, a glowing phoenix feather slowly drifted down in front of him. Looking toward the sky, he saw fiery feathers swirling around another figure. Holding a fireball in his hand, Berger offered Noah a deal, saying they might be able to help him if he was willing to hire them. Noah sat frozen on the ground, barely able to believe what he was hearing. Still crying, he immediately shouted that he would hire them. A confident smile spread across Berger's face as he declared that the contract had been established. With that, he slammed the fireball into the ground, causing flames to explode across the battlefield. The story then shifted 10 minutes into the past. Standing in a forest clearing on Utera Island, Berger explained that their objective was to prevent the 10 stars from joining the hero's journey. He stated that the 10 stars needed to remain occupied while the succession war continued. During the discussion, Hillen pointed out that Pallav Disrod would eliminate all of the 10 stars before the succession war ended. Berger calmly replied that they would deal with Pallav first and then find a suitable prince to hire them. He then revealed that their chosen employer would be 17th Prince Noah Jespin. Despite Noah's reputation as a coward who ranked near the bottom of the succession order, Berger remained confident in the decision. Returning to the present, Noah dropped to his knees and burst into tears while repeatedly thanking the two men for saving his life. Still sobbing, he vowed to stop the princes and princesses responsible for the bloodshed. However, he admitted that he could not afford to hire famous heroes. Berger placed both hands on Noah's shoulders and assured him that money was not what they wanted. With a confident smile, he explained that all he needed was a sense of justice and the determination to save the empire from the wicked princes and princesses. He then declared that a true emperor was someone who protected everyone. Hearing those words, Noah looked up in stunned silence. 2 system windows immediately appeared, confirming that both Phoenix, Master, and Hillen Cargill had officially become employees of the 17th Prince. A sly smile spread across Berger's face as the contract was successfully completed. Dark energy swirled around him as he quietly remarked that humans were surprisingly easy to deceive. Meanwhile, Noah beamed with excitement and eagerly agreed to protect everyone, while Hillen lowered his head in embarrassment and apologized to him. Elsewhere on the island, Rosal suddenly paused after sensing a familiar presence. Turning toward a distant blaze rising above the forest, she quickly realized that it was the Phoenix's flame. Noticing her reaction, Pallav pointed out that someone interesting seemed to be on the island. Striking an exaggerated pose beside the defeated bodies around him, he declared that fighting this mysterious person sounded far more entertaining than battling a group of young stars. Rosal immediately rejected the idea and explained that the individual in question had been brought here by Hillen Cargill. Pallav looked confused by the explanation, but Rosal firmly repeated her warning. As confusion continued growing in her mind, she began wondering what exactly Hillen Cargill was planning. Far away from the battlefield, the scene shifted deep into the forests of Utera Island, where a hidden cave remained concealed in silence. Water steadily dripped from the ceiling as faint echoes traveled through the dark passage. Inside the cave, Berger led the way while Hillen and Noah cautiously followed behind him. As they ventured deeper underground, Berger recalled how, in his previous life, he had searched for powerful monsters that could become his vassals. That search had eventually led him to this very place. Soon, a vast underground chamber opened before them. Berger identified it as the Black Mage's Cave. At the far end of the ancient ruin, a robed skeletal figure sat upon a throne. The ominous figure was none other than the Black Mage of Utera Island. As a blazing phoenix wing spread across the chamber, Berger revealed his plan to hide the Black Mage before Pallav could eliminate all of the 10 stars. Dark purple energy gathered between his hands as he declared that he would conceal the Black Mage and ensure that the succession war never came to an end. Standing near the entrance, both Hillen and Noah froze as they stared at the terrifying presence before them. Noah's face instantly twisted in panic. Recognizing the figure, he screamed that it was the Demon King. The skeletal Black Mage immediately turned toward the outburst. His empty eye sockets widened dramatically as he jerked back in disbelief and blurted out, "Demon King? The Black Mage's cave fell silent as Berger stood before the skeletal Black Mage. The Black Mage laughed, claiming he had avoided the Demon King's gaze to escape, becoming a vassal, yet Berger had found him anyway. Declaring that he would never serve anyone, he proclaimed himself the king of the undead and summoned towering skeletal undead before ordering them to attack. Before they could even react, the summoned undead were engulfed in purple energy. The Black Mage's defiant expression vanished as his eyes widened in shock. Raising a hand wrapped in black flames, Berger coldly asked, "So then, you want to die?" The Black Mage immediately dropped to his knees and frantically swore his absolute loyalty. Berger calmly reminded him that staying alive was the only way to have a chance, and acting tough would only get him killed for nothing. Noah trembled when Berger called out, "17th Prince?" Terrified, Noah realized the Phoenix Master was actually the Demon King of Blazing Fire and cried out that even the hero Reincarnation was serving under the Demon King. Walking over to him, Berger offered the 17th Prince a chance to become his vassal as well, leaving Noah speechless. With a faint smile, he explained that the Jespin Empire was strong enough to keep the Heroes Guild in check, making the 17th Prince a valuable future vassal. Still being held up, Noah scoffed at the offer. Through tears, he refused to abandon the people who had sacrificed themselves for him or betray the Empire and humanity, shouting that he would rather die than submit to a demon king. Taking advantage of Noah's scream, Berger sent a purple orb into his mouth. Watching Noah collapse in agony, Berger remarked that he had expected such a stubborn response. Smiling calmly, he warned that the more hostile Noah remained, the greater the pain would become, and told him to give up and swear loyalty to his new king. Writhing on the ground in unbearable pain, Noah struggled to declare that he'd rather die than submit to a demon king. The next moment, the purple orb pulsed with energy inside Noah's brain, leaving him lying motionless on the ground as only a faint gasp escaped his lips. With Noah collapsed at his feet, Berger raised his hand as Hillen asked whether the prince was dead. Berger replied that he had deliberately kept him alive because he was far too valuable to kill. Berger then ordered the Black Mage to stop cowering on the floor and get up, because it was time to work. Startled, the Black Mage nervously pointed at himself when Berger ordered him to prepare for the heroes. Meanwhile, black demonic energy spread through the forest outside the cave. The twin heroes, Bing and Bong, laughed as they recognized the leaking demonic energy as the trail of a black mage and boasted that elite heroes like them could easily use it to locate the lair. The group soon gathered before the cave entrance. Leading them, the Jespin Empire's 11th princess, Sierra Jespin, ordered everyone to subjugate the black mage before anyone else noticed and led them inside. After confirming they had found the Black Mage's lair, Sierra warned that a powerful high-rank monster was waiting inside and told everyone not to let their guard down. The twin heroes charged into the cave with complete confidence, laughing that monsters like this were nothing to future members of the 10 Stars and boasting they would finish the fight in seconds. But before they could even react, the Black Mage instantly froze all three intruders. He proudly declared that the Demon King's demonic energy had amplified his power so much that he now surpassed even Calamity-grade monsters. Watching from the side, Berger calmly told him not to overdo it and to move the frozen captives into the freezer as quickly as possible. The Black Mage immediately obeyed while undead servants dragged the frozen heroes and princess deeper into the icy chamber. Looking over the growing collection of frozen prisoners, Berger noted that they had already captured 3 princes and princesses. With the Black Mage's sealing magic strengthened by his demonic energy, he believed even one of the 10 Stars shouldn't be a problem. Looking ahead, he concluded that if he kept luring powerful figures into the cave and freezing them, the succession war would drag on, preventing the 10 Stars from returning to the Heroes Guild anytime soon. Just then, Reincarnation stepped forward and warned that the 10 Stars wouldn't be defeated that easily. Berger remained unfazed, insisting he already had a plan for everything before asking Hillen about the situation outside. Hillen's expression immediately turned grim as he admitted the news wasn't good. He revealed that the 10th Star, Wharton Kolo, had already been defeated by Palav Disrod, leaving only 6 members of the 10 Stars remaining. The report completely caught Berger off guard. Berger was stunned that less than half a day had passed, yet the situation had already spiraled out of control. He realized that gathering all 10 Stars had only been a formality, and if the King of Hilderin changed his mind and sent even 7 or 8 of them on the hero's journey, everything he had planned would collapse. Determined to buy more time, Berger declared that he would personally deal with Palav Disrod. Hillen immediately asked if he intended to face him alone before warning that Palav was an absolute monster, insisting that even a demon king couldn't defeat him. Berger calmly questioned how he could be so certain. Hillen shouted in panic that Palav had been powerful enough to subdue the Demon King of Beasts alone, making a one-on-one victory impossible for anyone. Elsewhere on the island, a shattered shield lay on the ground as the two heroes clashed with tremendous force, blasting apart the surrounding earth. Pallav Disrod fought Ralph Schmitz while declaring that he had always wanted to face the strongest shield master, adding that even a broken door became the ultimate shield in Ralph's hands. Ralph braced behind his battered shield as a brilliant glowing circle shone through it while Pallav challenged him to show what he could do. The shield's circular hole radiated an intense glow. A green explosion erupted in the distance, sending a shockwave racing across the forest as dust and debris billowed through the air, obscuring the battlefield. Standing amid the wreckage, Ralph calmly raised both hands in surrender, leaving Pallav stunned. Facing Pallav, Ralph apologized that this was as far as he could go and asked the second prince to handle the rest. The second prince remained completely silent, offering no response. Pallav urged Ralph not to give up, insisting another shield could keep him fighting. However, Ralph calmly admitted that while his power could strengthen shields, no shield in the world could stop him. Falling silent, Pallav accepted Ralph's words as the system announced that 2 of the 10 stars had been eliminated, leaving only 5 remaining. Watching from the shadows, the Demon King observed Pallav Disrod and Ralph standing across the shattered battlefield. He immediately recognized Pallav as the man Hillen Cargill had warned him about. Looking at Ralph's shattered shield, the Demon King realized that even Draxon had failed to break it, yet Pallav had reduced it to pieces, proving just how overwhelmingly powerful he was. Seeing Pallav's strength, the Demon King questioned why the Demon Kings were still alive if a hero like him existed. Hillen explained that Demon King towers were valuable resources filled with rare materials and treasures. He further revealed that heroes were forbidden from killing a Demon King without the Heroes Guild's permission, calling it one of the Guild's strictest rules, leaving the Demon King dismissing it as pure arrogance. The Demon King then asked how someone as powerful as Pallav could exist and who he really was, but Hillen could only admit that nobody knew. According to Hillen, Pallav had appeared out of nowhere and defeated a calamity-grade monster by himself with a single sword, while both his origins and the source of his transcendent power remained a complete mystery. As Pallav stood with his massive sword, the Demon King decided it would be best to avoid clashing with him whenever possible. Fixing his gaze on Pallav, the Demon King directly asked who his employer was. Before Pallav could answer, Rosal recognized the Demon King as File, pointed out that he had come with Hillen, and said they should already know everything, so they should focus on their own missions. Facing them, Berger declared that their true employer was never the princes or princesses, but the Heroes Guild itself. He questioned whether choosing the Empire's next heir was nothing more than a scheme to keep the Empire under the Guild's control. Smiling confidently, he wondered whether the Empire and the countless kingdoms would continue following the Heroes Guild if such a scandal were exposed to the entire world. Rosal pointed out that File had not come under the Heroes Guild's orders and demanded to know what he wanted. File warned them to stop interfering and leave, or he would expose the Heroes Guild's scandal to the entire continent. Pallav remained silent as Rosal realized they had been completely deceived, and she furiously vowed to make Hillen Cargill pay for his betrayal. Facing the two of them, Berger explained that after returning to Erin, he had abandoned the idea of solving everything through brute force alone, no matter how powerful his opponent might be. With a sinister grin, he declared that he would use the very order humans had built to bind their own feet. A calm voice suddenly interrupted, saying that if that was the issue, then it was fine, making everyone turn in surprise. The second prince, Florian Jespin, stepped forward with a smile and asked if they all agreed with that. Looking back, Berger realized the second prince already knew everything, leaving him stunned because the prince was supposed to have been eliminated along with Ralph. Rosal immediately confirmed that everything had happened under the second prince's orders and praised File for figuring it out so quickly. Purple energy flared around Pallav as he declared that the trivial matter was settled before calling out the Phoenix Master for a fight. Purple flames surged around Pallav as he stepped forward and challenged the Phoenix Master. A determined look settled on Berger's face as he declared, "So this is how it ends." Flames erupted around him as a blazing sphere of fire gathered in his hand, and he challenged the strongest hero to come at him. The scene suddenly shifts to blazing flames as Pallav recalls witnessing the day the Phoenix appeared. Watching the burning landscape from afar, he quietly remarks that if not for his sponsor's orders, he would have been there as well. Tears stream down his face as he admits he truly wanted to fight the Phoenix. Now facing Berger with flames blazing around him, Pallav says he never imagined this day would come because his whole body can't stop trembling. Pointing at Berger with a wide grin, he warns that if Berger disappoints him, he might kill him before excitedly urging him to do his best. Watching Pallav approach, Berger realizes he never even encountered the strongest hero in his previous life. As flames continue swirling around him, Berger admits that back then he was too arrogant and treated heroes as insignificant. Gathering a blazing sphere of fire between his hands, Berger declares that this life will be different, and he'll face Pallav with all his strength. A massive sphere of blazing flames expands around Berger as Pallav stands facing him. Standing beside the blazing flames, Pallav calmly observes that they feel warm and soothing, not like an attack or a status ailment. Still smiling as the flames surround him, Pallav gladly accepts what lies ahead. The enormous sphere of flames suddenly expands, engulfing the entire area. Berger activates the high-rank defensive magic, Protect Ver, Phoenix, declaring that only he and Pallav can enter this space. Realizing that if he loses this fight, the hero's journey will depart and he'll once again be killed by the heroes, he resolves not to lose. A gigantic phoenix of blazing flames spreads its wings behind Berger as he tells Pallav he can leave any time, but declares that he refuses to die. Staring ahead, Berger vows to conquer this world and take revenge on the hero who killed him before telling Pallav to let him know if he wants to leave. Pallav shouts that kind of weak talk disgusts him and declares that if Berger lets him out, he won't go easy on him. Both fighters charge straight toward each other as Pallav excitedly shouts, "Let's play!" Their collision erupts into a massive explosion of blazing energy. The scene shifts to the Black Mage's cave, where several people stand facing the Black Mage as the cave begins shaking violently. As everyone panics over the earthquake and urges 12th Prince Evan Jespine to escape before the cave collapses, he continues standing in silence. Then Evan furiously refuses to retreat, declaring that if they don't catch that guy, they'll all die. An ice spell freezes Evan and the others inside massive blocks of ice. Walking through the cave with a basket of fruit, Hillen says the earthquake made it easy to catch 4 of them. As he heads toward the tunnel, he reminds himself that the 10 Stars hero still hasn't been captured and wonders if that freezing magic can really stop one of the 10 Stars. Entering the chamber, Hillen calls out, "Lord Noah, I brought some snacks," as 2 undead guard the doorway. Looking ahead, Hillen finds the chamber empty, with Noah nowhere to be seen. Outside the cave, the 17th Prince remains hidden beneath the invisible mantle, a Jespine imperial family treasure, and realizes he escaped unnoticed thanks to the earthquake. Back inside, Hillen demands to know why the Black Mage let the 17th Prince escape, but the Black Mage calmly replies that he was busy using magic. Grimacing in frustration, Hillen tries to contact the Demon King, only to complain that there's still no response in this emergency. Meanwhile, amid the blazing battlefield, Pallav and Berger continue charging straight at each other. Blaming himself for not checking properly, Hillen orders the Black Mage to keep freezing the intruders, and the Black Mage immediately agrees. Realizing the 17th Prince could expose their identities, Hillen declares they have to find him before that happens, and immediately dashes away from the cave at lightning speed. The cave entrance quickly falls silent as his glowing trail disappears. A lone figure stands near the cave entrance. Inside the cave, the Black Mage asks an undead if it saw something invisible leave the cave, only to realize the undead had been trying to tell him the whole time. After a brief pause, the Black Mage shrugs it off, deciding that it doesn't really matter. The Black Mage declares that he's the king of the undead, not the Demon King's servant, so losing the prince is the Demon King's problem, not his. Grabbing his belongings, the Black Mage cheerfully decides it's time for everyone to run. A pair of footsteps suddenly comes to a stop, drawing the Black Mage's attention. Looking up at the newcomer, the Black Mage remarks that another hero has arrived and calls the visitor one unlucky bastard. The Black Mage gathers dark magic around his hand and declares that he'll leave behind one final attack, Ice Age. The intruder firmly presses his palms together. The Black Mage pauses in confusion when his magic suddenly fails to respond. Staring ahead in shock, he realizes someone unexpected has appeared before him. A cracked smile slowly spreads across the newcomer's face. Far away, the blazing battlefield remains engulfed inside the massive Phoenix barrier. Watching the distant flames, Naya identifies the one fighting Pallav Disrod as the Phoenix Master, File, while Rufus criticizes the Heroes Guild for being far too arrogant. He explains that every prince and princess of the Jespine Empire must use their accumulated wealth, connections, and abilities to hire powerful mercenaries. He says the competition between the imperial siblings begins the moment they're born. The 12th prince lies motionless as he reflects that the firstborn naturally holds the advantage and admits that hiring only the 3rd star was the best he could do. He concludes that only the Heroes Guild could have hired both Pallav and Rosal together, since that should have been impossible for anyone else. Looking at the blazing Phoenix barrier only convinces him further that the Heroes Guild has secretly intervened. The 5th prince, Nicola Jespin, suspects someone hired the mercenaries for a bargain price to manipulate the imperial succession war. The 6th prince, Grey Jespin, orders his followers to capture the Black Mage first so they can report the Heroes Guild's interference directly to the Emperor. The 7th prince, Marilla Jespin, believes capturing the Black Mage could give them an advantage over the other royal competitors. Meanwhile, Tierin Jespin eagerly charges toward the Black Mage with Gillian rushing in behind her. Elsewhere, Rufus dismisses his siblings as short-sighted and orders his subordinates to find whoever hired Pallav and Rosal, kill that person first, and claim the two powerful mercenaries for himself. While discussing how difficult it will be to uncover the mastermind behind the mercenaries, a faint rustling sound catches their attention. Hidden beneath a transparent camouflage sheet, Noah freezes in place after being discovered. As the prince's procession passes by, Rufus notices Noah and, without any hesitation, coldly orders his men to kill him. But panicking, Noah desperately begs his older brother to listen, insisting this isn't the time for the royal family to fight among themselves. Rufus immediately sees through the excuse, declares Noah is only trying to buy time, and repeats his order to kill him. Realizing he has encountered the Empire's most ruthless eldest prince, the terrified Noah is overwhelmed with fear. At that moment, Hillen races through the forest at incredible speed, leaving a trail of blue lightning behind. As he sprints forward, Hillen vows that the Demon King must stay alive until he becomes the greatest hero, so he has to find the 17th prince before anyone else reaches him. Sensing something ahead, Hillen's expression suddenly changes just before a massive earth wall erupts from the ground, forcing him to stop as he realizes someone has used earth magic to block his path. Rosal calmly steps out from behind the stone wall, questions Hillen's actions, and states that the person he brought with him is interfering in their mission. She then questions whether Hillen is really planning to disobey the Heroes Guild's orders. Knowing he has no time to explain himself, Hillen apologizes and says he has an urgent matter to deal with before trying to leave. Rosal instantly casts a high-rank binding spell, and glowing chains wrap tightly around Hillen, stopping him in his tracks. She reminds him that he had also acted suspiciously during the battles against the Demon King of Lust and the Demon King of Beasts, accusing him of always hiding something to steal the credit at the crucial moment. Fixing him with a sharp glare, Rosal demands that if he's hiding anything again, he should tell her the truth right now. Still trapped by the glowing chains, Hillen grits his teeth, desperate to reach the 17th prince before it's too late. Far away, a glowing purple orb reveals the ongoing scene as someone watches everything unfold through the orb. Inside the cave, the mysterious figure calmly declares that everything is proceeding according to plan and announces that it's time to move on to the next stage. A sinister smile slowly spreads across his face as he calls out to Lord Berger-Deas. Noah's camouflage got caught on a tree branch, exposing him as Rufus coldly ordered, "Kill him." Tearfully pleading with his brother to stop, Noah cried that this was no time for them to fight because the Phoenix Master File was actually. The Armani orb suddenly enveloped his head, cutting off his words. Writhing on the ground in agony, Noah screamed in pain as Rufus ordered his men to stop wasting time and kill him. Naya summoned the high-rank nature spell Death Flower, calmly saying she held no grudge against the 17th prince and was simply following orders. The giant death flower closed in on Noah as she declared that only high-rank magic was worthy of a prince's status and would end his life. Frozen in terror with tears in his eyes, Noah realized there was no way to escape and wondered if this was really the end. His tear-filled eyes widened in disbelief as he wondered if everything was about to end this pointlessly. Noah remembered telling his sister that he wanted to save everyone during the Succession War. Sitting across from his sister, he asked if he was wrong after being mocked by the imperial family, only for her to bluntly reply that he really did seem like a fool, leaving him crying out, "Even you, sister." Princess Kaede asked him why he cared so much about what others said, reminding him that it was his own life. Standing from the table, she suddenly declared that she was sneaking out of the castle that night because she refused to marry the old king, leaving Noah stunned. Walking away from the gazebo, she told him that his wish to protect everyone was not foolish. Turning back with a firm expression, she asked whether an emperor was not supposed to protect everyone. With tears in his eyes, Noah quietly accepted her words that an emperor was someone who protected everyone. Now facing the towering death flower, he steadied himself with that conviction. Blue energy began flowing around the dagger as he thought of the loyal vassals who believed in him and the brothers and sisters who had entrusted him with their artifacts. Trembling with tears streaming down his face, Noah raised the glowing dagger and declared that he couldn't give up. Shouting, "Just die here!" he swung the dagger down with all his strength. A brilliant blue slash crashed into the giant death flower. Tears still on his face, Noah stared ahead and wondered if he had actually done it. A voice praised Noah for becoming much stronger, making him freeze in surprise. Turning toward the voice, he recognized it and started to speak. A blue aura surrounded Kaede as he asked if she was his sister before hesitantly wondering if she really was. The memory shifted to a while ago. In Ernan's room on the 4th floor, Kaede quietly sat on a nearby rock. As Lodger and Elena played with Gordon, Lodger's poke made him explode in anger while Elena tried to calm him down. Kaede smiled quietly as she watched them. Princess Ernan approached Kaede, asking what brought her there and whether she was taking a break from training. Kaede turned and saw Ernan, who happily asked to sit beside her, and Kaede agreed. Sitting together on the rock, Ernan offered her some freshly baked cookies and asked if it was her day off, and Kaede thanked her. Looking toward Princess Elena, Kaede said that seeing her reminded her of her younger half-brother. With the flower field stretching ahead, she said her younger brother should already be participating in the succession war and admitted she regretted leaving after speaking to him insensitively. Lowering her gaze, she wished she could escape the tower to save her younger brother, though she wondered whether her current abilities would be enough to help him. Princess Ernan brightly insisted that she was already very strong, leaving Kaede staring back in confusion. Surrounded by a naturally flowing blue aura, Kaede was told that her vigorous presence showed she had become incomparably stronger than when they first met. As an image of the Demon King appeared, Ernan mentioned that even the Demon King had to use his wings, and Kaede recalled that he blocked the final strike with them instead of his hand. Looking at her own hands, Kaede realized she had grown far stronger inside the tower than during all her training with the Imperial family. She then wondered if she had reached a level close to the 10 stars, and thought she might now be able to save Noah. Princess Ernan eagerly clasped Kade's hands and said that if she had decided, they would go speak to the Demon King right away, leaving Kade caught off guard. Smiling brightly, she cheerfully suggested getting Kade an outfit suitable for one of the 4 heavenly kings. Blinking in confusion, Kade asked what the 4 heavenly kings even were. Back in the present, Rufus demanded to know who she was. Raising her sword, Kade declared that she was born from darkness deeper than the night and pierced the hearts of enemies from the shadows. Resting a hand on her helmet, she introduced herself as the Black Knight of Death, the second sword of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness. Taking a fighting stance, she declared that she had descended upon this place. Her words left both of them speechless, and even Noah stared at her in stunned silence. As silence filled the air, Noah softly called out, "Sister?" Kaede awkwardly forced a smile. Panicking behind her helmet, she internally screamed that everyone must think she was a complete weirdo before shouting for Ernan. Princess Ernan happily revealed that Lodger specially made this for her, explaining that reciting a specific line while striking a certain pose would massively increase her attack and defense because it was a powerful magic item. Reading the instructions, Kaede blurted out that she couldn't possibly recite that line and strike that pose because she would never get married if she did. As the Demon King covered his mouth, she noticed he was laughing and grew even more flustered. In the end, she tremblingly accepted that it had come to this. Still flustered by the title, she blurted out that Black Knight of Death sounded childish and begged them not to call her that. Naya calmly said she didn't know which of the 4 heavenly kings the Black Knight was, but if they interfered, she would eliminate them all at once. Without changing her stance, Naya told Kaede that this magic wasn't something a weak hero could handle. She added that she only needed to kill the 17th prince and advised her to run away if she couldn't stop it. Archmage Nada Diaprin unleashed her original high-rank nature spell, Colony Grand March, covering the battlefield with a massive wave of carnivorous plants. Terrified, Noah urged his sister to dodge, but she calmly corrected him, saying it was Black Knight before assuring him that it was fine. Raising her sword, Kaede declared that if she were going to retreat over a little scare, she never would have done something this embarrassing. Recalling her sparring, she realized that her relentless training in the Tower of Flames had made her far stronger than before. As the giant carnivorous plants surged forward, she declared that if she still couldn't face a hero of the 10 stars, then she couldn't claim she had grown at all. Declaring that she would never leave her younger brother alone again, Kaede unleashed her, combined Jespin Dark Elf combat sword and magic sword technique, scattering Waxing Moon, slashing through the sea of carnivorous plants. Watching in disbelief, everyone stared in shock. Looking ahead, Kaede coldly demanded to know who the mage had just called a weak hero. Naya admits that Kaede's strength caught her by surprise, but declares it still isn't enough before revealing that her ancient garden allows every plant to regenerate endlessly. Kaede stares in disbelief, realizing even her strongest technique had no effect. As carnivorous plants surge toward them, Naya calmly bids farewell to the nameless Black Knight. Accepting her defeat, Kaede admits she was wrong and realizes the gap separating her from the 10 stars is still far beyond her reach. A glowing orb suddenly rises above Kaede, and Berger realizes it is transmitting everything through Armand's orb. Watching through Armand's orb, he sees that Kaede Jespin has reached the 17th prince, and both of them are trembling with anxiety. He then notices Hillen Cargill's Armand's orb has already moved away. Putting the pieces together, Berger concludes Hillen immediately chased after the 17th prince once he escaped. Although Kaede managed to secure the prince, Berger realizes the two of them have become trapped in danger. Since Hillen still hasn't arrived, he figures the hero must have been delayed somewhere else. Sensing another source of demonic energy near the Black Mage, Berger realizes only one demon could have slipped onto the island and interfered with his plans. Calling out Jason Cockman's name, he immediately identifies him as the culprit. Surrounded by blazing phoenix flames, Berger grimly decides he has to warn the heroes of the 10 stars about the Black Mage. While blocking the incoming sword, he resolves to stop the hero's journey from setting out. Without hesitation, Berger unleashes another relentless wave of attacks, determined to defeat his opponent before Jason can interfere. Multiple flaming magic circles ignite overhead as blazing projectiles rain down, crashing into Pallav in a massive fiery explosion. Wrapped in blazing flames, the Phoenix charges straight through the battlefield, sending Pallav hurtling through the inferno. Gritting his teeth, Berger realizes exactly what he has to do against Pallav Disrod. Another explosion erupts as Pallav bursts through the flames and charges straight at Berger, warning that the Phoenix is thinking about something else and threatening to kill him if he loses focus. Even while facing the relentless assault, Berger admits his opponent is incredibly strong. Even so, he coldly claims he is the one getting bored as he finally witnesses the true strength of the strongest hero of the 10 stars. Pallav grins and warns him against saying something that dirty before dashing forward in a blazing purple streak. As the explosion continues to consume the battlefield, Pallav laughs and blurts out, "What? Trying not to laugh! Captain!" The instant the blade races toward him, Berger realizes the situation has become dangerous. Surrounded by flames, he admits he wanted to avoid using that method, but it has become his only remaining option. A blazing burst erupts as a massive crimson slash tears straight through the explosion. Moments earlier, Hillen had asked Lady Rosal whether the reason he came here was really that important. Pointing toward the corpse of the Demon King of Beasts, he explains that Rosal had researched the Phoenix's mana carved into its body. Still hanging upside down, Hillen says studying only a tiny fragment of the Phoenix's mana had already made her this powerful, making him wonder how strong she could become after researching its complete mana. As Rosal watches, Hillen firmly declares that he will obtain it for her. Blue energy suddenly tears through the giant carnivorous plants, shredding them apart in every direction. Kade and Noah can only watch the destroyed plants in stunned silence. Hillen lands atop the shattered remains before turning his attention to securing the 17th prince. Standing before them wrapped in blue flames, he asks Rosal to help him instead. Rufus is stunned to realize that Pallav Disrod, Rosal Chart, and Hillen Cargill are all fighting on the same side, leaving him unable to understand how 3 heroes of the 10 stars could stand behind someone like Noah. Staring at the young prince in disbelief, Rufus insists that despite all his corruption, it makes no sense for every one of them to support someone like him. Caught off guard, Noah can only admit that it is actually a pretty good question. Completely losing his composure, Rufus screams that this cannot be happening and orders everyone to kill Noah immediately. Flames surge behind Rosal as she activates the highest grade bombardment spell, Satellite Cannon, warning that anyone who threatens the young master will have to face her magic first. A green magic circle blazes to life as Naya also casts the highest grade bombardment spell, Satellite Cannon, declaring that as one of the heroes of the 10 stars, protecting her employer comes first. Rosal scoffs that no one can compete with the magic she created and dismisses Naya as nothing more than a snot-nosed brat. Smiling calmly, Naya replies that she is no longer an academy trainee. Rosal narrows her glowing eyes before quietly asking, "Oh, is that so?" Golden magic circles flare behind Hillen as he urgently calls out to the 17th prince. Noah and Kade watch in stunned silence as the 2 highest grade bombardment spells collide head-on, unleashing a massive explosion that engulfs the battlefield in blinding light and violent shockwaves. As the blast rages on, Naya continues channeling her magic while Rosal calmly watches. Rufus and his guards brace for the impact as the shockwave sends Noah flying backward, causing Kade to cry out his name in alarm. A blazing wave of destructive energy races across the battlefield, ripping through everything in its path. Even then, Naya remarks that her opponent is truly merciless before declaring she still has one final trump card left. Before she can act, Rosal confidently tells her she should have used it sooner because she seems to have forgotten there are 2 of them. Naya freezes as Hillen suddenly charges at her from behind, and before she can react, his sword crashes into her with overwhelming force, blasting her away in a violent explosion as he shouts an apology. Once the dust settles, the shattered battlefield comes back into view with the defeated enemies scattered throughout the crater. Battered and exhausted, Rufus can only watch as the system declares that the first prince of the Jespin Empire has forfeited after losing the will to fight. Rufus cries out in relief while Rosal coldly remarks that the prince was too pathetic to accomplish anything on his own. Hillen then calls out to the 17th prince. Kade trembles as she struggles back to her feet. When Hillen realizes Noah is nowhere to be seen, he immediately looks around in concern and asks where Lord Noah is. Kaede instantly shouts that those were supposed to be her words. The scene then shifts deeper into the forest, where Noah lies alone on the ground, trembling. After being blasted deep into the forest, he painfully forces himself to his feet, wondering how far the explosion sent him and why every part of his body aches. A hooded stranger suddenly addresses him as the 17th prince, prompting Noah to raise his dagger and demand to know who he is. The cloaked man simply smiles before asking whether Noah truly wishes to defeat the Demon King and save everyone. Without hesitation, the mysterious stranger offers to help Noah achieve that impossible goal. Noah quietly walks back toward the battlefield. The heroes rush over, calling out to the 17th prince and asking if he's hurt anywhere. Keita checks him over in relief, but Noah quietly says he'll go back to the cave. Watching him agree so easily, Hillen is left wondering if everything that just happened has finally changed his mind. Believing the prince is safer with the others, he asks Kade to escort the 17th prince while he goes to speak with Lady Rosal. Using Armani Orb, Hillen realizes the Black Hero is a Demon King's vassal just like him, and decides that if he can just separate Lady Rosal from him, he'll handle the rest himself. Even then, he still wonders whether the Demon King can really defeat Palav. Before anyone can move, a familiar voice suddenly interrupts them as Palav casually walks over, saying he's had enough fun and wants to hurry up, wipe everyone out, and then destroy the Tower of Flames. When Hillen asks about Sir File, Palav praises him for bringing him there and says he had plenty of fun thanks to him. Looking toward the distant smoke, Palav remarks that a beast summoner is already impressive, adding that with a little more refinement, he could even become a worthy match for Rosal. Meanwhile, the Demon King remains buried inside a massive crater. Seeing the defeated Demon King lying motionless, Palav bluntly calls him a little disappointing. Hillen freezes in disbelief, wondering if the Demon King has actually lost. The thought leaves him wondering what will happen to him if the Demon King loses. Will Armani Orb disappear as well? Before he can think any further, glowing chains suddenly wrap around him as Roselle calmly tells Hillen that he's coming with her. Still bound by the glowing chains, Hillen desperately protests about his future, but Rosal says she has no reason to trust him before taking him away, while Palav casually waves them off. After Rosal leaves, Palav calls for the hidden observer to come out, saying there's no reason to keep hiding anymore. Gillian steps forward and casually greets him, remarking that he's just as arrogant as ever. As the 4 heroes surround Palav, Gillian points out that he's already fought 4 heroes of the 10 stars, and asks if he's still confident enough to keep fighting. Palav grins, praising them for finally bringing him such an entertaining challenge. Following the prince's and princess's orders, the 4 heroes charge together while Palav laughs and tells them to come at him with everything they've got. The battlefield erupts into a storm of colorful explosions as the fierce clash begins. Still lying inside the crater, the Demon King hears the distant battle and realizes Palav Disrad is still fighting, leaving him wondering who could possibly be keeping him occupied. As the sounds of battle continue without stopping, he realizes the heroes of the 10 stars are locked in a prolonged fight, and once it finally ends, the hero's journey will begin, then the tower will fall. Staring into the darkness, he questions why he returned to life if he was only going to be killed by heroes again before rejecting that thought. A vision of his former life appears before him as he reminds himself that he came back for only one reason, to change the future. Remembering the Demon King's standards, he regrets choosing Aran, believing he should have avoided the land filled with heroes like the other Demon Kings. He imagines conquering one dimension after another, believing that if he had started somewhere else, he could have claimed the first dimension before advancing to every world beyond it. He imagines the future he once dreamed of, believing he would have been honored throughout the demonic realm as a great Demon King before rising to the rank of Archduke. In that vision, he sees himself one day ascending the throne of the Demon Emperor, but even after imagining reaching the very top, he quietly wonders what would have come after that. He realizes he would have spent countless years protecting the demonic realm alone, waiting for the next Demon Emperor to finally appear. As his eyes slowly close, that lonely future weighs heavily on his mind. Just then, a cheerful voice suddenly interrupts his thoughts, asking why the Demon King is sitting there all by himself. The Demon King stares at the familiar girl in disbelief, barely able to call out Ernon's name. At that same moment, a gigantic pillar of flames erupts into the sky, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Seeing the blazing flames, Rosal realizes File never actually fell, while Hillen excitedly shouts that he knew the Demon King wouldn't lose so easily. Feeling the overwhelming mana spreading across the battlefield, Rosal realizes File has become even stronger after fighting Palav, finally recognizing the true power of the Phoenix and wishing she could study that incredible mana herself. Looking up at the blazing pillar of fire, Palav quietly realizes that the overwhelming power belongs to the Phoenix. The massive flames suddenly explode outward, lighting up the entire battlefield. Berger rises into the air with enormous phoenix wings as blazing mana surges through his body. Staring at the tiny phoenix spirit floating before him, he realizes it was the phoenix that raised him back to his feet. Thanking the little spirit, Berger says it simply couldn't bear to watch its master lose. Feeling the incredible mana flowing through every part of his body, he realizes he finally has enough power to use that forbidden magic. But before returning to the battle, his thoughts drift back to Ernon, leaving him wondering why she was the first person who came to mind. Her smiling face lingers in his thoughts for only a brief moment before his focus returns to the battle. As Berger floats amid the blazing phoenix flames, Palav suddenly charges at him from behind. Grinning, Palav praises the phoenix before declaring that he's even more excited for the fight now. Without wasting another second, he charges straight at Berger and swings his massive sword with full force. But Berger effortlessly blocks the attack with a single phoenix wing, leaving Palav frozen in disbelief. In the very next moment, Berger's counterattack blasts him high into the sky with overwhelming force. Palav suddenly comes to an abrupt stop in outer space. Floating silently, he admits that everything finally makes sense, saying File's strength is far beyond that of an ordinary human. He then asks if File is actually a demon king. A dark purple sphere of demonic energy spins between File's hands as Palav explains that, this high above the surface, the heroes below won't sense demonic energy, allowing him to fight at full power. Palav quietly apologizes before transforming, releasing an even more terrifying aura as he reveals that he's a little special himself. Shrouded in a galaxy-like aura, he declares that the worst fate for a demon king is becoming his prey because everyone he accepts a contract to kill dies without fail. Bathed in purple energy, Berger rejects that idea. With a cold stare, he says the true worst fate is being unable to do anything and ending up alone forever. A massive dragon materializes behind Palav before locking him inside a sphere of demonic energy. The sphere suddenly compresses, crushing Palav with immense force. Pinned inside, Palav panics, shouting that he's never even heard of sealing magic and demanding to know how anything could imprison him or why no one has ever used it before. Holding the glowing sphere, Berger calmly explains that the Demon King's standards forbid fleeing from heroes or avoiding battle with them, prompting Palav to angrily demand why he's using that forbidden magic himself. Berger lowers his head and admits he always thought those Demon King rules were garbage, but says casting aside that pride was never easy. Until now. A gentle image of Ernan smiling appears in his mind. Looking ahead, he quietly admits that, for some reason, he just doesn't care anymore. Gathering every bit of demonic energy from his demonic dragon bloodline and all of the Phoenix's enhanced mana, he declares he'll use everything he has to seal Palav away. Trapped inside the sphere, Palav desperately begs him to stop, screaming that no Demon King would ever use sealing magic and that he can't be stopped there of all places. With sweat running down Berger's face, he quietly declares that, with this, the hero's journey comes to an end. A blinding burst of purple light erupts as Palav roars that he'll kill him. When the light fades, the sealed sphere hangs silently in space, confirming the sealing of the hero of the 10 stars, first star Palav Disrod.